Hello, everyone. I hope everybody is doing great. I recognize most people will be watching this VOD and will not be engaging in stream today because it's going to be a long one, and that's okay. So I'm not going to hesitate really reading the stream or on stream today. So that's how it's gonna go. Let me do a quick announcement in my Discord. Okay, today, don't forget to come in, check out the book, and give me your thoughts on what would be the first Animal House title. In the stream, and the VOD will be available on YouTube. All right. Cool. Okay, so now, before we get started, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to cover some announcements, so that way we are all on the same page before we get started. Because that would be silly Billy if I didn't do that. So first of all, somebody unbacked my Kickstarter. So sad. Anyway, it's all right. I understand. Money is tight. Things are crazy. So that being said, we're back down under $1,800, and I would love to be able to get to the stretch goal before the end of the backer kit period. So we're at 88%. If you're interested in backing this Kickstarter or the backer kit, you can find the information on my website under Court of Snakes, which is, if you click on the link in the description below on YouTube, you can get to that. It's tychodorian.com, and then you'll navigate to the Court of Snakes section on my website. But you can also just go to BackerKit and search Court of Snakes. I am the only one. We're obviously well overfunded, which is great, but I really would love to hit that $2,000 stretch goal. So if you're interested, let me know, and I can throw this into the chat. I'll be taking breaks intermittently during stream today to rehash out some of these announcements. Secondly, we are going to be reading my brand new science fiction, Fatal Mechanisms. I've been working on this book since 2018, and the quick synopsis is that let me actually, you know what? I can bring up the pitch. I have the pitch letter for querying. It didn't go anywhere querying, but I can at least, give you a little bit of a little snippet here. Fatal Mechanisms is a speculative science fiction novel with LGBTQ+ and disability representation. In a galaxy where we're consuming planets and dissecting life in the name of scientific progress is considered noble, Drema, a pacifist turned resistance fighter, and Sakita, a former war criminal, grappling with newfound empathy, must unite to dismantle the oppressor before it erases entire species in its ruthless pursuit of knowledge. Written in dual POV, it follows Drema, captured for experimentation, and Sakita, a former general who has only recently regained his ability to feel. Drema escapes a maximum security prison to join Animus and anti-fascist resistance, while Sakita defects from Eclipse, struggling with guilt, morality, and what it means to be alive. Together, they must stop Eclipse from enslaving species and ravaging planets for resources. So if you do pop into the stream, please come in and say hi and ask me questions about my work. I'd really love to be able to talk about what it takes to write a science fiction and work on this kind of project. I've been working on it since 2018, and it is now finally getting published after 8 years of many, many drafts, many edits, and all of that good stuff. Now, before we get started, I would like to remind everybody that there are some content warnings for this book. You can access the content warnings at any time by hitting ! content warning over in the Twitch chat. But I will go ahead and do that every single time people come into the stream and provide a verbal warning, because the stream is labeled as 18+ over on Twitch, and nothing ever really severe is said here, but just in case, I don't want people to get triggered. This book contains content that is suitable for readers that are 18+. It is an adult novel. Please be advised that the book covers topics at the detail level of a movie like Mad Max or Alien. No extreme torture, gore, or sexual assault is shown on screen. Content warnings include depictions of imprisonment, medical experimentation, body horror, graphic violence, physical and psychological torture, animal cruelty, starvation, threats of sexual violence, discrimination, and discussions of genocide and colonialism. So again, nothing is ever shown on stream, but I recognize I typically write novels for the youths. This is not a youth novel. This has a lot of content intensity. It is less intense than Game of Thrones. So just for context, I don't like writing super graphic or super gory scenes, so I tend to avoid that as well. But please keep that in mind. I'll be reiterating these reminders as we read through the stream. I'm going to try and get through Drema's entire portion today. So if the stream does go a little bit over, that's okay, and that's what has to happen. So I hope that you all enjoy. I was going to wait for other people to come in, but I recognize that this is at a weird stream time. So with that in mind, Jason's violently making smoothies. I'm going to wait until he's done. You good out there, Jace? Oh god, the smoothies were so violent. So violent. I guess before I get started, I will, while I'm waiting for these smoothies to be made. First of all, if you're over on Twitch and you want to listen to the soundtrack that we're playing on stream, you can go to, or I guess I don't have it up yet. I'll have a landing page with this soundtrack on it. But we're listening to the special Fatal Mechanisms playlist over on Twitch. YouTube won't let me, and the VODs also will not have it. So if you're listening to the VOD, welcome to silence. I will show off. I did get into the spring show for my school over these pieces. I'm sad because I ended up not being able to participate because I missed the email, so super sad. But I did get into a specialized grad show for my illustrations of Sakita and Drema. So here are our two main characters. This is Sakita. He's a Zomaranian, and he's a cyborg. And this is Drema. This is our other main character. She is called a Striolan. She's from the planet Eklutania. So lots of aliens. It's going to be really fun. I'll keep these open too so everybody can enjoy the art. Okay, I think Jace is done. So the purpose of this stream is really to get through this thing and check for any final errors before I submit this thing to the Waddies on Wattpad in July. So I hope you all enjoy. If you find anything that's weird, let me know. But without further ado, this is part 1 of this stream. The next part will be happening in a couple weeks, and I'll make that closing announcement once we get to the end of stream. But for now, this is A River Unbroken, part 1, Drema. The noise hit before I could brace for it. A blast of sound pressed flat against my eardrums and forced my eyes shut. My hands, pinned close by the tight coat they had stuffed me into, curled into fists. A prisoner threw themselves against the safety glass nearby, and I felt it in my teeth. I pulled away from the walls, kept my jaw locked, and let the chaos move through me. As footsteps passed down the hall, every prisoner erupted into howls and shouts. As the echoes dulled, I leaned against the wall. Footsteps clopped back and forth beside me, drilling into my skull. "Son of a bitch," a voice snarled. "Who the fuck does he think he is, striding through here like he... Fuck!" "Please stop," I whispered. My voice barely carried. Experience had taught me the cost of speaking. He crouched beside me, head cocked in curiosity. Hooves scraped the floor, 2 obsidian eyes burning beneath a prominent brow ridge. "Oh, so it speaks," he barked. His fist crashed into the wall beside my head, sending waves of sound through my frail body. He laughed at my weakness and spat at my feet. "I'll stop when Sakita comes back here and lets me out." He spun back to the glass, resuming his tirade. The banging, the banging, the banging. Guards of his kind passed, horns spiraled, plasma sticks ready, but avoided his gaze. I thought I saw guilt. Hours later, he finally collapsed onto the upper bunk and slept. The harsh scrape of metal against metal shattered the silence later in the day as food slid through a wall slot, jostling my cellmate from his fitful sleep. The sound echoed through our cage like thunder in a dead forest. He crouched in the corner, hunched over like a feral thing, shoveling bland-looking paste into his mouth with a thin piece of bread. It smelled cold. When he finished his food, he looked at me, as I had not moved. The guards had ensured my compliance with a full-body restraint that forced my arms across my chest like a cocoon. The wrap extended from crown to toe, binding my tail and covering all but a narrow slit for my eyes. I could not move to eat, let alone get the food in my mouth. "Take it," I muttered, jerking my head in the direction of my food. He lunged for it, gladly taking a second helping. "How is it?" I hoped I could prevent him from returning to banging by inviting him to civil conversation. Cold, bland, and grainy, he growled as he jammed the trays back into the slot with a metallic screech. Utter shit. Unfortunate. He cocked his head and grinned at me with thick, even teeth. Sorry state you're in. My forehead twitched. I would ask you to get me out of this coat, but I wouldn't want to get you in trouble. How sweet of you, he sneered, sliding to sit on the cold floor. I couldn't do it if I wanted to. He held his hands up to me, thick, three-digited appendages ending in thumbs and two blunt, hoof-like fingers. I'm bad with zippers. I chirped despondently, my attention drifting to the deep gouges his earlier frustration had carved into the wall. I suppose they would not have put me in here if you could. What's your classification? My what? Classification, what are you? Striolin. Ooh, never heard of that, he quipped, scooting closer, his hot breath puffing through the fabric covering my neck as he inhaled my scent. Your people can speak just on their own? No enhancements? Well, yes, aren't we speaking now? I'm just surprised they found something that the Zomaranians haven't fucked with yet. What's with the coverings? I can kill people if they touch me. My skin, I mean. He scuttled away, his retreat swifter than his approach. Spinning, he pounded on the wall, shouting, Hey, get me out of here! What kind of fucking joke is this? Hey, I said, my voice drowned out by his shouts. Shush now! They wouldn't have put me in here if you could get hurt. Maybe that's what they want, he growled as he slumped to the ground again. I was just doing my job, come on! What's your name? Babali. You? Drema. Well, Drema, he said, eyes tracking two passing guards. I hope you die early. The suffering ends quicker that way. The prison's artificial day cycle ended abruptly as the harsh overhead lights shut off, leaving only the pulsing glow of the illuminated walkways to dance eerily up and down the shadowed hallway. I suspected all would be quiet when quite unexpectedly Babali awoke in the night and came to stand by me. You're awake? I asked. Yeah. You can't sleep? I typically sleep during the day. Man, sucks for you. What are you doing up? It's almost time. For what? The thump of shuffling footsteps echoed down the hallway, drawing my eye to a figure moving from cell to cell. Not a guard, I realized, noting the lack of a weapon and the same jumpsuit that hung off Babali's frame. A guard escorted them as they passed in front of our cell. The man in uniform opened the square front of our safety glass with an electronic key. As the guard turned away, the stranger leaned into the newly opened portal, lips peeling back to bear a mouthful of long, sharply pointed teeth in a predatory grin. Well, he sneered, his voice a grating cheep. Look who it is! Shut your trap, Flyby. Babali spat and grabbed the man he'd called Flyby through the plastic hole. The guard behind Flyby turned and jammed Babali in the chest with a stick. Babali reeled. Flyby cackled and rattled his head from side to side in delight, his skin and fur dark in the even darker blackness. His lemon eyes almost glinted as his grin stretched wide, razor teeth flashing. Not so strong without your mech, Babali. If you're gonna be mean, I can just go. No, wait. Babali's words emerged, strangled, desperate. I got codes. A considering hum rolled from deep in Flyby's throat as he splayed his grotesquely long fingers, each easily thrice the length of my own, across the sill. Uh-huh. And how many codes did you say you had? 2. I want a comm for him. You forget, Babali, that while you're in here, or in there, and I'm out here, I make the rules. I'll take your 2 codes, but I will give you only a pack of smokes in return. A comm will cost you more. Babali slammed his hand again, sending a bang as loud as a drum down the hall. You bastard! But Flyby was already sauntering off, waving a dismissive hand. Bye-bye now, Flyby trilled. I don't have time for bullshit. Flyby sauntered to the next cell, and Babali slid to the floor next to me as the small square hole to freedom was promptly locked up. Who was that? I asked. It's Flyby. Babali huffed. Runs things in here, comms, smokes, anything you need if you've got something to trade. But the guard just let him out of his cell. The guards don't give a shit. Flyby passes them all sorts of extra goodies to keep their mouths shut. He grunted, turning away from the door. He's got it out for me. Why? Babali fell silent for a long while. I used to be on the outside. he finally said, keeping his voice low. I cost him a client. He doesn't forget anything. He planted some documents, and the general doesn't like loose ends. For a moment, Babali exhaled and looked back over his shoulder at me. We gazed at each other in silence. I wasn't sure what to say as he swallowed back bitterness. Get some sleep. You're going to have to change your schedule. They don't care if you're nocturnal. Morning came. Babali devoured both portions without asking, hunger gnawing my stomach. He urinated in the water bowl, then retrieved a loose screw from his bedding, turning it over and over while testing its sharp point against his thumb. So, are you male, female, or otherwise? He asked. Female. Make sure you don't let anyone know that. You'll have 8 dicks in you before you can say Gasperi Aerospace. When you get out of here, anyway. They'll die, was all I said. Not before they do damage. Are there no other females in here? Babali nodded pensively. There are some. Eclipse doesn't care and tosses everyone together if they need the space. Officers don't give a shit if prisoners shag each other. Tell me about yourself. I changed the subject, desperate for a distraction. It's boring in here. I'm a poor orator. That's why I didn't make it into ITI. What's that? Intergalactic Technical Institute. Family pushed me into computer science. For the pursuit, or whatever. Didn't even pass the entrance exam. I'm sorry. I'm not. Screw ITI. He laughed. I'm glad I got into the academy instead. It's Eclipse military. You wanted to work here? I felt a sour taste creep into my mouth. No, I wanted to fight for Eclipse as a pilot, but they needed officers here instead, so I got shuffled to the Fin. It was a nice job, I just should have never screwed over Flyby. I let my head fall against the wall and licked my lips. Rebbe Pem, I'm hungry. Maybe they'll feed you, maybe not. I don't know how they expect me to eat. Maybe at dinner I could... A sharp rap of a baton on the glass cut Babali off. I looked up at 2 guards, one Babali's type, the other human, unlocking the cell. Hands behind your head, face the wall, the human barked. All right. Babali turned, complying as one guard hauled me up. I have to relieve myself, I said as he pulled me from the cell. I also haven't eaten. Shut it. The guard barked, and the cell door shut behind me. He dragged me down an endless corridor, past rows of sealed cells. Below, dozens of prisoners milled about, playing games, exercising, lounging. I wondered what transgression warranted my total isolation, what I would have sacrificed for a breath of fresh air. I struggled to memorize every detail. Our path traced a square, each cell equipped for 2, housing species I couldn't name. The guards hauled me onto a juddering platform. Juddering might have actually been my correct choice. Give me a second to find it. Yep, that's fine. Juddering is good. Never mind. Onto a juddering platform controlled by their electric keys, the same that unlocked the cells. It shot upward, my knees nearly giving out. The platform lurched to a halt in an expansive floor crammed with foreign objects and devices. Closed doors lined the space, the few open ones offering glimpses of beds, machines, and figures in protective gear. We traversed the length of the floor to a door at the far end, opened by a keycard. Inside, silence swallowed the room. White walls, 2 armored guards, faceless and robotic. The officers dropped me in another chair, saluted, and left. Arca 1, can you open the window, please? The voice behind the chair said. Mute and immediate, the right guard pivoted to the wall. A panel glowed to life as if by magic. The white wall behind the chair faded to reveal the galaxy's great expanse. Stars and meteoroids, dazzling, adrift. Space. I hadn't known, shuttled from home in a windowless transport to an equally sealed cell. Tears pricked my eyes at the terrible beauty of it. I drank in the vista until electronic chirps drew me back to the present. I inhaled, trembling. One moment, said the voice behind the chair as the guard resumed his position. The beeping persisted, a moment longer before the chair swiveled, revealing a man. At first glance, I mistook him for human for only a moment, but I was mistaken. His skin was a pallid blue, a stark contrast to his pristine black uniform. He brushed a strand of silver hair from his face, tucking it behind curved horns that circled his head like a crown. His gaze shifted from the tablet to meet mine, mismatched eyes, one brown, the other an icy blue, startling in their intensity. He looked me over, and the door clicked shut behind me. Arca 2, can you remove the restraints? The other guard lifted me, unfastening the clasps. The man in the chair laced his fingers under his chin, watching as the guard undressed me. The garment dropped, and I stood naked. The guard's armor protected him from my skin, which seemed to inhale after being suffocated for nearly 2 days. Shoulders rigid, I tried to shield myself from the man in the chair's evaluating stare. Beautiful, he murmured, raising the tablet to capture my image from every angle. The guards repositioned me, lifting my tail, exposing my most intimate spaces to the device's unblinking eye. His hands never touched me, but his scrutiny was a violation. Satisfied, he settled back into his chair. Female, it seems. General Tychus's original estimation was correct. You have remarkable skin. I gulped, my hands curling into fists. Noticing, he glanced up. Are you cold? Arca 1, increase the ambient temperature. We don't want her freezing to death. The first guard touched the wall, and a jet of warm air hit me. The man pulled a long ponytail, so long it was nearly his height, from behind his shoulder. With a burst of warm air, his hair darkened to a deep black. He twitched his nose as he looked at his notes, and then up once again at me. Arca 2, a mucus sample, please. The guard near me held up an arm, and his chest unfolded, revealing a tray and equipment. He ran a soft white stick over my skin, stuck it in a jar, and then set the jar on the man's desk. The man asked, Do you speak trade? Can you even understand me? Yes, I said, the room amplifying my voice. Impressive. Where did you learn? An Eclipsean soldier, a human captain, he claimed, tortured me when he first arrived on my world. You speak incredibly well. Thank you. Are you toxic? Yes. He approached, his imposing frame towering over me, gloved hands clasped behind his back. He met my gaze. You smell like a lake, he noted. Do you have a name? Drema. I am General Sakita. Do you know who I am? Your name, yes, nothing more. I am the authority here. May I ask questions? Back home, we spoke freely, but I knew Eclipse. One wrong phrase could earn a beating. Of course. How polite. Why am I here? We had questions. By we, I mean Eclipse, of course. Your planets had few visitors beyond scouts. We're curious to learn more. Perhaps my imprisonment had been a mistake. His fingers laced over his knee, his form swathed in Eclipsean black. Sakita waited for me to respond. I remembered the first soldier I met at home, his charm evaporating as his fleet lingered, disregarding our land and way of life, their alien refuse littering our jungles. Here, he said, reaching beneath the desk to retrieve a blanket. Please have a seat. He laid the blanket down on the chair, and I did as he asked. Once I sat, he pushed my chair closer to the table. Once settled, I asked, I haven't been able to eat or relieve myself. Is there a way I can forego the restraints and choose something else? Of course. Let me find something to contain the toxin and insulate you. He typed into the tablet, and then he touched the table, causing a tray to flip onto its surface. Arca 1, will you get me a sterile tool set, please, and local anesthetic? Arca 1 approached the table to give Sakita what he had asked for. The guard's chest opened to reveal a semi-translucent bag and a clear tube with goo inside it. Your people are very polite and obedient, he said, and I thank you for that. I'd like to examine your hands, if that's all right. I reluctantly set my hand on the table. He stood, using his gloved hand to raise my webbed fingers one by one. Then he used the tube to squirt goo onto the smallest finger on my left hand, smearing it across my skin. You are fascinating, he continued. We're going to learn a lot from you. Is it true that your people can regenerate limbs? Regenerate? Regrow. Pardon me, if I ever say anything you don't understand, please stop me. He unfurled the plastic bag and began to lay out shiny medical tools I had never seen before. Yes, we had a member of our tribe who was skewered through the heart by the great fish, Teug. She regrew her heart and survived. I myself have lost an eye to infection. His head snapped to me, and he watched my eyes follow his face. And you are not blind? No. Incredible. He rested a gloved hand softly on my wrist. Arca 2, bandages. In a single deft motion, he lifted a knife from the table and sliced clean through my left pinky. Crazy. Okay, sorry, I'm also going to be drinking smoothie because I haven't had breakfast yet, so let me get a good couple gulps in and then I'll continue. All right. I sat in a corner of my cell, watching Babali slowly pick stray threads off his mattress. A scratchy cloth suit enveloped my body with gloves and a tail tube that chafed against my slime-slick skin. At least this new suit was warm, though it made my face itch. Inside my glove, my severed finger regenerated, the pain seeping back like marsh fog as my sensation of touch returned. Typically, small injuries took one trimoon cycle to heal. I'd have to endure the prickling, searing agony until the digit reformed completely. General Sakita had given me use of my hands, but not my mouth. Babali could not have cared less. When I'd been thrown back into the cell, he'd stood motionless as I hit the wall. The night passed without a word between us. Now he picked at his mattress, refusing to look at me. I attempted to pull the cloth from my face to drink water, but found that my gloved hands were too slippery to pull the fabric from my sticky skin. I growled in frustration and attempted again, only to accidentally hit myself in the face. "Babali," I muttered. He said nothing, did nothing. He tossed away a piece of lint. "Babali, please." "Please what?" he snapped. "I'm thirsty and cannot drink. Could you pull this scarf from my face so I can have a cup of water?" "No way, girlie. If I slip and accidentally touch you with my hand, I'm done. Your hooves won't—" "No." "Please?" "Fat chance." I heaved a sigh and dropped my forehead against the glass of the cell. Across the walk, I saw guards making rounds, opening doors and letting prisoners out into the central courtyard below. Flyby, the trader I saw the day before, wandered down the walk, offering people his goods. "What are they doing?" I asked. "The guards." "It's free time," Babali said. "Everyone can go into the yard and exercise, play chips, whatever." "Oh, that's good. I thought we'd be stuck in here forever." The door to our cell opened as guards came around to our side, and I rocked myself to standing. Babali pushed his way in front of me and stepped out of the cell. I came to follow, but a guard who looked like Babali slammed a plasma stick into my chest. The wind rocketed from my lungs at the sudden shock, and I stumbled back. "Not you," the guard said, and simply shut the door. I rammed the closing door with my shoulder, but the guard waved me off. I slid to the floor, famished. Minutes passed, and Flyby finally wandered his way down the hall. I scrambled to my feet and tapped on the glass with my foot. "Hey!" I shouted. "Wait!" Flyby, his back to me, paused and rocked back in my direction, dancing his way over to the little glass slot. This slot sat at the top of the square opening the guard had unlocked with a key, but Flyby had no key. He said nothing for a moment, and then cocked his head at me. "Poor little thing," he cooed. "All stuck in here by yourself. Why is that?" "I don't know," I moaned. "I'm thirsty, and no one will listen to me." "Who put you in that lovely coat?" Flyby rested his thin arms on the small, clear ledge beyond the opening. "General Sakita. He cut my finger off and stuffed me in here." "So, a war criminal you must be to deserve such torture?" Flyby mused. "I don't think so. He was nice to me for a moment, but, first mistake, little thing. General Sakita is never nice." "What do you do here? Babali said you trade goods." "Not supposed to, but do. I have money, cards, sweet smoked shivs, but something tells me you are interested in none of those things." "You are able to walk freely because of this?" "No, I am able to walk freely because the guards know I'm more useful out here than in a cage, and because they know I'll claw the eyes out of anyone who forgets that." I adjusted my shoulders under my suit. "Can you talk to the guards for me?" "Now, why would I want to go and do a thing like that?" "You have nothing to trade." Flyby strolled away like a king, chirping out a tune of a song I did not know. I could barely see the yard below me, prisoners free and wandering about, and I envied them. Babali returned at dinner, devouring the rations while my stomach churned, 3 days empty. As he returned the trays, the hall exploded with noise, shouts, bangs, slams. I curled inward, head buried in my knees. The noise traveled in a wave down the hall, a cocoon of silence forming around slow, deliberate footsteps. I could hear the electrical noise of a guard's plasma stick shocking a prisoner through the hole in the glass. The sound bounced through the walls and through my head like thunder. The sound finally stopped as it neared me, and the silence sent a wave of relief through my body. Babali coughed, and I lifted my eyes to look at him. Then I realized what he called attention to. General Sakita stood flanked by his 2 metal men outside of our cell. "Drumma, would you mind coming with me, please?" he said, his voice as smooth as fat dripping from a freshly roasted fish. I stood slowly, my knees trembling. Losing a finger was not the worst thing that had ever happened to me. My brothers and sisters got their fingers snapped off by turtles or crabs all the time. I wondered what he had in store and hoped it was nothing worse than what I had already endured. We walked the long walk back to the platform that carried us up to General Sakita's room, and as we walked, the entire facility fell silent. Instead of screaming and hollering, inmates stared at me as I passed, slack-jawed. I appreciated the silence, but feared what it meant. Up we went, my knees weak from lack of food, and we passed people in white rooms, in rooms with machines, into his office again. He sat me down in the same chair while he took his own and motioned to one of his metal men. "Arkatu, can you please fetch dinner?" The man turned and marched from the room, while the other guard stood at attention, still as a statue. General Sakita stood and operated his window on his own, lifting the shade. Instead of stars, the window revealed a familiar sight. My dense, marshy homeworld, where towering mushrooms mingled with humming testeks overhead and iridescent fish that darted through the waters below. Home. "So this is where you're from?" General Sakita asked. "I did some research this morning. Our ground teams on Eklutania took these photos and sent them to me. Your planet is beautiful and full of life." "Yes, that is my home," I replied. "Calgesio." "How's your finger?" "It heals." "Good. And your pain?" "Bearable." "You do feel pain, don't you?" "I was not sure how strong your nerves were given your relatively understudied physiology." "I do. I will try to minimize any incidental pain." Arkatu returned with a plate of familiar food from my home village. He set it in front of me, and my tongue danced in my mouth. I hoped he would not eat it in front of me. Arkatu placed a cloth and some kind of plastic device in front of General Sakita's chair. The general sat and flicked an eyebrow when he saw I was not eating. "Well?" he asked. "Aren't you hungry?" I faltered. "I can't get the mask off my face." "Oh, mercy," General Sakita said as he moved to me, gently pulling the mask away from my face. "Complications. The fabric on my hands causes my fingers to slip." "Well, then," he said as he unclasped the mask from behind my face, "let's make a deal. Do you promise, and I mean absolutely promise, that you won't bite anyone or headbutt any of my guards? I'll give you gloves that will allow you to take this mask off when needed." His eyes glimmered, and he held his hands for just a moment behind my head, waiting for my response. "I promise," I said. "Good girl." He pulled my mask from my mouth and let it hang around my neck. As soon as General Sakita sat back in his chair, I grabbed a piece of raw sliced fish and gobbled it down. The meat was fatty and sweet on my tongue, and my stomach cried out in thanks as I ate. General Sakita picked up a plastic device from his towel. He pressed the metal tip into his neck, and the device hissed, a green light flashing briefly. He dabbed at the puncture wound with the towel, stopping a bead of blue blood from dripping onto his coat. I finished my plate and wiped my gloved hands on my pants. They were oily from the fish, but otherwise had not been stained. "Did you enjoy it?" General Sakita asked. "Yes, thank you. Just like home." "Glad to hear it. Arkatu, can you get her a different pair of gloves, please?" Arkatu gently took the gloves from my hands and handed me new, scratchier ones from his chest compartment. "I'll be sending meals like it your way from now on," General Sakita continued. "If that oaf in your cell tries to take it from you, I give you explicit permission to bite the hell out of him." Arkatu stood and escorted me away. I could not hide the shock on my face as the door to General Sakita's office hissed closed behind me. As the stone-faced guard and I walked together down the hall, a scream broke the silence. I looked into one of the white rooms through a tiny window to see a small rat-like creature crying out in what I could only assume was pain. One of the people, a human in medical clothing, held the thing down as it spit fire. I had never seen anything like it. The human jammed something into the little creature's throat. Only then did the animal lie still. It was then that the human went to the table to retrieve the same device General Sakita had used to cut my finger off. The human sliced into the creature, pulling an organ out of it while it twitched there. I turned my eyes away as Arkatu led me back to the platform. My entire body tensed, fear immobilizing my every limb. I locked up, forcing Arca-2 to lift me by the arms and drag me down the walk to my cell. I fell into my own head, and the blood, the guts of the creature upstairs sat at the forefront of my mind's eye. The ghost of the meal Sakita had given me, a taste of home, lingered on my tongue. It was nothing more than a cruel counterpoint to the searing pain from the finger he had taken. The burns surged up my arm as the inmates stared, their silence a symptom of their shock that I had returned at all. A guard opened the cell, laying my paralyzed body on the bed. Yobe, we called it. The grief froze me, statuesque, my eyes sealed against the waking hell he had made for me. Fish guts screaming fire, fish guts screaming fire. The words were a cage locking my limbs. It was the same stillness that overtook me at home to keep me safe from massive predators that stalked the riverbank. The gods had given us this, a desperate prayer of stillness against sharp teeth. Don't see me. Don't move. Don't breathe. Survive. The rigidity began to make me ache, as it always did. It was painful, but it kept us alive, even as it trapped me now, lungs seizing while Babali's measured breath and the cell's door click echoed around me. Babali gently poked me with a hoof, but I did not move. As I waited for the Yobe to pass, I sought solace in my memories. The cool feeling of the water on my skin as my friends and I floated along a river on a hot day. I remembered my home, my mother. Babali nudged me again, and as the Yobe let up, I inhaled, taking my first breath in minutes. Babali stumbled away and retreated into the corner, afraid I was going to hurt him. She lives. It's just Yobe, I gasped as I regained myself. My head spun, and I grabbed onto the post of the bottom bunk for support. When I am afraid, my body locks up. It has kept me alive more than once back home. What happened? Babali asked. What did he take? Nothing, I said as I sat, trembling. He didn't take your skin off, break your bones, pull your teeth? Babali asked as he picked me apart with his eyes. No. Then why are you so shaken up? I saw a creature up there, something small and breathing fire, and a human in all white pulled something from its throat after cutting it open. It screamed out in pain and they wouldn't stop. Oh yeah, you bulk. That's pretty standard treatment for them. They breathe methane, and the glands in their throat combust the methane. You have to pull it out or they'll burn the entire prison down. But why rip it out like that while they're still awake? It's faster that way. I struck the cell wall, startling Babali as despair clawed up my throat. I curled in on myself, pressing my back to the wall. Sakita had brought me food from home, only to serve it alongside sanctioned torture. So this Yobe thing, does it happen all the time? Babali asked. Only when I'm overwhelmed, I said, lying back down. Seeing torture spooked me. On my planet, we believe all beings are created out of love, never to be harmed. Babali burst into laughter, doubling over and coughing from the force of it. Wow, your people are fucked. How so? I spat. They see a world like yours, and they see resources. They see value. If you're useful, they'll study you to death. If not... He made an exploding gesture. Kaboom. Wiped from the star map. What do you mean? Babali spoke with uncaring hollowness. They bleed you dry. Then they'll crack the planet open to build some kind of revenue generator like a casino for Terrans. The Ubolk, for example, their glands will be on the black market before their world's stripped. He's a monster, I muttered under my breath, overwhelmed by visions of my village razed, friends reduced to ash, horrors eclipsing even the swamp's dangers. He's really good at his job, Babali shrugged. That's why they chose him. I shouldn't have fucked over Flyby. I'd be out there right now doing my job, getting a good paycheck. You're sick. It's life. God damn. I do like reading my own work though, and not to sound like an egotistical asshole, because that's definitely not my intent, but sometimes I read my shit and I think personally this is the best thing I've ever written. I'm very excited to release this book. Get out. The guards, the regular ones, made their rounds. It was nearly time for prisoners to be released to the yard. I can't let them hurt my family. The guards marched like gods, inmates' screams bouncing off the walls as they passed. By the fourth day, the animalistic hollering had become just another sound. like the hum of the ship's ventilation system. I need to find some way to get out. Our cell door clicked open. I set down my tray of riverworms and algae, a rainy season delicacy back home that disgusted Babali. 2 meals a day now. But why the special treatment if Sakita plans to destroy everything I love? Undoubtedly, on Sakita's orders, the guards let me exit the cell alone. Babali already had vanished into the yard. I kept my head down, mask pulled up, praying for invisibility amidst the chaos. A metal-suited guard grabbed my arm, his vice grip bruising me. "You," he barked, "Strolin, if I see you smearing your skin on anything, or if you try to take your suit off, you'll be dead before you take your next breath, you hear?" Hey, thank you so much for the raid, Lear. Welcome in, everyone. How was your stream? Okay, before I get started, I have to give a massive spiel. First of all, for those of you who are new, welcome in. My name's Tycho. I am an author and an artist, and we are reading my next upcoming book that I'm releasing to Wattpad for the Watties called Fatal Mechanisms. This is the cover, so I'm very excited to get this thing out. Now, before I do anything, I do have to note that there is a content warning for this stream, so if you're coming in and you do not want to engage in this content, no harm, no foul. That being said, you can type exclamation content warning or exclamation CW for the content warning at any time. This book contains content that is suitable for readers 18+. Please be advised that this book covers topics at the detail of a movie like Mad Max or Alien. No extreme torture, gore, or essay is shown on screen, but content warnings include depictions of imprisonment, medical experimentation, body horror, graphic violence, physical and psychological torture, animal cruelty, starvation, threats of sexual violence, discrimination, and discussions of genocide and colonialism. So it's an adult science fiction. It covers some heavy topics, so please be advised going forward. The reading is good. We're on chapter 3, so not that far in. But I'm going to be here for a while. So I'll go ahead and jump back into it. If you have any questions about the book, the characters, please let me know. I'll do a quick spiel in the middle of the chapters to show you guys kind of what I'm working on. Let me know how your stream went. Yes, I said. Yes, what? Yes, officer? The question in my voice was enough to irritate him. He threw me forward and I stumbled into something solid. I looked up into a maw of serrated teeth. A deep rumble vibrated through the hole in the side of its neck with each breath. A powerful shove sent me reeling back into a railing. The creature dropped to all fours and lumbered away without a second glance. Shaking, I threaded my way through the crowd, my hands held tight to my chest. Exercise equipment lined the room, an artificial sky glowing above. Masked creatures attached to life support systems mingled with the mobile, and Flyby held court with his contraband trade. Babali mingled with his own kind. Or I'm going to say lingered here, different word. Lingered with his own kind at the yard's edge, prisoners giving him and the other guards a wide berth. I was surprised they still wanted to chat after what he did. Did the divide between prisoner and guard even matter here? Established cliques clustered by species or alliance. I was utterly alone. One of the walls flickered and the many panels illuminated to reveal General Sakita's face. He sat in his office, flanked by his 2 guards, and when the prisoners saw him, they immediately rioted. A large creature like the one I bumped into earlier bellowed a call and charged the panel, cracking it. Now, General Sakita's voice rang out over the disharmony. You all know better. A guard drew a plasma stick and wailed on the offending prisoner. The reptilian hide split, a wet, dense sound. I'm here to deliver a message to you all from Eclipse, General Sakita said. The guard continued to beat the prisoner, even though they no longer posed a threat. More prisoners will be coming. I know, we're over capacity, so that means some of you are going to have to go 3 to a cell. The prisoners cried out in opposition, but General Sakita put his hand up. It's all in the name of science, he said, and now a message directly from the Chancellor themselves. As the screen flickered to life, the guard finally stopped. Green blood coated the guard, the mechanical suit, and the stick. The splatter scattered along the wall and on the floor. The prisoner lay there motionless and, I suspected, dead. The screen blared music, something upbeat, and images of Eclipsean soldiers marching, giving out food, and exploring planets flashed across panels. Eclipse, a voice announced. Righteous, superior, inquirers of all the secrets of the universe. Our mission is to unify the galaxy under one glorious banner. Cut your prison time short. Sign up with one of your correctional officers today. Many prisoners scoffed and made rude gestures at the screen. Fuck off, one shouted. The message played again on repeat, and the prisoners dispersed, going back to what they had been doing before General Sakita interrupted them. I backed away from prisoners pushing and shoving their way past me, chatting and mumbling with their friends in languages I did not understand. As I stood, I realized almost everyone was deformed in some way. The little rats, the U-bulk, all had streaks in their fur, patches on their necks where it no longer grew. They chittered and squeaked, trading items among themselves with respirators over their mouths. The large creatures on all fours milled about, scars on their bodies and masks with blinders over their faces. Flyby, seemingly the only one of his species as well, milled about, speaking in trade to those who spoke it, ignoring those who did not. Humans were scarce. I wondered if they held no value to whatever Eclipse was doing. Suddenly, as I stood there among the sea of bodies moving past and settling, I felt incredibly alone. No other Striolan that I could see moved about, and I wondered if I would ever see my home planet again. Sakita seemed to use this place for research, but Babali called it a prison. Which was true, really. Perhaps both. Turning to find a seat, I collided with a scratchy, hard surface, another prisoner's suited chest. Water filled their helmet, their scowling face distorted behind the glass. Arms raised threateningly, their throat speaker crackled. "Honestly, watch where you're going, Muche!" "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry," I said, tripping over my own feet. I turned too quickly. The being was tall and looked similar to me. They breathed through slots in their throat, gills like a fish, and they blinked blankly. They breathed water, so the sound couldn't come from their mouth. Something Babali said to me earlier struck me. He had asked if I needed any modifications to speak, and I wondered if this person in front of me could truly speak at all, or if the suit was doing all the work. I had never seen anything like them. "Don't ever touch me," they barked and shoved me away from them. "Keep your slimy hands to yourself." "I'm sorry, Hatasha! Oh!" The person put their arms out and puffed their chest up. In their helmet, frills fanned out from the sides of their face in shades of electric yellow, and the water inside began to crackle with shards of lightning. "I don't know where you think you're from, little Jute, but you're not home now." "Boys, boys, boys," someone cooed and patted their hands on my shoulders. They stood shorter than me, and I tensed as they touched me. Everyone here was out for blood. "Do you both honestly want to risk losing your free yard time over a little accident? People make messes all the time. I mean, look at Gorb over there." I felt the person's hand move behind me, and I followed a pointed finger to one of the large creatures that I had run into before. It stood on all fours, knees bowed, and it panted heavily. Their haunches heaved up and down, and their tongue lolled out of their mouth, drooping down away from their teeth. A puddle of drool collected at their feet, and a little rat person slipped in it as they passed. "He drools all the fucking time, and you don't see anyone complaining about him?" The person behind me continued. "Don't fucking touch me again," the prisoner in the helmet spat, before they turned and stormed off. A hand fell onto my shoulder, and I heaved a sigh of relief. "You gotta watch out, kid," they said. "You're gonna get yourself killed." I turned and met the eyes of a human. Their hair had been crudely cut on the side, showcasing a maze of scars, and their voice grated, worn rough from shouting. They put a hand out for me, a custom I had seen practiced on my home planet by Eclipsian soldiers, and I took it. "Thank you for helping me," I said. "Oh, it speaks," they replied and gestured toward a table that was relatively unoccupied. "Want to sit? That way you can stay away from everyone else." "I appreciate the offer. I know no one else here," I replied. We walked together and sat on the hard table, its cold surface permeating even my thick suit. I felt the suit hum, and a heater kicked on, warming my body back to a suitable temperature. It kept me comfortable, and I wondered if it was a luxury or if it only existed to keep me alive. At the table, another creature sat, massive and thick, purple and leathery in color. Their strong arms flexed from anticipation, tight muscles dense enough to snap me in half. The human slammed a hand on the table, and laughed. "Three amigos now! Ilvara, check this guy out. Their colors are super pretty." The hulking figure turned and looked over their shoulder at me with steely eyes, then returned to whatever was in their hands. "Ah, don't mind her," the human said. "She's pretty shy around new people. It took me forever to get her to say anything at all to me. My name's Cheheya." "Nice to meet you," I said. "I'm Drema." "Well, Drema, where are you from?" "I call my planet Calgasio, but General Sakita called it something else." "And what are you exactly, love?" "Striolan." "Yep, no idea what that is. You're pretty, though. What's your suit for?" "My skin is toxic. I can very easily kill creatures my size or smaller with it. It also is keeping me wet and warm, so there's that." "Ooh, spooky. They're letting you use your fingers? What if you break out of your suit?" They had me bound up at first, but I couldn't eat. I was given this new suit. General Sakita is fine with it as long as I don't hurt anyone. Huh, Chehaya said and drummed their fingers on the table. The drum came in sets of fours as they missed the ring finger on their right hand. Is this your first time in prison? On my home planet, we don't have any prison. Our people live lives of respect. I mean, there are some tribes that will occasionally steal and eat children, but for the most part, everyone would rather die than harm one another. Sounds idyllic. Well, I'm sorry. Eclipse raided into your hometown and abducted you. He could be a murderer, Ilvara spat, gravel on her tongue. Chehaya laughed, long, loud, and hard. Look at him. Ilvara, they said. Does he look like a murderer to you? Ilvara's face fell, her 4 eyes blinking cautiously as she returned to the thing in her lap again. Discs of blue floated in black as she gazed downward, mysterious like gemstones in ink. I could not see what she held behind the table, even when I shifted my weight forward, and I did not want to pry. How long have you been here? Chehaya asked. I'm not sure, honestly. I know that there have been more than 3 daily meals given at the very least. I do not know how time works here. I explained. Tag there. Eclipse uses intergalactic standard time, though. That probably means nothing to you. Chehaya picked at a string on their sleeve. What does Eclipse want with you, do you know? I shrugged and rested my elbows on the cold table. Honestly, no clue. My planet is lush and fertile, a great place for gathering resources, so it's most likely nothing more than that. But he kept you, though, they said. Eclipse will only keep you if they want something out of you. I thought of the rat on the operating table. He took photographs of me. He mentioned others who had assumed things about me that he was sent to look into. Even if the Zomaranians haven't seen you, that means you might be valuable to them. The Mimamua, for example, are totally gene-edited by the Zomaranians. Their species didn't exist before they landed. Or the Zomaranians landed on Comia. And the Shirak, they were literally just goats before the Zomaranians got their hands on them. If you all were fully evolved when Eclipse came, I could see why he's interested. The guards came and took away the body of the beast that had died. The prisoners' nearly black blood smeared across the floor as they were taken away. I muttered a silent prayer for it, hoping that it was at peace now. Those things, I said as I pointed at Gorb, the beast with its mouth open. What are they? Osk. They come from the same planet as Ilvara's people, the Zolt. Dumb as rocks, all of them. Unfortunately, they're strong as hell, which is why Eclipse keeps them here. My theory is they're trying to mutate them, turn them into weapons, you know? Chehaya rummaged around in the pocket of their jumpsuit for something and pulled out a palm-sized tin. They shook it around and opened it to reveal small white capsules. They popped one in their mouth and sucked on it. Want one? They asked as they offered me the box. What is it? Breathman, here. They held out the box out to Ilvara, who took one and ate it, crunching it with her teeth. I better not, I said. I've not heard of them, and I've never eaten them. It might kill me. Smart boy, they said, and pocketed the tin. What are you two in here for? Chehaya leaned against Ilvara's large back on the bench and put their feet up on the table. Smuggling Eclipsean weapons. I used to run high-tech weapons and other stuff to Animus. Animus? The Resistance. Man, wow, you really didn't get any news on your planet, did you? We didn't even know other people were out there until Eclipse came. Well, shit, they said. I mean, that's pretty much my whole story. Ilvara doesn't like to talk about it. Ilvara slumped over on the bench and growled to herself as she worked. Chehaya looked up at the false sky. Man, what I wouldn't give to see the sky again. How long have you been here? I asked, leaning my head into my hand. The breath mint in Chehaya's mouth was strong and smelled nice. They scoffed. Years? A decade? Hard to say. Time means nothing here. A long-ass time, though. I'm so sorry. Me too. I should be out there helping people fight this atrocity, kill the system, but I'm stuck in here. Eclipse didn't like the mess that I made. This prison is where they put people to die. Am I going to die? Chehaya and Ilvara exchanged a heavy glance of shared sorrow. I don't want to say yes, Chehaya paused, but probably. I leaned in and lowered my voice, bringing my head close to the table. And there's no way to get out? To leave? Chehaya shook their head no. I've never seen anyone get off this ship. Don't get your hopes up. It'll just make it harder. I love Ilvara. She is our goated giant woman of this book. My PC crashed in the first hour. No! I hate it when that happens. Holy shit. Literally the worst. Chat was obsessed with mold. That is kind of funny given the context of this book. You went from one mold stream to another. Also, I'm going to take a couple gulps of breakfast. I've been just like drinking smoothie in between chapters, so. But I'll show everybody really quick the main character that we're working with here. Ads are actually going to start in about a minute or so. So now that we have actually people in the Twitch stream, I'm going to go ahead and take a break and just give announcements during the middle of the ads so nobody has to miss anything. But this is our main character. This is Dremma. She's cute. She's a salamander. She doesn't know what's going on, and there's that. The other guy that we're concerned with is General Sakita, who is both. He's a like protagonist and antagonist given different parts of the story. So I love him. He's stupid. He's figuring it out. But yeah, this is our girl Dremma. So the first half of the book is going to focus on her perspective. So pretty cool. Otherwise, though, in terms of like announcements that we have, the only major one is that somebody unbacked Court of Snakes, which is very sad, but also the economy is shit, so I get it. That being said, we are now back down below $1,700 or $1,800. Not by much, though. It was just one book that unbacked. So if you guys want to back my YA political dystopian, it covers a lot of the same themes. Again, if you're over on YouTube, you can go to my website, tychodorian.com, and check out Court of Snakes, or you can search for Court of Snakes on BackerKit to back the project. It's got 17 days left, so there's still time, but I would really love to hit this $2,000 stretch goal. It would just be very neat. I would like to make this my highest grossing Kickstarter of all time. That would be awesome. In order to do that, we have to beat 1900, I think. So give it a shot. If you like my writing style and you want something that's still political, but less intense than Fatal Mechanisms, this would be a good book for you. If you're in the Twitch chat, I'll go ahead and drop the link to the book. But yeah, Fatal Mechanisms. That's all I gotta say. They got the mold. This plant got the mold and made it everybody's problem. I finally get to release Atari into the world. Oh my god, my poor friend Elizabeth. Holy shit, she's dealing with this guy with 2 brain cells. Oh my god, I just saw the text messages of all text and to end all text messages. Holy shit. Anyway, on that note, I'm going back into it. So if you have any questions about the book, you want me to info dump about the characters, you want to learn more about the worlds, the world building, the planets that are involved, any of those things, you're more than welcome to ask questions, and I can answer them in between chapters. Oh my god, I'm eating wet wings. They're slippery. I'll have to tell you about my religious chicken experience that I had yesterday because I had some pretty damn good chicken. But yeah, I'll touch base again after the chapter. So enjoy your wings too. Babali's skull thudded against the cell's glass in a maddening rhythm. I rocked on my heels, fingers drumming on the ground, waiting for yard time. Would you stop that? Babali spat. Would you stop smashing your head against the wall? It's pathetic. Chehaya is teaching you to be a little shit. In my week of conversation with Chehaya, the mechanisms of the galaxy were revealed to me. They spoke of their homeworld called Earth, now a hollowed-out husk, and a resistance that they fought from the shadows. Or that fought from the shadows. They gave names to the horrors I saw, the silent prisoners strapped to chairs they called veggies, their minds scoured clean by eclipse. It was a fate reserved for those who caused too much trouble. I learned the ship's official name, the CDV Atadoke. The ship was a pinprick of steel floating through space near the Capella system, orbiting a small star near the planet Comia. I wished that I could see stars beyond my window, or Comia in the distance. It would give me a better idea of where I was and how far away the safety could be. But I imagined escaping would be no small feat, which may have been why Chehaya had not tried. We could not do it alone. You wouldn't be so pathetic if you stood up to Sakita, I said, mostly to myself. I watched Babali give up on banging his head against the door and pace instead. Would you shut up? Babali spat. You know nothing about me. I know what I've heard. The inmates talk. I did not lie. Everyone talked on the fin, and gossip spread like a disease. Babali chuckled and met my gaze, but I saw something there. Fear. Fear that he had been found out. Oh, yeah? I'm sure they only say good things. They say that everyone hated you. Most people are glad you're in here. Just desserts or something. It was Flyby's fault, he barked. I was just doing my job. I didn't know they were threatening to put Flyby in solitary. And Sakita didn't care? I'm not anyone important. Babali sighed as he sat on my bunk. Do the Zomoranians not care about the Shirok? Why would they? The Zomoranians made you, didn't they? Don't put it like that, Babali sneered. We were smart before they came. He faltered. We just needed a little push. I did not back down. A plan was brewing in my mind, but I needed to know as much as I could about everything around me. I recognized Chehea's pessimism, but needed to know for sure that I could not escape. Explain, I demanded. The Zomoranians are masters of gene editing. When they found our world, they didn't find much more than animals, so they tinkered. For a few hundred years, they twisted our genes and rewired our heads. They gave us language, society. He looked away. And here we are. So you owe them. I don't owe the Zomoranians shit. The Zomoranians were Sakita's people, and often, as Chehea explains to me, Zomoranians held most, if not all, positions of authority in Eclipse. I had not been required to visit him since the day he gave me food. After that, he fed me through the chutes only, though the food was nice. Babali raved and hollered for days after my food came through the chute, and he still was only offered prison gruel. Day by day, he grew a little thinner and attempted to maintain himself with exercise, though I suspected he had not been the type to exercise before his imprisonment. My finger had nearly grown back, and the pain subsided to nothing more than an irritating twinge. I assumed that General Sakita would come to call very soon. It was only a matter of time. Eclipse sold everyone on a united galaxy, Chehea said, snapping a stale cracker in two. A government of science, ruled by reason. People bought it. Sakita seems to believe it, I said. Oh, he was their poster child. Brilliant, driven. Eclipse's mission is to gain knowledge. They offered me half of the cracker. What people didn't ask is how they planned to get it. Turns out it was by any means necessary. Any means necessary, indeed. New prisoners came in every day, but we all knew where they went. Our ward was at capacity, and if they could not be stuffed anywhere else, they were tossed somewhere to die. Some inmates suspected mass incineration, others death by the vacuum of space. After talking with Chehea, I realized what a horrible mess I was in. There was no way I was getting home unless I fought my way out. Problem is, love, Chehea warned as we met in the yard, first, if we're even caught talking about it, we're dead. So we speak in code. Sokpahem, we call it. A fishing trip. Okay, so say we embark on this Sokpahem. How do we get out into the ocean? Emergency vessels, the ones they use to evacuate the ship. I passed by them one day while lapping the yard. The signs on the wall that Chehea taught me to read pointed to emergency escapes. I assumed some kind of ship to be at the end of that sign, something to give the guards a way to safely evacuate if the fin decided to go down. Okay, so say we decide that's the best fishing vessel, Chehea mused, leaning against Ilvara's back on the bench. Chehea's head bobbed as Ilvara chipped away at something in her lap. Those types of fishing boats unfortunately take keys. I assume all the guards have keys. You'd not be wrong. It's not a physical key, though, my dear, it's a number. They change it every day. It's randomly generated, and the guards are given new ones each morning. You know who would be able to get that key for us? All of our sets of eyes moved to Babali, who chatted with other Shiraki guards, trying to worm his way out of his sentence. Ilvara burst into laughter deep, hollow, and heavy. He's such an ass, Drema, she said. What makes you think he'd ever give us flight coats? I don't know, I muttered, realizing the stupidity of my plan. Maybe he wants to get out into the ocean as badly as we do. If it was a physical key, I could take it without them even missing it, Chehea sighed, picking a fuzz from Ilvara's jumpsuit. Lovely, Ilvara knows how to steer a fishing vessel, and I hear she's wicked at it. Ilvara's leathery flesh flushed a brilliant red at the corners of her eyes and down the crest of her head where her long quills used to be. That is, until Sakita cut them off. Not that wicked, Chehaya, she muttered. Only decent. Only decent? Chehaya huffed and sat up, crossing their arms. I heard you could shoot through a cockpit shield and directly through the eye of the pilot. Don't tell me the rumors aren't true. Well, Ilvara mused, revealing large, square, flat teeth and a smile. I mean, maybe I did that once or twice. Chehaya pecked Ilvara on the arm with their lips and sat up straight at the table. What are you working on today, sweetheart? Ilvara stuffed something into her pocket, then brought her hands up onto the table. She opened them to reveal a small hunk of wood, a rare treasure likely bartered from Flyby. She'd been intricately carving it into a four-legged animal. Oh, how cute! Chehaya cooed and rolled the figurine over in Ilvara's hands. What's this animal called again? Dinib. It makes nui, something we drink. I had one on my farm. Oh, a little like cows used to be, Chehaya mused. This is really cute, Ilvara. Keep up the great work. You're so talented. A familiar tension seized my arms. Yobe. I ducked instinctively as a body flew over my head. The swish of a jumpsuit whispering past my ear. It slammed into the ground just as a hulking mechanical guard landed behind me, its metallic feet scraping the floor. Guards, blood, death, danger. Guards, blood, death, danger. The mantra threatened to lock me down. No, I fought it, forcing air into my lungs. I pictured my brother's face, my Gesut's hands weaving baskets, anything but the violence unfolding inches away. The scent of Chehaya's breath mint cut through the panic, a clean anchor in the chaos. I whirled around to see Chehaya, fingers twitching as Babali sprawled in a bloody smear before a smaller Shiraki guard in mech armor. The guard brandished a sparking plasma stick. They smacked the stick against their large metal palm, sending sparks off like stars. You want to say that again to my face? They demanded. Lusa, wait now, Babali stammered. Just wait a minute. Lusa didn't hesitate. They slammed the plasma stick into Babali's gut and punted him across the yard. Chehaya vaulted the table and went to rush into the scene, but Ilvara stopped them. She put her large hand over Chehaya's shoulder and shook her head. Babali stood shakily and put his fists up as if to fight. His arms had thinned since I first met him. He raised his fists anyway. Outside of the mech, Babali may have taken the guard in a fair fight, but this was not a fair fight. Babali spat blood. You heard what I said, Satsubi. You belong in Najara, you piece of... Lusa backhanded him into a wall so hard the paneling dented under his weight. Chehaya clenched a fist, and we watched as Babali was beaten bloody until I could not stand it any longer. The guard pulled back for another blow, and I dashed for it. I pushed the Yobe deep down inside me and ignored it for once in my life. I skidded my way between the guard's fist and Babali's battered body. Stop! I shouted. For the love of Rebbe Pem, stop! Move out of the way, prisoner, the guard ordered. Lusa, was that your name? I said, move. Babali is an asshole, as you say in trade, but he doesn't deserve to die. Whatever he said to you, I'm sorry. Please accept his apology on my behalf. What the fuck? Lusa said as they shifted in their mech. Another guard, a human, approached and put a hand on the mech's shoulder. He's right, Lusa. Babali's only gotten worse in the slammer. Let's forget about him, he said. He'll die soon anyway. Lusa scraped the feet of their mech on the ground and growled, returning to their post with the human following. Chehaya rushed to my side the moment the scene cleared and picked Babali, who was unconscious, up off the floor into their lap. Crap, they said. Does anyone have any water? Ilvara rushed in the opposite direction, and Chehaya used the sleeve of their jumper to dab at the corner of Babali's mouth. One of his horns had snapped clear off and lay on the ground near the wall where he hit, and his eyes fluttered. I considered that a good sign. Hopefully he was still alive. Ilvara returned with a stolen cup of water and splashed it on Babali's face. He spluttered as the water hit his mouth. Ilvara, dear, could you please go and get a responsible guard with a med kit? Avoid Shirak if you can, Chehaya suggested. Babali gasped and reeled, trying to sit up, and Chehaya put a hand on his chest to keep him from going too far. Easy, partner. Just sit tight. Someone's coming with a med kit. That piece of shit, he said as he spat out a tooth. It rattled on the floor and skidded through the blood streak he had made. Nah, I wouldn't go bad-mouthing her anymore, stranger. She just kicked your ass. You're lucky you're not dead, Babali. Chehaya's delicate fingers probed Babali's chest until he winced. You know who I am? Everyone knows you screwed over Flyby. Shut up before you puncture a lung. You stopped her. Babali squinted at me through a swollen eyelid. Why would you do something like that? In my tribe, if a Kokirju attacks another, they are immediately exiled. I can't imagine your pain, I replied. You must have said something real nasty to her, Babali, Chehaya muttered, watching for Ilvara. She's not doing her job. She's not helping me get out of here, Babali coughed. Since when is it her job to do that for you? Last I checked, you were the prisoner, and she was in charge. Babali's face curled up in disgust again, and he spat onto the ground, sitting up. Ilvara returned with a guard and an automated medical cart. Help me lift him, the guard said, and Ilvara, as delicately as she could, lifted Babali's mangled frame onto the cart. The guard left, wheeling Babali behind him, and I laced my fingers together in worry. Are they going to kill him? I asked. To be honest, Chea said as they wiped their bloodied hands onto their jumpsuit. I have no clue. Don't call your prison guard a hoe. That's the lesson we learned from this encounter. Also, everybody should hydrate. I'm going to drink some more smoothie. Thank you so much for that, Lurk Chips. So my brief chicken story is that I normally do not like chicken, like at all. Um, because I think it's too dry or oftentimes it's severely underseasoned and I really hate it. We went to Dave's Hot Chicken for the first time, and my favorite part about that is that it is a Nashville, Tennessee style hot chicken made in California by 4 Armenian dudes. And that's it. I was like, this is the American dream. I opened up the guy's website, and that was what they had said on there too. Is like one of the representatives of the company was like, literally, if you're looking for the American dream, it is indeed 4 Armenian dudes selling fried chicken in a parking lot. Amazing. But point being, that chicken was fantastic, and it was probably the best fast food chicken I think I've ever had. It was so good. So there are a couple locations internationally. I think it's only U.S., Canada, and some places over by the UAE. But if you have the opportunity to go get some of the chicken, you should go do it. Since Chips just popped into the chat, I'm going to pop the content warning again, and when they come back, I'll reiterate, but just for safety's sake here. I gazed at Babali's bandaged body, thinking about what kind of repair was happening underneath. He was returned to my cell days after the incident, covered in medical tape and gauze. He stared distantly over the railing and down into the yard where he was no longer allowed to go. He told me he had broken nearly every bone in his arms, and that his chest had shattered also when Louisa threw him. General Sakita was less than pleased, and Babali was given medical attention but was told he would never be able to leave our cell again. Large bandages obscured Babali's head, but one thing was certain. The bandages couldn't hide the smooth stumps where his horns had been torn from his skull, along with his pride. Worse, food came, and Babali did not eat. One of his arms still functioned on a fundamental level, but he would not touch the meal. His eyes drifted to the guards walking around, free. Lusa had been transferred to another floor, I assumed, because I had not seen her again. I slid toward Babali on the balls of my feet off the edge of my bunk. Babali, I whispered, are you going to eat? He said nothing and did not meet my eyes. You can still talk, right? Our hands. My people's hooves are useless, which is why we build mechs. My people are trash, no good at anything but grazing grass. The Zomorians took our brains like putty and forced us to be something we're not, so we had to compensate to be engineers like them. My hands were everything to me. Now I can't even move them. They'll get better, Babali. You must let them heal. No, he muttered and returned his gaze outside. I pressed my lips together and scooted closer to him. Here, if you don't want to move them, I can help you. I picked up his plate of prison slop and the spoon and held it out to him. He seemed to consider the spoon for a moment, then he thrashed his head, knocking the plate from my hands. The slop splattered across the wall, and he yelled out in pain from the jerked movement. Ah, Babali, I huffed, knowing there would be no way for me to get him any extra food from the guards. Why did you do that? I might as well die, he choked out, his voice strained by sadness. I don't know why I had hope. I thought that Louisa might want to stick her neck out for me. We were friends. She's the only girl in our unit. Typically, girls are too important for grunt work. I thought I had a chance. That was fucking stupid. And now I'm broken. No one ever gets off the fin. Drema, I'm going to die in here. I paused for a moment, my heart pounding in my throat. What if... What if that wasn't true? You're fucking crazy. No, hear me out. Crazy I may be, but I need your help, I said as I sat down in front of him. I think we can get out of here on the escape ships. We need flight codes, and I think that you're the one to get them. I don't have an in with the guards anymore, sweetheart. I just fucked that entire thing up, or do you not remember my face getting beat in? There's no other way to get the codes? No. I sighed, turning back to my bunk. It was worthless. His pride was as broken as his body. Wait. When I looked over my shoulder at him, he didn't look back at me. His gaze was fixed on the corridor beyond our cell. The COs have daily codes. Tamarin, the floor lead, his security chip generates them. If you could get that chip. For the first time in days, a flicker of something other than defeat sparked in his eyes. Chehaya pondered the idea in the yard, hand over mouth and brows furrowed. It would be easy for me to lift a key off of a... What did you call them? Nogo, I replied. Nogo? I could do it, that's easy, but there's an issue with Tamarin. I know him. Like, know him? Know him? Not personally, but he rarely comes to this floor, too busy with paperwork and keeping the other COs in line. Drawing him out would require something major. You'll think of something, I know you will. Say we get this key. We need a pilot. Didn't you say Ilvara was a pilot? I'll need to ask her. Chehaya glanced over my shoulder and gave a slight nod. I turned to see Ilvara approaching, her expression grim. Babe, we need to fly, was all Chehaya said. Count me in, Ilvara grumbled. I don't care what I have to do. I'll gladly fly us through hell itself to get off this ship. All right, Chehaya sighed, sinking deeper into thought. So that's it, the three of us. And Babali? I asked. He is the one who is enabling us to escape. I only think it's fair that... No way, Chehaya spat. We don't know if he'll double-cross us. I can imagine that if he turns us in, it may shorten his sentence. He could tear this entire plan apart. I don't think he'll do it, I said. At least I hoped he wouldn't. He's miserable. It seems he's given up on Eclipse. I've seen people do some terrible shit, kid. Chehaya rested their head on Ilvara's shoulder after Ilvara sat next to them. I wouldn't want to risk our entire plan over a loose cannon. Also, how does he benefit the plan otherwise? He's an engineer and a pilot. If for whatever reason Ilvara becomes unable to fly, you and I don't have to worry about trying to figure it out. Also, if the ship breaks down, he can't move, Drema. His arms are trashed. Then we wait until he gets better. I had to first get Babali to swear, absolutely promise that he was not going to turn us into Eclipse before I told him the plan. I had to be sure. We crouched in our cell together, and I whispered my secrets to him in the dark cell one night. You have a choice, Babali, I pressed. If you do the right thing, you're free. He said nothing, the bed creaking in the darkness. If you turn us in, I whispered, what do you get, a shorter sentence? He didn't answer, and that silence was enough to tell me what he was thinking. Then he grumbled the words thick with shame. My old life. My honor. The honor of being a tool for the people who humiliated you? This is a chance at a real life, Babali. He was silent for so long I thought he'd fallen asleep. I huffed and rolled over, staring into the inky darkness out into the hall and the eerie lights that blinked along the walkways. Okay. The singular words startled me out of thought. I sat up in my bunk. What? Okay, he whispered again into the dark. I won't betray you. I swear it. I gripped my blanket, then stood to face him. I met his eyes, small glimmers in the dark. They were afraid, but the guilt had been replaced by a sliver of resolve. You promise, I pressed. I promise. And now to convince Chehaya. They drummed their fingers on the table the next day and rolled their eyes when I told them what Babali had said. Of course he would say something like that, they said, but do you trust him? I have to. You know as well as I do, if Ilvara becomes unable to fly, for whatever reason, we die. The faster we can steal that chip and get out of here, the safer we'll be. Let him heal. It gives us, you, a little more time to make sure our plan is solid before we jump. Chehaya, after gazing into the floor for what felt like minutes, eventually nodded. Fine. He's in, but if we die, it's your fault. I was called up to General Sakita's office after I had mentioned the plan to Chihaya, and was worried that I had been caught. General Sakita sat as he always had, his fingers laced. Today he had a plate of sonu for me, a sweet treat, and he smiled as though he had given me the world's best present. I used the utensil he gave me, metal and pronged, to cut into the sponge of the sonu as he watched me take a bite out of it. The mashed sweet paste melted in my mouth. It was good indeed. But why? So, how is it? He pressed. Delicious. Excellent. It smells quite lovely. I'll have to try it someday. I said nothing and put my utensil down. Please, finish your dessert. I'll get down to business after you've enjoyed it. Don't mind me. Sakita dropped his eyes to his tablet, which he tapped on, sending a message, and I finished my sweets. The room fell eerily silent as he waited for me to eat, the only sounds the scraping of my utensil and the tapping of his fingers. After I swallowed the last bite, I put my silverware down and pushed the plate away from me. He folded up his tablet and slid his chair closer to his desk. May I see your hand? He asked. Are you going to cut me again? I retorted, putting my hands in my lap. Chihaya made me unafraid, taught me confidence. If Sakita needed me, he would not kill me. No. I searched his eyes. Mine darted back and forth across his face, which was placid. His room was kept ice cold, and he no longer needed to heat it for me. His hair shimmered white as it fell over his shoulder, and the corner of his mouth twitched into a smile. It was a dead smile. No joy. I felt as though I was standing at the edge of a sinkhole, the ground solid under my feet until it wasn't. I set my hand on the desk, and his eyebrows flicked in satisfaction. He removed my glove and set it aside, inspecting my finger. Bend it for me, he ordered, and I did as he commanded. He photographed my hand, then examined the skeletal scan on his tablet. He took notes and folded his tablet up again, leaning back in his chair. You really are incredible. I said nothing. What happened to you, dear? You used to be friendly. I hope you're not making friends that influence you negatively. Your passive disposition made you amiable. I'm in a prison. I think it would be quite difficult to not change given the circumstances. I have been treating you like a princess. He spat, his calm demeanor shattering for a moment. I demand respect. I cannot respect one who toys with life like you do. I have seen innocents beaten to death and tortured. You have no right. Sakita grabbed my hand and jerked me across the table, his gloved fingers creaking as the thick material rubbed against my skin. My abdomen slammed into the edge of the table, causing the plate to rattle. Arca 1 and 2 moved swiftly to his side, ready to detain me. He held his position for a moment before standing and dragging me to my feet. I have every right, he whispered, to detain criminals and traitors. I have every right to break each creature I encounter down into measurable parts and to dissect their mechanisms. In order to advance civilization and the knowledge of the galaxy, it is my duty to do what I must. Will you break me apart until there is nothing left of me, General? I spat in his face. With hope, no. General Sakita held his hand out, and Arca 1 produced what I had learned was called a scalpel. He took the blade and ran it along the inside of my hand, taking off a large chunk of skin. I winced and writhed, attempting to pull from his grip, but he was much stronger than I. I would hope your species' miraculous ability to regenerate would keep you alive. My colleagues would tear you apart until you died to test the limits of your genetics, but I will not. Why? Sit, he demanded, and Arca 2 pushed me into my chair. Arca 1 stored my skin, and I cradled my hand, bleeding. Arca 2 roughly slapped a bandage onto my hand that covered the wound. You disappointed me, Drema. General Sakita hissed. Change your attitude, or I will have to revoke your privileges. I do not deserve to be privileged. I don't want to see Babali suffer anymore, and if I have to eat that prison trash you serve, so be it. Sakita's breath shook, and he blinked slowly at me. He looked on the cusp of frustration, like he wanted so badly to hit me. But something stopped him. You're brilliantly infuriating, you know that? He said. How so? I replied, struggling under Arca 2's grip. I plan on testing your skin, seeing if there's anything genetically that I can extract from yourselves to give to the common people. By decoding your species, we could cure innumerable diseases. We could potentially beat death. Isn't that something you'd like to see? No more sickness? No more death? I would have loved to participate in research as a choice, not imprisoned, tortured, and talked down to. Sakita's backhand cracked across my face, heavier than expected. Skin split. My jaw fractured. I cupped my cheek as he loomed, eyes void of emotion, only icy emptiness remaining. I demand respect. When I see you next, you will give me just that. The guards dragged me from his office, their grips bruising my arms and wrists. The cell door slammed shut behind me, the sound echoing the throb in my jaw. I collapsed onto my bunk, a low moan escaping my lips. Babali shuffled over, examining my swollen face. Oh boy, your face is broken. I nodded and went to lay on my bunk on my back. I knew that very well. I had broken my jaw once before when I was little. At the time, it took 2 days to heal the fracture. He hit you. Another nod. Are you going to be okay? In truth, I did not know. The days bled into one another. Chihaya grew quieter, their plotting a silent, constant weight that showed in wrinkles between their eyebrows. Babali's ribs knitted together with painful slowness. My own healing was faster, a genetic miracle Sakita insisted on documenting with cold, invasive scans. Each day we waited was another day we could be discovered. I remained in my cell, starving myself, battling Yobe, striving for calm amidst everything. Sakita offered a choice: obedience for food and safety, or defiance until my living body outlived its usefulness. I became obedient but not friendly. I refused to show him any kindness and instead met him with the same cold he showed me. When my jaw finally healed and I emerged from my cell for the first time in days, Jehaya pulled me into a corner. It's time. Is it? I asked, my muscles still sore from healing. Let Babali know tonight. I'm going to go ahead and take a brief break for ads. I'm going to also, at some point, have to fix all of these dots, but that's okay. We'll get there eventually. I fixed it in my other draft, but I will slowly drink this whole smoothie. 30 more seconds until ads are up. Will be fixed in time. Yep, it's a pretty easy one. Thankfully, that's just like a final control F to just, change the formatting. Because technically the dots that I have here are not wrong, but they don't comply to the Chicago Manual of Style. So I have to just make sure everything has the same correct formatting. I love another. Wow, I just got a fucking form rejection for fatal mechanisms. Crazy. These queries were sent out so long ago. Speaking of fatal mechanisms, oh my god. All right, ads are up though. Let Babali know tonight. Tomorrow, you, Ilvara, and I will meet on this floor. I need you to cause a scene so they bring Tamarin out to settle the issue. I'm going to need you to fight the hardest you've ever fought so I can get that key. We then have moments to get on those ships. Ilvara will grab Babali from your cell. She can take care of the guard that watches him. Then it's a sprint to the ships. This has to go like clockwork or we're dead. We'll make it, I said with as much confidence as I could muster. We'll make it. Rigor Samsa. I'm on the verge of a breakthrough with Drema. I know it. Sakita forced the words past a constriction in his throat, a glitch in his systems. He found himself preoccupied, unable to focus as his throat spasmed. It was not the experiments that plagued him. The Chancellor's form filled the floor-to-ceiling screen in front of him. Her head tilted. Sakita, are you all right, my star? Yes, Chancellor, he replied, steadying his voice. Just processing. Good. I'm glad she's been of use to you. With your research, we'll make great strides. I have a question about her. Yes? I was reviewing the Striolan's file. It's blank. What were her crimes? None, General. She was acquired for her unique biology. General Sakita paused. A gift. You know I value your initiative, Sakita. Your intellect is precisely what we need to solve our current problems. You're doing great things. Thank you. Your kind words mean more to me than you know. With your research, we'll make great strides, and Eclipse will finally be elevated to glory. I'm excited to share with you my plans for Mouse 9. Is that the new planet we found beyond Lyria? Yes, suitable for life, colonization, and resource mining as expected. And sentient life? Sentient? No. Life? Yes. Mere animals. Useless little aquatic creatures. We could remove them with no consequence. General Sakita paused, looking to his chancellor. But the research that could be gained from the study of those creatures could prove invaluable. Why exterminate them? Trust me, there is no value they could bring to us. I've already run all the diagnostics necessary. General Sakita was certain that was not the case. I must go, my star, the Chancellor continued, the melodic tones of her voice sticking in Sakita's head. Keep up the good work. I'm impressed. Her image faded away, and General Sakita was left alone in the room. How uncharacteristic. He moved to the window, swapping opacity for something much more beautiful. The entire expanse of the universe sprawled before him, he merely a speck in its unfathomable size. Why would she suggest that? Throughout Sakita's tenure, Eclipse's strength had been its methodical coldness. Every action, however brutal, served the acquisition of knowledge. Wiping out a potential data source without full analysis was an inefficient, wasteful act. It defied the very logic upon which Eclipse was built. She grew desperate, and that was a problem. Dremma's words haunted him. The Chancellor had elevated him swiftly after his involvement in colonization campaigns where he'd proven his surgical skill and biomechanical brilliance. She'd given him responsibility and the fin. Here he reigned supreme, dissecting our unmissed subjects and observing them down to the cellular level. Through him, Eclipse amassed invaluable knowledge. A dream, to be the respected authority, the best of the best, with his face on recruitment posters across the star system. But Dremma made him question things he had never thought to question. Emotions eluded him since mechanization, yet Dremma stirred something within him, his brain struggling to produce long, dormant chemicals. Anger, frustration, fear. Sensations his culture sought to eradicate. The Chancellor's information unsettled him. Procedures had been ignored, promises broken. If Dremma's record was clean, her abduction violated Eclipsean code. He hadn't overseen a planetary expedition in a decade. If the Chancellor spoke so rashly, what dangerous liberties were his subordinates taking? He could see a system failure on the horizon. His racing heart and temper signaled something amiss. Why would the Chancellor deliberately sabotage the system she had worked so hard to build? Why, indeed. What a thought. Fingers twitching, I waited for Chehea's signal. They flicked their eyes at me from across the room and we nodded in exchange. Gloves slid off behind my back, vanishing into my tail pocket. I had to touch someone to cause necessary pain. A Shirok, with their larger frame, would be able to withstand my poison's damage. Enough chaos for Chehea's move. A pair of Shiraki guards patrolled the yard. Steadying my trembling hands with deep breaths, I waited. As they paused by a table monitoring the milling Osk, I struck. My hands darted through the gaps in their mech exoskeletons. That was all I needed. Agony-fueled cries erupted as their joints seized. One of them slammed a panic button. Alarms blared. More guards rushed me, Shirok and human. I tore off my mask, screaming, "Freedom!" A nearby Osk roared, charging the guards. The yard erupted into chaos. Osk rampaged, immobilizing Shirok, collapsing. Another grappled an Osk in their mech. U-Bulk swarmed the human, obscuring him inside the machinery. I watched Chehea as Osk overwhelmed the remaining Shirok. The wave of bodies was unstoppable. The third Shirok fell. I lunged, my touch locking him in his metal cage. Bang! A human in a massive mech stormed in, gun ready. Another pulsing gun from his shot silenced the room. Two armed humans flanked him. "Everyone!" he barked. Back in your cells now! Prisoners exchanged uncertain glances. An Osk stamped, its bellow reverberating in my chest, and charged. Its skull slammed the human in the mech into the sparking wall panels. Chehaya nodded. We rushed him amidst the cacophony of gunfire, metal, screams, and shattering bone. Chehaya leaped onto Tamarin's exoskeleton, grasping his neck. Actually, this is a little bit... There we go. The officer's exoskeleton grasping his neck. Him. Drema. Let's see, hold on. This is Tamarin. Quick. The other guard aimed at me. Chehaya snatched a gun from a fallen guard and fired. The shot was deafeningly final. The guard crumpled. Bile rose in my throat, but Chehaya was already rushing Tamarin, throwing the gun over their shoulder. Wait a second. I think in my editing, this ended up getting messed up. That was awkward. With one swift motion, Tamarin tossed Chehaya from his mech. The other guard aimed at me. Chehaya snatched a gun from a fallen guard and fired. The shot was deafeningly final. Bile rose in my throat, but Chehaya was already rushing Tamarin again, throwing the gun over their shoulder. An Osk, blind with rage, charged our position. I shoved Chehaya clear as it slammed into Tamarin's mech. Metal shrieked and buckled under the impact. The beast, tangled in the wreckage, thrashed wildly, its limbs tearing the chassis apart. Tamarin's limp body was flung from the ruined cockpit. Ignoring the corpse, the Osk freed itself and charged back into the fray. Chehaya yanked a small handgun from Tamarin's belt and pulled the trigger 3 times. A loud, pulsing thrum cut through the chaos, an explosion of sound. A moment later, a body in guard armor hurtled from the level above, landing with a sickening crunch in the yard. Ilvara appeared, vaulting over the railing with Babali clinging to her back. We scrambled past the main brawl, hugging the wall until we reached a service corridor. The roar of the riot faded, replaced by the tense silence of the empty hall. After we were sure the hall was empty, we sprinted toward the doors that led to escape ships. "This is fucking crazy!" Babali muttered. "We're going to die! Shut your mouth!" Chehaya spat. "We'll be just fine." Chehaya ran the key over a smooth square on the wall. The light flashed green, and the door began to open. Relief flushed through me, and I felt my knees grow weak, but then the door stopped. It opened about a foot, and then the entire hallway flashed red, accompanied by a loud siren. I covered my head and closed my mouth as the sound rang out. Chehaya jammed their body into the door, attempting to squeeze through, but their chest was too wide. "Fuck!" they screamed. "No!" White smoke hissed out of vents in the walls, and Babali and Ilvara were the first to cough as it rose. The dense fog made its way down the hallway, and as I inhaled the peppery mist, Ilvara and Babali collapsed. Chehaya covered their mouth, and soon their eyes rolled back into their head as they fainted. The world spun around me, and I gripped the wall for support. As I fell to my knees, a figure stepped through the fog. Sakita. He strode through the mist, flanked by guards. His face was unreadable. For a moment, his gaze met mine, and I saw not a flicker of coldness, but a flicker of conflict before my world went dark. I woke to nothing. No light, no sound. A thick hood smothered my senses. Restraints bit into my wrists, forcing my arms back at a painful angle. My own muffled cry was the only proof I still lived. I stumbled forward, shins striking a low platform, and I collapsed onto its surface. Sleep wouldn't come. There was only the silent dark. Morning arrived with the hum of bright blue lights. My solitary, windowless cell contained only a bed and toilet. A locked metal door guarded the outside world. Echoing footsteps stomped down the hall before the door slammed open. Yellow-clad Arcas dragged me out after restraining me in a familiar jacket, joining similarly outfitted prisoners marching to a central room. Trays passed before us in a line. A dry cracker and water appeared on each plate. At the end, a metallic arm unclasped our restraints. Unlike the others, my skin remained covered. We grabbed our trays and hurried to a mess hall to eat. An Arca uncovered my face so I could eat too. The cracker tasted like swamp mud, and I found myself barely able to wash it down with water. A man beside me, another of the aquatic prisoners in a glass-domed and water-filled helmet with wild eyes, tapped his tray incessantly. "Hey," I whispered, to not attract the attention from the Arcas. "Hey, where are we?" "Shut up," he spat back. "But if you don't shut your mouth, I will take the cracker I get tomorrow and shove it up your slimy ass." I widened my eyes in resignation and let out a heavy sigh. An Arca came by and covered my face again. Everyone here moved like they were already dead, and I wondered if I would look the same tomorrow. After what seemed like only moments, the Arca shuffled us to another line with trays, where we all returned them to where they came from. We then shambled into another room lined with rows and rows of machines. I had never seen anything like it, and the white arms hummed as they awaited us. The prisoners lined up, one to a machine, next to a bin of fabric, and waited. I watched the aquatic prisoner next to me and wondered if I would receive any instruction as to what was happening. When a grating, high-pitched tone rang out and echoed across the space so loud I jumped, the prisoners began loading a pair of matching fabric pieces flat into the machine. I copied the prisoner next to me. The machine ate up the fabric as soon as I set it down, and it whirred and hummed as it pulled the fabric in and out, stitching parts together. When the machine finished, a light flashed green on the front, and the prisoner next to me tossed his piece into another empty bin. My machine finished shortly after, my piece identical to his, and I tossed the fabric into the container. And so it was for hours and hours and hours. Feed, stitch, toss. When my bin filled to the top, the bottom lit up and it zoomed away to some other part of the room. Another bin soon returned to my side empty, and we worked like that until the tone rang out again. We all finished our current pieces, lined up, and returned to the first room, where another cracker was spat out for us to eat. I gladly took mine, hungry after standing for so long, and after I finished my midday meal, I watched a prisoner with a solid gold finger battle with his cup. He eventually resorted to using his other hand, dissatisfied with his false digit's grip. He slurped at the water, his human face covered in scars, and then noticed me staring. "You got something to say, fish?" "What?" I stammered. "No, not really. I was just admiring your hand." "You like it?" He grinned, face full of gold teeth. "I made it out of all the gold I've ever stolen. Had it minted down into this lovely finger after I lost mine." "They let you keep it?" "It's not one of those fancy mechanical parts, you understand. Just good old solid gold." "Quiet," an Arca spat in a grating metallic voice. The human flicked an eyebrow at me and grinned, shaking his head. "Don't mind them. They can't actually do anything to us if we talk." "You've been here for a while, I assume?" I said as the Arcas forced us to stand again. "Too long. I'm a trader to Eclipse, so they has me in here making suits." "You?" "Just came today." "You got a long road ahead of you, boy," he said, chuckling to himself. "Name's Goldfinger." "Appropriate. I'm Drema. What are you in here for?" "Starting a riot." "You?" "You?" he cried out, laughing, the sound bursting around the room. "You started a riot?" "Me and a few others." "Damn, you got spunk. I was the upstairs trader before Flyby got me canned. He got me on the guard's bad side, and here I am." "I'm sorry." "What's done is done. It was a long time ago anyway." "I like you, Drema. I hope to see you on the line sometime." They pushed us back into the manufacturing room after we returned our trays and our rote day resumed. I realized we were making uniforms halfway through the second shift. They were the same material as all the Eclipse guards' clothes from upstairs, and the same colors, blue and gold. Days blurred together, monotony driving me to pick at my skin. Goldfinger had not reappeared, while the wild-eyed fish stalked me, mouth agape. On the fourth day, a Shiraki's worker's arm caught in the uniform press, skin scalded so terribly the hair melted. Acrid stench filled the room as Arcas dragged him out, screaming. We never saw him again. Day 5, I finally met up with Goldfinger again. He drummed his metal finger against the table, grating and abrasive, and smiled as it drove the other prisoners mad. "What is this place?" I asked over our dinner cracker. "Work camp," he replied. "Sakita puts prisoners here that are too unruly. If you cause too much trouble, you get to work the machines. So we sew and sew and sew, and that's it. Nothing else." "Do people leave?" "Yeah, sometimes," he said as he guzzled his water. "If Sakita decides you've been punished enough, or if you have an accident. Sometimes people have accidents on purpose to get out of work camp. Doesn't always work, though. Sometimes they incinerate you." The fish inmate with the wild eyes stared at me, veins bulging from his neck as he gazed. My throat tightened, and I thumbed over my shoulder at him. "Who's that?" I muttered, hoping he would not hear me. "We call him Jerry," Goldfinger whispered. "He freaks everyone out. He hates it when we talk." Jerry stared, and his eye twitched as he looked at me. I turned away from him, his disjointed movements, the wildness in his eyes. I remembered Chehea's warnings about Zomoranian experiments gone wrong. Maybe if I ignored him, he would just go away? Something about him unsettled me, and the Yobe churned in the base of my spine. "I appreciate you answering my questions," I told Goldfinger as we returned our trays. "I appreciate your company. Thanks for the good conversation." My mind numbed as I worked each day, and I almost lost the drive to escape. I wondered what had happened to Babali, Ilvara, and Chehea. I wept for them one night, mostly at the thought that I would maybe never know. All right, I want to pause right here really quick just before this next segment and do another content warning. This one is particularly rough for sexual assault. So if that's a piece of content you're not interested in, I would maybe pop out of the stream until the end of this chapter. You don't have to read it, but we're almost done with the chapter. But this segment is pretty rough. Nothing actually happens, but if that's not content you want to listen to, understandable. So I walked down the hall, back to myself for the millionth time, and past a closet that had been closed every single day since my time at work camp. I glanced to the right, expecting to see an Arca or another worker grabbing supplies, but what I saw shot the Yobe into my throat. Jerry the fish stood in the closet, illuminating it with the lightning he created inside his bowl. His eyes darted, he smiled, and then he grabbed me. He was much larger than I, and he yanked my arm before I could run. Somehow he had gotten the lock on his back undone, and I was helpless against his grip. He threw my body, my arms trapped behind my back, onto the floor of the closet, and boxes of supplies tumbled to the floor in an avalanche. I hoped the noise was loud enough for an Arca to hear me. "Help!" I cried out at the top of my lungs, screaming so loud my throat became hoarse. "Help me!" Jerry's hand smothered my mouth, his weight compressing my chest. Rummaging one-handed, he retrieved a fallen object, a cutter Arcas used to open boxes. Clicking it open, he ran the blade down the front of my jacket. The fabric tore slowly as he pulled the blade until he ripped the space between my legs. I shook and writhed underneath him as best as I could, attempting to kick him off me, and he laid his knees on top of mine to keep me from moving. The Yobe decided it was no longer time to fight, so I froze. Knife, suit, lightning, trapped. The glint of a blade, fabric tore, lightning flashed inside glass. My body was immobile. The world narrowed to a fine point. I locked up as Jerry took the blade and cut at my skin with it. He bent his head down and smeared the blood all over the surface of his glass helmet. He walked his fingers down my skin, and if I could have smiled, I would have. He was about to stick what looked to be his entire exposed hand somewhere that was meant for no one but my Amuk when he froze. He began to shoot lightning around the inside of his helmet, and he convulsed on the floor as my toxin hit his brain. I stood and screamed at the top of my lungs. I threw my foot directly through the front of his helmet. My own blood smeared across the toe of my suit. The glass shattered from the force, and the water spilled out onto the floor, exposing Jerry's face to the crisp air of the fin. He gulped and gulped, seizing on the floor in his own fluids, and after a moment, his lightning fizzled out. I cried out in my weakness as my Yobe faded, and I trembled on the floor, sitting amongst boxes and supplies. After a moment of crying out, 2 Arcas approached the closet. "What is the meaning of this?" one asked. I shook and said nothing. The Yobe was gone. The tremors remained, leaving my muscles screaming and my throat too tight to speak. Nausea churned in my stomach. An Arca grabbed me under the arms and dragged me back to my cell, my feet scraping the metal floor. Somehow, despite everything, I was alive. All right, I'll give it a pause for a second. That is the only instance of any essay in this entire book. So if you guys made it through that, it's not going to be nearly as severe in regarding that kind of content from now on. I heard about Jerry, Goldfinger whispered at lunch. I nodded, appetite gone for a third day in a row. Word still traveled in this silent place. I'm glad you got him before he got you. Did he hurt you bad? I shook my head. If you get out, find Ditto. He's a friend, owes me a favor. He'll teach you how to protect yourself. Thank you. I don't like seeing anyone get hurt, and this place is full of creeps. Metal footsteps echoed down the hallway. Heads turned as Sakita entered, flanked by two red orcas. He grabbed my elbow, and I screamed, kicking as he pulled me away. Oh, would you stop struggling? Sakita spat. I'm pulling you from this place, you ungrateful bird. Let me go! I kicked, knocking over a tray. He was far stronger than Jerry. He dragged me up by the arm, lifting my feet from the floor. Would you rather I leave you here? I hung in the air, inches from the ground, kicking. After I realized he would not put me down, I looked around the room. Goldfinger nodded at me, and I stopped struggling. Sakita slowly lowered me to the floor and gestured toward the door. I walked in front of his arcas, and they pushed me down the hall, past my cell, and into an elevator. The elevator hummed. My knees buckled, nausea twisting my gut. I stumbled, gripping Sakita for balance. Thankfully, he held me up. What a mess you are, he muttered. Stand up straight. I steadied myself as the platform stopped, but my vision still swam. The walk to his room felt endless. So what happened? He asked, his voice echoing in his office. An inmate attacked me, I whispered. You killed him just for grabbing you? No, I stammered, shivering. He dragged me into a closet, cut my suit, and he tried to touch me. The yobe took hold as I remembered. My mind vividly recalled the knife tracing its way down my abdomen, and I cried out as my body froze in the chair. My jaw slowly locked up. Drema, General Sakita asked as he approached me. He leaned over me, angling his head at precise intervals, the way he did when performing medical exams. He put a finger under my chin at my throat, feeling my pulse. Still alive. Arca 1, record this, please. Sakita examined me as I sat, frozen. Damn the yobe. It had saved my ancestors, so why did it only endanger me? He checked my breathing. The Arca lifted me, peeling away my suit. My yobe deepened, fear tightening in my chest. Was I going to die? I pulled my mind back home. My stick and mud shelter, crystals and mushrooms, my bed of moss and feathers. I missed my room so much. Stay calm. And then he touched my abdomen. I was launched from the yobe like a clap of thunder echoing at night, and I threw my foot into his chest. He lost his balance, and I fell backward onto his desk, and the Arcas stood at attention. I gulped in large bellows of air, trembling in my seat and shivering in the cold. Sakita held his hand up and leaned over me, looking me in the eyes. What was that, Drema? He asked softly, his breath a warm puff on my skin. Yobe, I shuddered. It's something that happens to me when I'm afraid. Fascinating. Explain it to me, he said as he returned to his desk, his tablet in hand. My body locks up in fear when I'm in danger. It's meant to get predators to drop me if I'm attacked. And how do you get out of it? Normally we wait. I sometimes can work myself out of it by thinking peaceful thoughts. If your yobe, did I say that correctly? Yes. If your yobe leaves you paralyzed, how did you fight off that prisoner? Somehow I managed to break out. And now, it seems my body is learning how to fight. Interesting, he said as he stood and circled his desk, tapping his pen on his lip. He paused by me and pointed to my abdomen with the item in his hand. Is your abdomen sensitive? I flinched away from the gesture and my arms coiled to strike. I had never had a reaction like that before. In the past, it had either been freeze or run. Never fight. Something was changing in me, and I was not sure if I liked it. Unfortunate. This is a more recent development, is it not? It is. So, you broke out of your trance, and then what? He questioned as he sat on his desk again, pen in his mouth. He touched my skin, and he died. And the broken helmet? I kicked it in. Sakita took some notes and sighed heavily. I don't know what to do with you, Drema. You could throw me back in the camp with the other murderers and rapists that you put down there. Now, he muttered, irritation at the corners of his mouth. I put you there to teach you a lesson. What? Are you mad we almost made it? Quite, he rasped. If I hadn't put the fin on lockdown, you would have maybe made it as far as the outer edge of Comia before we caught you. Why me? Why am I so important? I demanded. Couldn't you just send some of your Eclipsean friends to my planet and kidnap more? We have, and we will, he spat. There are members of your species tucked away in the Eclipsean research bases on Comia. You're here because I asked for you. Why? I wanted to see what I could learn for myself. My colleagues tend to have a very primitive way of looking at their research. Let's see. Actually, I need to change this dialogue. I realize there's a plot hole, a minor plot hole here. There we go, better. My colleagues tend to have a very primitive way of looking at their research. The Shiraki tear through their subjects. I'm more delicate, and Eclipse would gain a lot. Or, let's see, I can get rid of that as well. Bye. I'm more delicate. My face twisted into a frown. You're sick. So you keep saying. Now, look, I would like to keep you alive. I am not like my Shiraki counterparts. I do not want this to end with your death. I also do not want you to be harmed by other inmates, so I'm moving you to a solitary cell upstairs. At my yard time? I asked. He was going to stuff me in a hole where I would soon be forgotten. Still granted, though I will have a guard watch you closely to make sure other inmates don't damage you. You damage me! What makes that any... Alright, I'm going to go ahead and take a break for ads. Sorry, everybody. I gotta get that Bezos money. The bozo sense, it's true. It's true. Goldfinger is one of my favorite side characters. He was written in honor of a overall character or a person, a patron, like my literal very first Patreon supporter on Twitch. It was really cool. He was super, super nice. So shout out to Tweaks NYC. He was super cool. Okay, cool. We are free of ads. Get her out of here. I don't need to explain myself further. I awoke in solitary, and an Arca dressed me in slick fabric, wrapping my face and hands in gloves too slippery to remove. When it was time to eat, a human attendant unclamped my mask, watching me with a guard nearby gun primed. Sakita knew I was dangerous. After I ate and drank, they replaced the mask and left. Hours passed before the routine repeated. Then they wrapped me up again and sent me to the yard. I stumbled into the crowd, searching for a familiar face. Only Flyby met my gaze, smirking in amusement. I sat alone, fiddling with the fabric at my fingertips. My world had once been peaceful, everything flowing in a natural cycle. Sakita and Eclipse tried to halt time itself, and in doing so, created only suffering. A guard entered my vision, rifle in hand. He stood far enough away for privacy, but close enough to shoot anything, including me. I rested my head on the table, exhaustion weighing me down. It's a little bit verbose. The work camp had dysregulated my sleep rhythm, and I longed for the sun's warmth. I only hoped the guard would keep others from disturbing me. Drifting into a fitful nap, I dreamed of home. I walked through my hut, tracing my fingers over river reed walls, the chimes my brother had crafted from crystal swaying in the evening light. My people lit their lamps and readied their boats. The reeds stood entirely still, unmoved by any wind. I realized the chimes made no sound. I touched one and it crumbled, and then another. Something touched my shoulder. I turned, expecting family. My brother's face was there, but his mouth wouldn't move. Dark water rose around my ankles, and I bolted for the door. No matter how hard I ran, I couldn't reach it, and I awoke swinging, and my fist hit something. Drema, stop! I opened my eyes slowly, fearing the weight on my shoulder, present too in this waking world. I looked over to find two hooved fingers, and then I followed the arm up to Babali's face. Babali! I stood, stomach plummeting. Fresh scars mapped the space where his horns had been, and an empty sleeve fluttered where his arm was before. I took his remaining hand, beating his sad, regretful eyes. He pulled me into a one-armed hug, warm through my suit, his breath hot on my head. I'm so glad you're alive, I muttered. What happened? Babali released me from the hug and sat down on the bench. I followed his lead and leaned my elbows on the cold table. Babali ran his flat teeth over his bottom lip and sighed. Well, Sakita wasn't happy. I had already offended him and betrayed his trust, and then I caused more trouble. I seriously thought he was going to toss me out the airlock, but he didn't. Why? He wanted to make an example of me. I mean, I'm a mess. A hornless Shirok with no dominant arm. I can't do anything. Even if I were to get out of this place, I couldn't get a job without a prosthetic limb. I'm a lesson to the other guards, I guess. This is what happens when you piss Sakita off. I'm so sorry, I said, shuddering. I knew that no matter what I said, it would not be enough. Have you seen Chihaya? Or Ilvara? No. I looked around the room again and at the panels that Eclipse must have prepared. They displayed an image of a planet with tall green grass. It blew in a gentle breeze we could not feel and danced under a perfectly blue sky. What happened to you? Babali asked. Where did he take you? Work camp. Holy shit, you survived work camp? I made charts. I made friends with another human down there, Goldfinger. I know of him. He was the traitor before Flyby. Yeah, he said he's been down there a while. Everything was going as it should have when I was attacked. By whom? Another inmate. He's one of those fishmen, or was, Mimilmua. They're from my planet, a failed Zomaranian experiment, in my opinion. And what do you mean, was? Well, he trapped me in a closet and... I froze. My heart beat in my throat, my hands tightened into fists. I can't talk about it. He's dead now anyway, so it doesn't matter. Holy shit, Babali said and passed his hand over his mouth. Well, I'm glad you're okay. Days passed this way. Babali and I met in the yard, but otherwise I stayed in my room until Sakita called. I was his favorite little experiment. One day he left me in a water tank for hours to see if I'd drown. Another, he shocked me until the Yobe overcame me and he could draw my blood. He scanned my body, photographing my insides, my bones, my organs. Once, he even put me to sleep using a special gas. I didn't know what he did, but my thighs ached in the morning. All for the advancement of the universe, he said. If this was what the universe required, I wanted to be no part of its advancement. How are you holding up, kid? Babali asked, a month after I had been put into solitary. Holding. Sakita says he wants to test my toxin next. He's going to make poison, I suspect. Fun. Babali and I sat at our usual table, and we both fell silent for a while, watching an Osk pace back and forth in boredom. I leaned my head on his shoulder, and he heaved a heavy sigh. Do you think we'll ever get out of here? I asked. Nope, was all he said. Ah, don't be so depressed, you sorry saps, someone shouted behind us. Babali and I both turned to find a human there, and after a moment's hesitation we realized it was Chihaya. They stood with their arms clasped behind their back, chest forward, and proud. I leaped to my feet and wrapped them in a tight hug, waiting for the hug to be returned. Chihaya, I shouted, I'm so glad you're all right. As all right as I can be, I suppose. When Chihaya did not hug me back, I pulled away. I moved their hair out of the way of their face and gasped when they opened their eyes. Their beautiful brown eyes had both been removed, and all that remained were holes. The flesh had been repaired, but no replacements had been given. They smiled, disappointed, and I hugged them again. He took your eyes. It's not all. Chea hugged me back, but I did not feel their hands there. They sat down at the table and rested their wrists on the surface, hands gone. That bastard. Babali spat through gritted teeth. Are you two all right? Chea asked. I can't see for myself, so I have to ask. I'm fine, I replied. He put me in the work camp and I was almost raped, but I lived. Rape. The human word crossed my tongue with a sickening weight. My people had no name for what he tried to do, but hearing it spoken made my memory sharper and the violation more real. I was glad he had failed. Raped! Chehaya roared out and stood. Who? I'll kill that son of a... He's dead, I said. I killed him. Guards looked our direction to make sure we were not going to cause any more trouble, and Chehaya sat again. Damn, boy, they said. I'm glad you're all right. Me too. Sakita took my dominant arm, Babali said. I'm never piloting a mech again. He fucked us all up, Chehaya muttered. You haven't seen Ilvara? No, I replied. We sat in the yard for a moment more. Chehaya cracked a few jokes to make us feel better, though it did not work, seeing the starry state we were in, and the guards rang the bell to signal the end of yard time. I hugged Chehaya again and told my friends I would see them tomorrow when something crackled out over a loudspeaker. I'm going to pause just again to do one final pretty intense content warning. This is, I think, the last major one for the book as a whole, but police brutality or prison brutality is a pretty intense theme here. And dehumanization and torture. It's not anything extreme shown on camera, but definitely the repercussions are there. So if you're not interested in listening to the content, I'd give the stream like 5 minutes and then pop back in. Excuse me, before yard time is over, I have an announcement to make. Prisoners turned to the light panels, expecting Sakita's face. Instead, he stood in person before us, Arca's flanking him and Eclipsian's guards forming a protective circle to keep us in line. An Osk charged, but a guard shot it dead, and it skidded to their feet in a black smear. A guard put their boot on its head, and Sakita raised his arm in invitation. Anyone else? He asked. The ventilation system kicked on, warm air filling the room, and Sakita's hair turned black from the heat. The prisoner shuffled but did not move. Now, as you all may remember, he said as he milled about in the safe zone his guards had created for him, a few prisoners started a riot a little while ago. They were attempting to escape on emergency ships. Before I knew what was happening, a Shiraki guard stepped up behind me and pushed me forwards to the edge of the circle. She spun me around, and another guard with Sakita now to my back put his gun to my head. Babali and Chehaya were pushed in a similar direction, and we stood next to each other in front of the unsettled prisoners. Put your arms above your head, please, Sakita said, crisp and clear in the silence. So this was how it was going to be. A public execution. We all raised our arms, unsure of what was about to happen. Our God, who art in the world beyond, Chehaya muttered. Sakita gestured to us. You see them? I have removed their most essential parts. An engineer's arm, a thief's eye and hands, and Drema. His voice projected flat. Drema regenerates. Not like you. If I hear even the smallest whisper of rebellion, I will dismantle you alive. I will take what you love most, and you will remember what it is I do when I am disobeyed. Wheels squeaked as a guard pushed an immobilized, unresponsive prisoner in a chair behind us, then into view. I didn't recognize them until the chair turned. Ilvara, hooked to machines, drool pooling on her chin. Motionless, eyes vacant. My breath hitched. I looked away. He had reduced her to nothing. Babali exhaled in disbelief. Next to me there was a choked sound and a thud. I opened my eyes to find Chehaya on their knees, a guard looming over them. Crawl, Sakita ordered. Thy kingdom come, Chehaya muttered as they shuffled along the floor on their wrists and knees. Thy will be done. Chehaya stopped when their forehead bumped into Ilvara's shins. They felt their way up Ilvara's legs in her jumper, and then to the chair. What is this? Chehaya asked. A veggie? No answer came. Chehea's wrist moved up the chair, finding Ilvara's arm and the familiar roughness of her skin. Panic bubbled across Chehea's face. No, they muttered as they felt further up Ilvara's body. No, 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 no! Touching her face, the bare patch where quills once grew, realization hit them. No! The word tore out of them raw and ugly. You bastard! How dare you! Chehea stood, turning blindly to Sakita's voice, tears streaming down their cheeks. You monster! I'll kill you! Chehea stumbled at the circle of guards, and a human with a plasma stick struck them. Electricity shot through Chehea's body, and they convulsed there on the ground, screaming until their voice went hoarse. I closed my eyes, wishing I could erase the entire moment from my brain. This is what happens if you disobey Eclipse. We will take everything from you, Sakita said. Everything. Rough. Okay, so that's probably the roughest part of the entire fucking book. So, other content warnings still apply, but that was definitely the worst of it. This book does have a happy ending, too. So, if those of you are curious at this point, it does end well, I promise. Chehea's grief for Ilvara was a constant raw presence at our table. The guards, tired of the spectacle, now let them wheel her with us. It was there under the bright lights of the yard that my language took root. Months of hushed lessons and shaping of foreign sounds eventually turned to Striolan words in Babali and Chehea's mouths. It had to be worth it. I would get us out of this hellhole, or die trying. So, Rebe Shekhel, I muttered under my breath one day. We need to leave. Heb, Babali spat. How? So Tosu Perjuba. We are trapped. So Hesh's order. Goldfinger? Da so Hesh's Ditto Bay. A man below, Goldfinger said a man named Ditto will help. Chea tilted their head toward the three of us. Ditto, they said. I know him. What kind of help do you want from him? Give me just a second, because I think... Oh, nope, we're good. I thought there was a typo. We're okay. What's the point in us speaking in code if you won't use it? Babali huffed. Sortemi, Chehea replied. Uyasuk poksoiso. Sorry, I know where he is. Pog, I asked. Ebi, research facility, sans Comia. At a research facility on Comia. Shebchosu sa de young. Babali tripped over the Striolan. The words were still foreign on his tongue, but the effort was there. How do we speak to him? Yovna, Chehea replied. He comes here. If we can get him to cause some chem, was that the right word? Yes, I confirmed. If he causes enough chem to be deemed a problem, they'll bring him here. How do we get him to do that? Babali spat. I have my connections, Chehea reassured. It may take some time, though. I haven't seen him in years, and I don't even know if he's the same person. Goldfinger said Ditto could Tevosong Sehu. I chimed in, slowing my words so they could understand. Sehu, Babali repeated, stumbling over the word. What's that? To survive. Weeks led into a month, and hope began to feel like another ration we were running out of. Then one day the familiar tension in Chehea's shoulders was gone. They strode to our table with a rare, genuine smile and leaned on Ilvara's frame. Babali had argued about her presence, but seeing that smile, I knew I had been right. Ilvara's presence was a small comfort and harmed no one. I think I got through, they said as they struggled with something in their pocket. Do you need help? I asked. If you wouldn't mind. Chehea stood, turning their pocket toward me. I reached in and pulled out their box of breath mints. I had trouble opening the metal box with my gloves, but Babali was able to get it open with his teeth. I took a mint and put it onto Chehea's tongue, then returned the box to their pocket. Thanks, love. So I got the letter out. Nice work, Babali said. How'd you manage? I wrote with my teeth. Scratch the message into foil from a metal tray. Flyby will move anything if you pay him enough. How long do you think it'll take? Could be days, could be months. knowing Ditto he'll do something crazy enough to get in here quick if I need him. How exactly do you know this guy? Babali pressed, skeptical. Old Animus friend, was all Chihaya said. For weeks, nothing changed. Sakita summoned me twice weekly as if nothing was wrong. He offered treats again, sanu, and other delicacies as if to win me over. I often refused, prompting him to dramatically throw the food in the garbage as if it would hurt my feelings. His attempt to curry favor made no sense given his disregard for my well-being. One day, Chihaya shouted from the table. Guards snapped to attention, guns raised, but Chehaya's blank gaze remained fixed forward. They ran toward a voice in the yard, vanishing into the crowd. Babali stood to search, but before he could move, Chihaya returned, leading an older human with a gruff beard and scarred lips. The man ran a dirty hand through his tangled hair, wiping away tears. Chihaya gestured with their wrists. May I present? Ditto. Jesus, kid, if you were in this much trouble, you should have called earlier. You know I would have put everything on hold as soon as you wrote. Ditto spat. I didn't mind being locked up in here, Chihaya sighed. Well, I had Ilvara, but... We all turned our heads to Ilvara, who sat still as always. Babali used the collar of Ilvara's jumper to wipe some drool away from her mouth and nodded in satisfaction at his work. Are you going to introduce me, or am I going to have to guess at names? Ditto laughed. The sound cut through the yard's low hum. A brief, startling burst of warmth. This is Babali. He's ex-Eclipse, an engineer and a pilot. Ex-engineer, too, Babali huffed. Oh, can it? I told you I'd get you a new arm if we ever make it. Chihaya trailed off. He whines a lot. Drema's with us, Striolin. Sakita's been experimenting on him, doing awful stuff. His skin's toxic, so Eclipse keeps him wrapped up. I'm sorry, Ditto said, placing a hand on mine. I know better than most what it's like to be tortured. And this is Ilvara. Chihaya choked when they said her name. They rested their wrist on Ilvara's hand and smiled. She's the most amazing pilot I've ever met. I never thought the technology I invented would be used for this, Ditto murmured, his gaze fixed on Ilvara. I'm sorry, dear, truly. What technology? Babali spat. He squared his shoulders, raising his chin like the Babali I had first met. What did you invent? Ditto met his glare without flinching. The chip in her head. I designed it. I work for Eclipse. Babali roared, a sound of pure betrayal, and swung his remaining arm. Ditto moved like smoke, sidestepping the blow and using Babali's momentum to spin him around and drop him to his knees. Ditto flicked his hair out of his face and locked an arm around Babali's throat. Boy, you best think twice before you go and do something like that, he whispered. The guards near us did not even stop Ditto. They instead laughed at Babali's weakness. You're the same as me, Chirac, Ditto said, helping Babali to his feet. I made mistakes, and I'm trying to fix them. I designed these chips to restore memories, not erase them. Eclipse twisted my work. Now they use my software to shut down everything but the senses, leaving no thought, no speech, nothing. So she can hear me? Chihaya asked, resting their wrist on Ilvara's shoulder. That's good to know. It's totally irreversible if the chip is removed or the connection to the power is shut off, Ditto said as he sat again. You said in your letter you needed help. Chihaya turned to me, and I took a deep breath before recounting everything. Work camp, Goldfinger's advice, and our need to survive. Ditto listened, nodding and humming in confirmation. I can help you. Surprised Goldfinger's still alive. He's been in the work camp for a long time. He and I trained together for other endeavors. Ditto chose his words carefully. How much time do we have with you? Chihaya asked. 3 months. Officially, it's for insubordination. The truth is they needed me, and this was a convenient way to put me on ice while a political rival gets reassigned. We're reverse engineering a ship that can approach light speed. They can't proceed without me, so they can't afford to kill me. But they'll fetch me the second they need me. After that, you're on your own. Forget shivs from Flyby, Ditto told me on our first day of training. Debt is just another kind of chain. He ran a hand along a cracked panel, finding a loose shard of metal there. The arena provides. You just have to know where to look. Now, the guard on the east wall. Human. His weight is on his back foot. Show me how you'd close the distance before he can draw his rifle. Chihaya practiced beside us, learning to fight with sound and instinct, while Babali grimly learned to balance his one-armed stance. The guards watched, their dismissal slowly turning to suspicion until they banned our sparring entirely. It was a miracle Sakita even let us in the same room, but Babali thought it was a way to let the guards or other prisoners kill us. Ditto had to get creative, giving us work to do in our cells in the cover of night. Babali nearly collapsed during Ditto's training. The yard's fused exercise weights designed to prevent inmates from hurling them now had to be lifted. Ditto trusted Babali, once capable of dismantling a mech barehanded, if not for his malnourishment. We needed a plan. Sakita kept giving me treats, hoping to pacify me. I lied, claiming my metabolism required nighttime meals. After a few days of interrogation about striolin eating habits, I convinced him I needed to eat at sundown to mimic my home, unwittingly letting me feed Babali behind his back. We built Babali up with determination. I would see that he got well no matter what happened. Sakita did not control us. He was foolish to think that he did. All right, there we go. Slowly fixing all very tiny plot holes that were made with editing. All right. One day I watched Babali pant while he balanced weight on his back, dropping his body into a deep squat. He strained with the weight, and Ditto shouted across the yard at him, "Keep it up, one more rep!" Let's see. While the guards did not allow us to spar, they couldn't keep us from regular exercise, and the Shirok no longer feared Babali and his singular arm. The weight hit the ground with a resounding thud when Babali finished, and he turned to Chehaya, who handed him a cup of water. Ditto nodded as he watched them, and I rocked back on the bench. I doubted Babali had ever worked so hard in his life. He carried himself like a man who gave orders, not one who lifted weights. He had grown so accustomed to his mech bearing the weight of such activities, so to force his body to work had come with a rude wake-up call. "Do you think he can do it?" I asked. Despite trying to stay positive, seeds of doubt rooted their way into my mind. "If he works hard enough, yeah, he can." Ditto passed his hand over his rough beard that had grown in patches across his jaw. When he turned to look at me, a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. "You doing okay?" "Me?" I met his eyes in surprise. How had he known? "I'm as well as I can be, but, you know, this place will suck the life clean out of you. It's been eating at my insides. The fear? The doubt." Ditto crossed his legs underneath him. "Have you ever had to face anything like this? Where I'm from, the largest threats are all things that will eat us. It's scary, certainly, to come up against a beast like that, but at least they're predictable. I've been attempting to turn Sakita into a predictable beast, but he feels too smart for that." "More like a smart ass," Ditto laughed. When the silence settled between us, he reached out, his hand warm and gentle as it settled onto my back. He began rubbing slow circles between my shoulders, his touch calming in a way that I didn't expect. Suddenly, I felt as though I wanted to shudder, like all the doubt that I had been clinging to had just decided to crawl out of my skin. "So, what's it like, facing a great beast?" he asked. "Anything like the Osk?" "Some of them, yes. Most of them are bigger." "Sounds fucking terrifying." I laughed, but it escaped my throat in a choked way that made it sound inauthentic. In truth, I wasn't sure what I was feeling, but I did not feel well. I swallowed, my eyes closing as I searched for words to describe the swamp of my emotions. "My home. It's green," I murmured, pulling myself into a place of calm. Towering trees, lurking monstrous fish in the rivers and lakes. I'd give anything to swim again, despite the danger. "When you're free, you will," Ditto promised. The weight of his words settled on me. I could see why Chehaya loved him. I had never felt so at home with a complete stranger. He believed it, and somehow that made me believe it, too. I relaxed a little under his touch, the ache in my chest easing just enough for me to take a deeper breath. "Thank you," I said, my voice hoarse from the panic that toyed with my body. "For what?" he asked. I shook my head and smiled, though he could not see it. "I'm glad Chehaya sent for you." "I'm glad they did too," Ditto grumbled. "You need all the help you can get." Chehea's sobs were too loud to be drowned out by the noise in the yard. As they cried, a few other inmates turned to look at them, but most ignored the sound. Their voice tore through the area raw with grief. It was one of those days, one of the heavy ones. The weight of everything that are missing pressed down on them until they couldn't hold it in any longer. Babali and I had been feeling it too, and it was only a matter of time before one of us broke down. Their sorrow poured out of them in heaving cries, uncontrollable, painful, and endless. Ditto sat with them, his legs crossed beneath him on the bench, and I simply watched as we sat there in silence. To my surprise, he didn't try to quiet them or tell them that everything would be all right. He just held them. He let them cry and reminded them over and over that they weren't alone. Chehea clutched at his body with their elbows, desperate for contact. "It hurts," they gasped through their sobs. I don't know if I can keep... God damn it, Ditto, I'm so tired." "I know," Ditto said, his own voice thick with worry as he pulled them closer. "I'm not going anywhere." The sobs slowly started to ease, though the tears still fell in quiet streams down Chehea's cheeks. It felt like being at a funeral. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and wait for just a second while ads run. Thank you, Cal. I really appreciate that a lot. I'm shitting you, I'm not even shitting you. This is the hardest book I've ever had to write. This was also the hardest thing I've ever had to research. It was a lot of watching documentaries on how fucked up the inside of the American prison system is. And I was thinking the other day I was watching a political analyst talk about the prison system, and what he had said I think struck me pretty intensely. He said America doesn't have a prison system. It has a modern slavery system just inside four walls. And after watching what the inside of Louisiana state prisons look like, it becomes very obvious that that's the case. So this was a really difficult thing to write, but I think that it's surprisingly timely, I guess. At least there's that. I don't know. I would still classify this as a hope core book because it does have a good ending and none of the major characters die. So I hope that I can give this kind of rough content to people, but it still has a good ending, You have the future sight, bro. I have theories about that. I'll come back to that comment once I get done with this chapter. Holy shit. It felt like being at a funeral, and I could sense Babali's discomfort in the way he aimed to look anywhere but at Chehea. Chehea leaned into Ditto's chest, resting their head against him. "I miss Ilvara," they whispered, their voice frayed to a raw, dusty rasp. "I know, kid." Ditto rubbed his hands up and down their shoulders, hoping to draw some warmth into them. "My heart aches for you." "It does. And you know what? I know Ilvara misses you too. She's in there. I promise you, and we're going to fix this. You just have to hold on." Chehea nodded weakly, their head brushing against him and their energy spent. As we sat there together, Ditto looked at Ilvara motionless in her wheelchair. She breathed steadily, but her eyes gazed at the table, vacant. He swallowed nervously, and I wondered what thoughts were racing through his head. As the day waned, Ditto sat with Ilvara while Babali worked, and an exhausted Chehea rested nearby. Beside Ilvara's slumped form, Ditto interlaced his fingers in his lap as he listened to her steady, unsettlingly even breathing. "I've been working on a new autopilot software," he began. At first I thought he was speaking to me, but when I turned to look at him, I realized he had his eyes trained on Ilvara alone. The last version was pretty bare bones for unpredictable takeoffs and landings, but it's not enough for near-disaster conditions, He paused, studying Ilvara's face, but continued on as if she were listening intently. "The key's in the AI. I think I just need to find someone who can help me with the machine learning. If I could get it right, it could fly a ship through a solar flare. No pilot would ever have to worry about a storm again. I just have to find a place to be able to implement that kind of machine learning. A smile spread across my face as he prattled on about his supposed self-learning algorithm, whatever that meant, and how machine learning could dramatically impact individual autopiloting systems. His fingers drummed against his leg, a quiet excitement to his voice as he dove into the details. I wonder if you could clone a pilot's mind, he mused out loud. Like yours, you're basically a living flight manual. We could feed everything you know straight into the system. Modern ambassadors of Aurora built from scratch. His monologue trailed off, and Babali grunted as he tossed a weight to the floor. I jumped a little and checked him to make sure he wasn't being harassed by any guards. He was fine, just overexerting himself. After a moment, Ditto leaned forward slightly, and I had to really strain to hear him. I miss seeing you in action, Ilvara. You know, Jahea talks about you all the time. You're still their hero. He took a deep breath, his hand reaching out to gently rest on her arm. I think about how much you loved flying, and about how much you hated being grounded. This, I'm sure, is a worse punishment than death. We just have to bide our time, my dear. The hum of the machines attached to Ilvara was his only answer. She'll be fine, but it still sucks. You have the future sight. No, the thing that pisses me off the most about when I was working on this book, because I began writing this in 2018 during the first Trump presidency, and I was speculating how the world was going to be, what the major powers were going to look like, how humans were going to handle certain conflicts and issues like climate change. And like one of the things that pisses me off the most is that in my best estimation, I was like, you know what, there's going to be some kind of military conflict where the US completely kneecaps itself, and that allows BRICS, which has like Brazil, Russia, India, China, and a couple of other countries. There are many more countries than just those in BRICS now, but it's going to allow BRICS to be able to become the world's biggest global power. And I was like, I don't know what kind of conflict that would be. I'm not like really like a military fiction writer. I don't really do that. I don't pay too much attention to like war. And then the war in Iran hit this year. And I was like, oh, bro, this is it. This is the moment. Because like trade common in this book is based off of Mandarin Chinese. So everything that these people are speaking is not in English. It's a Chinese. It's technically like a constructed language like Esperanto is. So it's made and designed intentionally to teach people with multiple different language bases to speak the same language. But I was like, uh-oh. So like as we get more into Earth politics, you'll see what I mean. But as an autistic person with the ability to connect big picture puzzles, I'm very upsetty spaghetti. That's all I gotta say. I'm so mad, dude. Fire drill next week, Chahea whispered as Babali's weights thudded against the floor. A drill? Ditto raised an eyebrow. What's there to drill? Their plan has always been to ditch the prisoners and let everyone else burn to a crisp. The last one was a disaster. What happened during the last drill? I asked. The guards snapped. Chahea kept their voice low. It was a slaughter. I can't believe they'd risk it again. I'm glad I'll get to participate in something exciting before I go back down to Comia. Ditto laughed sarcastically. I was worried I wouldn't get to do anything fun. Thank you for coming, I said as I gave him a hug. You didn't have to. Jay is my family. I have to do what I can, even if I risk my own position. I need to protect my siblings in arms no matter what. He rubbed Chahea on the arm. I remember when you were so small you could climb me like a tree. There's no way I would leave you here if you needed me. Thanks, Ditto. Chahea added. Hopefully this didn't compromise anything for you. I don't think so. Eclipse is mad I called their ruler a shriveled nutsack and suggested launching him into space. Others have said worse and been executed, so my short sentence says a lot. As for the others, they may resent me for running to you, Chahea, but if Goldfinger believes in you, I do too. You must be important. Chahea laughed loudly, louder than they had in weeks. You called the Chancellor a nutsack? Ditto simply shrugged. It's what he looks like. Babali rolled his eyes and put his weight down. Terrans, I swear. A chime echoed through the yard, and the prisoners turned to the screen. Sakita hadn't appeared publicly since our humiliation, so this had to be important. The five of us shifted, watching the panels flicker on. as he sat as usual, hands on the table and his guards at his side. But this time he looked stiff. "Greetings, pets," he said, his voice booming across the yard. "I have a very special announcement to make. This upcoming week, the Chancellor is going to pay the facility a visit." The yard erupted in chaos. I clamped my mouth shut as screams filled the air. Actually, you know what? There's a lot of details about her anatomy that are slowly getting eliminated in these edits, but that's okay. A guard fired their thunder gun, the explosive crack forcing the crowd into murmurs. "I expect your best behavior. They decide our funding, additional units, and your quality of life. Act as exemplary specimens if you want improvements. I can only do so much." "Fuck you," someone hollered. "You don't give a you balk's ass about any of us." Sakita said nothing for a moment and waited for the disruption to calm again. "Do I not? I feed you, clothe you, and shelter you. You, who have fucked your own mothers and ripped other living beings from limb to limb? Your life is a privilege, not a right. Do not forget that." Everyone tensed as the week approached. Some prisoners planned revolts, unsure if the Chancellor's arrival aligned with the fire drill or what it meant if it did. Ditto counted down the days until he could leave, and I pitied him. He had given up comfort just to answer Chehea's call. Babali asked if we had a plan. Would we make a run for it? "I can't swipe a key card anymore," Chehea said flatly. "I could maybe get a Solchu open," Babali countered. "The mech. Rip its systems out and cause a real diversion." "A diversion to where?" Chehea snapped. "We have no pilot." Babali winced. "If you're too scared of the risk, the only thing Sakita has left to take is my life, and he's welcome to it," Chehea replied, their voice hollow. "But I will not lose anyone else." They turned away. The conversation was over. We were stuck. The Chancellor arrived with explosive fanfare and droning patriotic music. Guards straightened and spoke less, vying for promotions. Yard time was cancelled for the Chancellor's safety. I was lucky. Sakita let me out to keep his lab pet alive, while others risked death in isolation. The morning passed into night, and then into morning again. Sakita's attendants arrived with Striolan food. Today, it was grilled teb on sticks. The human attendant pulled the crispy four-legged body of the teb off the sticks and cut them up, holding back gags. They used the clamp to pull my mask away from my face, and I let them feed me placidly. It was so delicious, I could not help it. Let me see here. All right. Let's see. There we go. Better. All right. "May I save one teb for later?" "I need to ask the general. No need." General Sakita stepped into the doorway next to the guard with the gun pointed at my face. The space was tight, and I could not see the Arca, but I could hear it. The officer in the hall lowered their gun, and the attendant stood with the plate. "Go and wrap that up for her, please," Sakita asked. "If she ever requests to save food, abide by it." "Yes, sir," the attendant replied. "Leave us, please. I have matters to discuss with her." The guard and the attendant bowed back out of the room. Sakita entered, his Arca staying outside, and sat on the bed. He used his gloved hands to put my mask back up over my face, and said, "You may come in now, Exalted. It is safe." A figure entered, and at first I had no words to describe them. They moved on 8 mechanical legs, their spherical abdomen supporting a plated white torso with Terran-like arms. Atop it, a humid jar enclosed a sickly plant, draped in a gleaming Eclipsean robe, blue and gold. Or let's see, I'm at red and gold here. They folded their arms beneath the fabric. "Drema, I would like to introduce you to the Chancellor, highly exalted Rel of the Sans people," Sakita said. "Chancellor, this is Drema, the Striolan I've been writing to you about." "I've heard a lot about you," the body said, a soothing female voice echoing around my room. It sounded almost human, but the cadence felt more like an imitation than anything else. "I've been anticipating our introduction. I hope Sakita is treating you well enough in this place. I thought of all the pain, the poking, the prodding, and all the things he did to my friends. I held my tongue and said, well enough. Excellent. Sakita, may we retire somewhere else? This cell is giving me a headache just looking at it. As you wish. He stood to face her. We can go to my office if you like, or we shall go to the solarium. Yes, Chancellor. Sakita picked me up and we left the cell, him, the Arca, and the Chancellor. Her feet tapping as she scuttled along. I still couldn't fathom a plant controlling the machine. We rode the elevator to the glass-walled top floor where windows framed the universe in its vastness. Jars of plants lined every surface. The Chancellor moved among them, admiring the vegetation while Sakita stood at attention beside me. Tell me about yourself, Drema, the Chancellor invited. About your interests and your family. I said nothing for a moment until Sakita gently elbowed me in the back. I cleared my throat and replied, I enjoy exploring nature. My brothers and sisters and I frequently traveled during our free time, and we camped a lot by ourselves in the jungle or in caves near the sea. How many brothers and sisters have you? Everyone in my tribe are my family. My people were the same way, she said. Everyone from the mother seed were all brothers and sisters. Sakita tells me your people are quite miraculous. You can survive any number of illnesses and injuries. We are built to survive, was all I said. I wanted to meet you personally to say thank you, the Chancellor mused, adjusting the plants before approaching. She took my hands with ice-cold fingers. The Zons were the universe's finest, Aurora's favorites, pioneers of science and technology. But we underestimated Terran fungi, and it destroyed us. I am the last of my kind, and now I am dying. With your help, we could rebuild the Zons. I glanced between Sakita and the Chancellor, words failing me. My mind flashed back to Ilvara's empty eyes, the vacant stare of a mind Sakita had methodically hollowed out. I remembered the scrape of his tools against my own skin, and he wanted me to help rebuild a species? Sakita smiled coldly as he had for me several times. No joy in his eyes. She's happy to assist. As am I. I'm glad I gave her to you, the Chancellor quipped, irritation in her voice. The scientists on Cobia keep killing theirs and are not delivering any results. So I've heard. You are my shining star, Sakita, she said as she put a hand to his face. You may not be Sans, but you at least live up to your expectations. Sakita's lip twitched before he smiled. Well, my lady, it's been wonderful, but I must prepare for a fire drill. Shall I send an Arca to escort you on a tour? The zoo is heading out into the yard to get them out of the way now, so you'll have uninterrupted time to access the facilities. The Chancellor nodded and took my hand in her arm. I will walk Drema back to her cell. Of course, I'll send an Arca to meet you for lunch. No need to join the fire drill. I'd appreciate your feedback on our procedures. I've already got feedback for you, but that will wait, the Chancellor said, haughtiness in her words. Go on. Sakita bowed and retreated into the elevator, returning to the bottom floors. Before us. The Chancellor and I waited arm in arm for the elevator to come back up. Sakita needs to water my plants more, she muttered absent-mindedly as we waited. He's killing them. If he took the same care with them as he did with you, they'd be thriving. I was not so sure about that. The elevator returned and we both stepped on. Even though she was cold, her touch was quite gentle. You have a lot of questions, don't you? I won't be offended if you ask. I jolted where I stood. Few have seen a Zons, so I understand the curiosity. I explain myself often. Aurora's first children, we merged with the automatons she gave us, becoming one, free to move, love, live, reproduce, and invent. I see, I muttered. I had no clue who Aurora was or how the Chancellor operated. Ditto had mentioned Aurora to Ilvara, but I hadn't pried. She probably assumed I knew more than I did. We are like the Striolan. We seek peace. My people would have loved to meet you. I'm sorry I could not meet them. The elevator lurched at the bottom floor as it stopped. The Chancellor looked around the platform. She scoffed. Shoddy Cherokee craftsmanship. Pitiful, really. Well, my dear, it seems it is here we part. I hope to see you soon, and thank you again for everything you are doing for my people. The elevator hummed, and she returned with the Arca to some higher floor. Inmates streamed down into the yard, and I followed them, still unsure of what I thought of Eclipse's leader. You met the Chancellor? Chehaya prodded when we all collected at the table. She's a Zan's. Whoa, I thought they were all dead? All of them are. Except her. She's dying too. Damn. Sakita's research clicked. If he decoded me, picked apart my mechanisms, as he said, he could save her. I found myself lost in thought while the others chatted. Ditto mumbled about giving the Chancellor something called corn smut. Chehaya laughed. Babali and I didn't get the joke. The fire drill's happening today. Oh shit, Chehaya muttered. That means an ear-splitting alarm jolted the yard. Ditto and Babali covered in Chehaya and Ilvara's ears as Sakito's voice boomed. This is only a drill. Remain calm. Guards, proceed to the emergency exits for a mock evacuation. The alarm droned on. I shouted, So what? You weren't joking? In an event of a real fire, they expect prisoners to just burn alive while everyone else here evacuates? Ditto yelled back, Yes, that seems to be the plan. The recording faltered. Attention, this is only a drill. Please remain calm in the yard. Will guards on floors Delta, Echo, Foxtrot. It distorted and died. Lights cut out with a resounding click. Red emergency lamps flickered to life. Silence fell over the prison, broken only by prisoners' murmurs and guards' uneasy shifting. What's going on? We turned toward the voice as Ilvara groggily tugged on the cord attached to their nose and arms. The machine beeped in protest. I glanced at Ditto, who smiled. A plan forming. The main power's been cut, he said. As though all prisoners realized the same thing at the same time, everyone rioted. We heard slamming and metal bending upstairs, and Chehaya turned their face to the ceiling. The people upstairs in the vegetation unit, they cried. They're all waking up. A guard came sailing from stories above and splattered into mush when his human body hit the floor of the yard. U-Bulk scattered in packs, scurrying up walls to higher portions of the prison, and Osk charged everything that moved. We need to find the head officer, Ditto shouted. Your plan before would have worked under the right circumstances. Oh, Chehaya, what did they do to you? Ilvara muttered, barely audible in the chaos. She cradled Chehaya's face in her hands. Let me carry you. Babali, I shouted. Where would the new lead be at a time like this? Well, Babali said, closing his eyes in thought. With the Chancellor on board with her. She was going upstairs to tour higher floors and cells. We need to get to the elevator. Ditto turned and rummaged through the red mess that was the dead guard and pulled a keycard off of him. Go! We go now! He cried. Ilvara hoisted Chehaya onto her back and we sprinted for the elevator. A Shiraki mech guard blocked our way, but Ilvara slammed him into the wall. As he reeled, we jumped in. Ditto swiped the key, sending us up. Bullets flew, prisoners hurled guards over railings, and those with guns massacred anyone that was a threat. As we reached the next floor, guards opened fire on the elevator. Ditto yanked me aside, shoving me behind a fallen metal panel as bullets and lasers tore through the air. Chehaya clung to Ilvara, landing a punch so hard a Shiraki's head crunched to the left in his mech. Peering over my shoulder, I spotted the Chancellor fleeing one floor up. The Chancellor's there, I shouted, pointing. Ditto's eyes followed my finger. He saw not just the Chancellor, but the head officer briefly isolated with her. It's our only chance for the master key, he yelled, his face tight with conflict. He yanked me toward the elevator again. We get the key, we get everyone out. Go. He shoved me in, leaving the others in the chaos below. It was a terrible gamble, sacrificing the group for the long shot. The elevator screeched to a halt. Ditto darted ahead and I chased after him, my legs burning as I tried to keep up. We moved between cells, eyes locked on our target. It was Leusa. She had been promoted. As we neared, she fired at someone, while 4 or 5 guards concentrated their shots. Ditto and I dashed for cover just as a laser exploded through Leusa's chest. Her mech sizzled, metal glowing red hot, before she collapsed to her knees. Guards dropped one by one under a hail of scorching bullets. Whoever they'd cornered wasn't surrendering easily. Ditto and I rushed to Leusa's side, swiping her access code before heading back for the others. I ducked behind a pile of fallen crates, and then I saw him, the prisoner they couldn't contain. Sakita fired, guns alive with light. My eyes widened as he turned on Eclipse, gunning down his own guards. His Arca hurled assailants into the yard. The Chancellor crouched before him, legs damaged from a fall or gunfire, her head swiveling frantically. A human begged for mercy before Sakita's final shot silenced him. As he turned away, I edged closer to watch. "I do not understand," the Chancellor cried over the noise, struggling to stand on damaged limbs as sparks rained down. "We gave you everything. I felt only love for you. You were my heart, my pride." "You don't feel anything." Sakita aimed at the glass, encasing her. Gunfire erupted behind me. A laser missed Sakita's head outright and blasted through his long ponytail, burning it clear off his head. His hair fell around his face, singed, and another bullet left a hot line across his forehead. He dove for cover. Then, soldiers turned their sights on Ditto. Ditto had just stood to run back to me, the key in his hand. Holes opened up in him like a hive's comb, red staining his jumpsuit. He collapsed, chest slamming into the metal walkway, his back still smoking. The badge slid across the floor, smearing blood, and stopping near the door where I crouched. Taking advantage of the distraction, Sakita sprang from his hiding place, shooting down 2 guards. He leaped over the railing, but a Shirok mech yanked him back up by the hair. The Chancellor, aided by 2 humans, struggled to her feet. The Shirok guard struck Sakita across the face again and again, bruising his blue skin until he finally went still. Well, there you go. I'm trying to finish my smoothie, but there's this one chunk of unblended acai cube down there, and I did my best to avoid it up until this point, but it's now just sitting at the bottom. I think I can't do it anymore. I did my best. Oh, Sakita. For days, I mourned Ditto in solitary, unsure if Ilvara, Chehaya, or Babali survived. Everyone was rounded up for a body count. We had lost so many. I saw no friends and feared I was alone. Ditto's loss was enough. The yard felt empty. We must have lost dozens. The remaining guards were tense, rifles raised at anything that moved. There were fewer of them, and it didn't stop the prisoners shouting around something on the floor. Thinking a fight had broken out, I pushed through the crowd. Let's see. Actually, or let's see. I need to make sure that this plot hole doesn't happen here. There we go. Better. No weird plot holes. This one is kind of it's a rough one, but I understand why it's happening. Okay. Thinking a fight had broken out, I pushed through the crowd, squeezing between a Mimilmua and a Shirok to see. The first thing I saw was Babali's back. Jumper pulled down and exposing his missing arm. His remaining arm, stronger now thanks to Ditto, swung forward. A punch landed, followed by cheers. I edged closer, catching a glimpse of blackened blue skin and a ring of horns. I knew. Babali had beaten Sakita raw, and maybe wasn't the first to try. Sakita hung by restraints, cables woven through his metal torso. Somehow, it did not surprise me that Sakita was not made of flesh, but was machine. Hollow. Golden lights and moving parts whirred beneath thin metal plates, his design eerily like the Chancellor's. The only organic part left was his face. Dismantled, his arms and legs were gone. leaving only metal sockets. A crude wooden sign hung from his neck, painted red with a single word in trade. Traitor. Babali swung again, and I dashed forward, throwing myself between him and Sakita. His blow smashed into my raised arms with a sharp crack. I cried out, but Sakita was spared another hit. Drema! Babali said, steadying me as I cradled my arm. Why the hell did you do that? Clear off! I shouted at the crowd. Don't you think you've seen enough? The prisoners looked at each other and then back at me, and some of them began to laugh. Hit him again, Babali, one shouted. Fuck you, another screamed at me. I was about to be overwhelmed. Babali tensed, ready to fight Sakita or the prisoners, when a thunder gun fired. Head snapped toward the shot. A human in a mech stomped down the hall. Tamarin, the man I thought I had killed during my first escape. You heard it, Tamarin shouted, gravel on his tongue. His entire face had scarred, leaving traces of blue just underneath his skin where my poison had run in his veins. His eyes were bloodshot, black around the edges, and he seemed pallid, on the edge of death. Clear the fuck off before I have to shoot you all. Stunned, the inmates stayed silent. Realizing it wasn't their fight, they drifted back to their routines. Babali stepped in front of me as Tamarin approached, but Tamarin swatted him aside like a fly. His metal hand clamped around me, slamming me into the wall beside Sakita. Pain exploded in my chest as something snapped, and I screamed. You, he rasped, you tried to kill me, you little piece of shit. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take another break for the ads, Twitch ads. Don't forget to share this with your friends. If you don't want to push the stream, that would help me out. $30 more seconds, almost there. Almost there. Here we go. Give me one reason I shouldn't pop your head off right now, you slimy bastard. Tamarin's grip tightened around my throat, lifting me off the ground. His fingers clenched around my heart as blood pounded in my head. I gasped, kicking aimlessly. Then Sakita laughed. A ragged, pitiful sound. Tamarin hesitated, then struck him across the cheek. What's so funny, traitor? If you killed Drema, you'll be sorry. Sakita choked out, mustering the best smile he could. You shut the fuck up. Tamarin spat, then returned to strangling me to death. The Chancellor will flay you alive, Sakita whispered. She needs Drema. If you kill her, you'll regret it. Trust me. Tamarin glanced between Sakita and me, scowling. He hurled me into the wall, agony searing through my broken ribs, then let me drop. You, he sneered, pointing in my face. If I see you do anything tricky, I'll kill you whether the Chancellor likes it or not. And you. Tamarin turned his attention to Sakita, who chuckled to himself. You wipe that sorry grin off your face, or I'll do it for you. You're lucky the Chancellor wants you alive. Tamarin marched off, and I stood there clutching my chest, reeling. Babali ran to me and held me up, bloody from being backhanded by Tamarin's mech. Are you all right? Sakita coughed out. Why the fuck do you care? Babali spat, hobbling me over to our usual table. Babali, I sighed, closing my eyes for a moment. Are you okay? I'm fine. Hell, he really did a number on you. I think my arm's broken, I said as he rested my head on his lap. That's not all that's broken. Medic, he called, shouting at the guards. We need a medic over here. It's not worth shouting, Sakita said, voice strained. I opened my eyes as he coughed up a shimmering opalescent fluid, tinged with red, and spat it onto the ground. They won't send a medic. It's strict orders. Why the hell not? They're so short-staffed now. If a prisoner dies, it just makes it easier for them to manage. Drema, you'll be fine. As if you know, Babali retorted. I do know, Sakita boasted. I've seen Drema from the inside out. What she needs is to be still, stop thrashing about, and leave her there. Babali glanced at Sakita, then at me. I closed my eyes, and he laid me flat on the bench. If she's so important, he grumbled, I'll find a medic. He walked away, and Sakita coughed again. Sorry pair we are. I did not have the energy to speak. My spine tingled, and I flinched at his voice. I had questions, but now was not the time nor the place. I took shallow breaths to ease my chest and clenched my face as a radiating pain burned across my skin. Babali hits hard. I don't remember him being such a go-getter. When I tossed him in a cell, he hardly put up a fight. He's changed a lot. You've changed him a lot. It wasn't me, I groaned. It was Ditto. Who? I couldn't speak. Pain radiated from my chest in blinding waves. Babali must have found someone who valued my life because I was taken for treatment. They set my arm and sealed me in a restrictive suit to hold my ribs in place. For days, I drifted in a haze of pain while I healed. The ache in my bones slowly subsided to a dull throb, and I pushed myself to walk in the confines of my cell, feeling the tissues weave back together. Within a week, I was free of the suit, but everything still hurt. When I reached the yard, I found Babali and Chehaya, but no Ilvara. Drema, you're safe? They asked. Hurt, yes. Hurt, but yes. Hold on. There we go. Yes, hurt, but yes. Why are we all in the yard? Wouldn't they want to keep us apart? Babali told me everything. He overheard a guard saying that they're so understaffed they have no other choice. Where's Ilvara? I asked. Not here, Chehaya spat, but alive. I suspect she's being stored on higher floors. Have either of you seen Ditto? I held my breath for a moment. In my silence, Chehaya began to shake. What? They said. He's dead, I replied. Chehaya cried out and collapsed onto the table, slamming their wrists down. Babali hugged them, rocking gently. Their wails echoed across the yard, but the prisoners ignored it. I locked eyes with Sakita, who hung in the same place he had several days before. Or rather, the last time I saw him, truly. Who did it? Chehaya blurted out, tears streaking down their face. Who murdered him? Guards, I explained. He was going to grab a key card off Leusa when they opened fire on him. Chehaya screamed out again and stumbled to their feet, toe catching on the metal bench. You son of a bitch! They cried as they tumbled in Sakita's general direction. You killed him! You killed him! Chehaya, Babali said as he stood to go after them. Chehaya, come back. Babali grabbed Chehaya before they got too far and held them as they sobbed. I did no such thing, Sakita said. You hush up, I spat, stepping past my friends to face him. Unless you want Babali to tear your horns out. It doesn't matter who, or to Chehaya, who pulled the trigger. You and your Eclipsean friends murdered their family. You were in charge here, so you... Not anymore, he said as he shook his head. Some of his wounds had healed, but a permanent scar traced across his forehead where he had been shot. His hair fell roughly around his ears, uneven. I've gone. And, or what I've done has ensured that. Why? I asked, lowering my voice to a whisper. What did you do? I cut the power during the fire drill in hopes I could shoot the Chancellor through her suit. He smiled, lip broken. I attempted to read the meaning behind his smile, but I found it just as empty as his eyes. I wasn't fast enough. Thank you so much for the follow, Alter Beast. Welcome in. Feel free to hang out, ask questions if you have any, and I'll do a quick recap of what this book is about when we reach the end of the chapter. Enjoy the book, though. Keep in mind that there are some content warnings for this work, though we are past the biggest gross portion of it, so feel free to read over the list, and if it's not for you, that's totally fine. I typically don't read my books aloud, and this one is the most intense one I've ever written, so yeah, I hope you enjoy. Whatever for? Or what did you do? Or no, yeah, I was on wrong spot. I'm fine. Whatever for? So you could become the Chancellor? Mercy, no, he laughed. That, too, seemed to be an imitation of emotion, not full-bodied enough to be real, though perhaps there was some further truth in it. It's no concern of yours, my motives, Drema. It's absolutely my concern, I shouted as I slammed my hand next to his head. You've tortured me for months, doing every little thing Eclipse tells you to do, and suddenly you go and shoot your own men? The guard beside me leveled his rifle, his barrel aimed at my chest. I met his gaze and slowly lowered my voice to a hiss. You've destroyed everything I've held dear, you asshole, I spat. You've dismembered my friends. You've tortured me. You took me from my home. You're the one strung up now, so you're going to give me answers. Oh my god, it's a Cat Cafe raid. Thank you so much, Chips, for coming on in. Welcome in. I hope your stream was good. Everybody should go follow Chips. Also, for those of you just popping in, this book does have some pretty intense content warnings. We're through the most intense portions of it now, but I wanted to give a content warning really quick before we proceed. So please check the chat for that. It is an adult science fiction thriller, so there are some intense stuff. So I'll do a quick recap once we get to the end of the chapter. You took me from my home. You humiliated my friends in front of all the other prisoners. You're a monster. One must do what is necessary to keep plans secret, he stated in a low voice. I had to do what I needed to keep the Chancellor in the dark. You're the one strung up now, so you're going to give me answers. Step aside, prisoner, a guard ordered as they pushed me away with the butt of their gun. Two others began to unlock the cabling using electronic cards and took Sakita down from the wall. Where are you taking him? I asked. To work. Now back up. The guard spat back. I watched them take him away toward the elevator and stood there until they were completely out of sight. After they were gone, I returned to sit back down at the table, confused. What's that face? Babali asked. You look upset. I am upset, I replied, and confused. But Sakita was the one who cut the power. Babali froze. What? He had the Chancellor cornered. He shot his own men. Explains traitor, Babali breathed, looking from me to the elevator. But why? No clue, but I'll get it out of him. The wall panels lit up, revealing the Chancellor in Sakita's white office, adjusting her robe. Are we recording? She asked someone behind the camera. Oh, excellent. Hello, people below. You do not know my face, but I have come to share a message. I am Rel, Chancellor of Eclipse. The prisoners muttered as they sat looking at one another. I wish to deliver a message about how things are going to run on this ship from now on. Sakita, as many of you know, is a traitor to Eclipse. He is a prisoner, same as you now, but he is to be kept alive. Any prisoner who attempts to kill him will be punished by immediate death. This is Drema. The screen flashed an image of me in my face coverings. Prisoners around me turned to look at me and my skin prickled. I became suddenly aware of how close they all were. She is precious to me. Harm her and you die, the Chancellor said as the image shifted, revealing General Tamarin in his mech. Tamarin commands this vessel now. His word is law, and he has my permission to eliminate nuisances. I am leaving, but will return to assess your condition. If you want to survive, reflect on your actions and show Eclipse the respect it deserves. The screen cut, and the entire yard let out a sigh. People milled about, their shoulders hunched and movements tight. Chehaya turned to me. You're a girl. Yes, I admitted. Babali told me to tell no one, but I suppose it's too late for that. Wow, the Chancellor really just blew your cover. We'll have to watch your back, make sure no one tries anything. Now that Tamarin is the overseer, we're going to have a lot of issues, Babali grumbled. He seems violent. He's unforgiving, Babali added. He's the kind of guy that tore legs off of bugs for fun as a kid. Metal clanked behind me, footsteps on steel. I turned to face a chest of red and turned to face the chest of a red and black Arca. One of Sakita's. It grabbed me by the arm, yanked me up, and marched me into the elevator, silent and unyielding. I knew it could speak, but it wouldn't. Instead of taking me to Sakita's office, the Arca led me past medical suites and rooms of immobilized prisoners. At the last door, it shoved me inside. My eyes darted, adjusting. The room was sterile, lined with medical equipment. In the center, Sakita sat connected to a massive machine, his arm sockets linked to two metal instruments hanging over a table. Two guards flanked him. One held a gun to his head, and the other aimed at me. Drema, please, sit. The Sakita said as one of his large arms motioned toward the table. What is this? I asked as I sat on the cold, hard surface. The Chancellor wants me to continue my research for her. You now know the importance of this project to her, and unfortunately, I am the only one who can deliver results. Now, take your suit off. I want to collect organ tissue today. I scrambled back from the table. No, I stammered. You're not touching my insides. It will be fast and painless, Drema. Sakita locked eyes with me. I'm taking a sample of your heart tissue today. It is not invasive, and I won't need to cut you open. The more you cooperate, the less trouble we'll have with the guards. Can you trust me? Ha! I choked. Can you trust me? How can you even possibly ask me something like, get her on the table, Sakita? One of the guards spat. Arca 1, can you remove Drema's suit, please? Sakita calmly asked. Sorry, hold on. I gotta cut this thing out here, and it's gonna give me trouble. There we go. Damn you, Microsoft Word. The Arca grabbed me, undoing my suit's fastener. I kicked over a rolling table, scattering metal tools across the floor, but nothing changed. One guard kept their gun on Sakita. The other never looked away from me. I was forced down, and the Arca tore at my top to expose my shoulders before strapping me to the table. Pain knifed through my broken ribs. I screamed. Actually, this is a repeat sentence. Regardless, I was trapped. That's better. Officer Riane, can you move the X-ray screen over top of her, please? Sakita asked. Why don't you do it? The officer next to him, with their gun on me, spat. My arms are glorified battering rams, and my Arca is occupied, Sakita snapped. The Chancellor barely approved any of this. She doesn't trust you two to handle a toxic specimen alone. Now move the scanner, or would you prefer to take the robot's place? Officer Rien looked between their partner and the Arca, and then lowered their gun. They moved to my left and pulled a giant panel on a swiveling arm over my body. Hit the switch on the back to turn it on, please, Sakita rasped. The officer did as they were told, and the machine hummed to life. All right, Drema, Sakita muttered under his breath. It looks like Tamarin broke 1, 2, 3, 4 ribs, but they're healing nicely. Don't struggle. If you do something like that again, they'll fracture more. I stayed silent, cursing myself. As the strap tightened on my chest, Jerry the fish's weight there replayed in my memory. The yobe crept up my back. I tried to think of home, anything, but my mind went black. Hello? Jerry, Sakita, finger, blood. Jerry, Sakita, finger, blood. Oh, she's gone into yobe. Now may be a good time to go. Officer Rien, I need you to take that bag of ice from the freezer. Or grab that bag of ice from the freezer quickly. I wished the blackness would swallow me. I imagined drifting through space, unsure of my fate. Chehaya joked that the air left the body out there, blood bursting from your eyes. I wondered if it hurt, or if you felt nothing at all. Ice pressed against my neck, cold seeping through as melted water trickled down my chest. Metal clanked above me, followed by 3 quick pricks. There, quick and easy. The yobe began to recede, and I gasped back to life. My neck hurt a little, and my heart began to beat wildly in my throat. Drema, stay still, Sakita ordered. Stay calm for a moment. Let your body adjust. I opened my eyes and watched his mechanical arms move above me as he shuffled needles and other tubes around. He sealed things up and put items away into containers. Finished. I should have results by tomorrow. Unfortunately, the Chancellor will have to wait until then. Arca 1, can you zip her back up, please? The Arca lifted me from the table and zipped my coat. The probed area didn't hurt. For once, he hadn't lied. The guards deactivated Sakita's operative arms, hoisted him by the sockets, and escorted us to the elevator. See, that wasn't so terrible now, was it? Sakita cooed as the elevator took us back down into the yard. What did you need it for? I replied. My heart, to confirm if the cells of your skin regenerate differently than your bones or organs, for example. The elevator shook as it rattled to the bottom floor, and we were shoved back where they could keep an eye on us. They propped Sakita back up on the wall, and then they left us. Drema, Sakita whispered as soon as they were gone. I need a favor, to ask a favor of you. Why would I ever want to do anything for you? I snapped. Because it could significantly help our current situation. Right, have fun hanging around, I mumbled as I went to return to my friends. I can get prisoner 702 their eyes back. Chehaya, was it? Let me help. I whipped around and shoved my finger into his face. You were the one who ripped them out in the first place. That is unforgivable. You substratal life forms and your attachment to the cellular, he huffed. You misunderstand. I could give Chehaya better eyes than any Terran alive. Then maybe we can get somewhere. Why would you do that? He looked me in the eye and flicked his eyebrow. So that we can do what you've been trying to do this whole time. My face tightened in confusion. Of course, he'd want to run now that he was on the other side of the bars. His eyes flicked back and forth, gauging my reaction. I glanced over my shoulder, remembering Chehaya's suffering. Even if Sakita had selfish motives, at least Chehaya would have their eyes. Okay, so make them, I stated, chin held high. I can't, he admitted. Then why ask me? I need something first, and therefore the favor. Spit it out, then. On floor SL08, find a box labeled Archives. Inside is a small blue data transfer device about 2.5 by 1.25 centimeters. Retrieve it and insert it into the slot on one of my Arcas. And why can't you do this yourself? I whispered. Firstly, I have no hands, he said. Secondly, the Chancellor has revoked all my privileges with Arcas and erased the custom commands I have built into them. I squinted at him and thought about it for a moment. Maybe. I need to talk it over with everyone first. Don't go saying too much, he warned. The Finn has ears everywhere. You didn't catch on to us, so I'm not too worried, I sneered and walked away. I love it when there's a weird... Is there a section break right here? Hello? Hello? There was like an extra section break. We're okay. You didn't catch on to us, so I'm not too worried. I sneered and walked away. All right, so for everybody coming in, welcome in. My name is Tycho. I'm an indie author with, at this point, 12 published titles. And we're reading Fatal Mechanisms today. It's an adult science fiction thriller that I'm going to be releasing in full to Wattpad for free for several months while it's in the Waddies, which I'm very excited about. So, this is the cover. So this is what it's going to be looking like. We're through probably most of the traumatic stuff, but the book is written in 2 parts, one from Drema's perspective and one from Sakita's perspective. We're reading all of Drema's part today. So if you want to check out the earlier portions of the book, you can do so by watching the VOD that will be available on YouTube and on Twitch. So far, up until this point, to quickly summarize, Drema is a prisoner that was abducted onto the Finn, which is a prison and medical ship. It's used predominantly for scientific research, where the galaxy's most undesirable get chucked for Eclipse to do experiments on them. General Sakita, so here's Drema. We love Drema. So she's stuck on the ship. General Sakita used to work for Eclipse, and for whatever reason at this point has decided to completely betray his people and has shot the Chancellor repeatedly in the body. So now he also is a prisoner on the ship. His motives are currently unknown, but as the main medical lead, on the ship, he has effectively been torturing Drema for several months and systematically, like, fucking with her friends by removing body parts and making sure people can't engage in riots. And it's now very clear that he has some kind of large master plan to do with the Chancellor, though Drema is not sure why. So Drema's current objective is to get the fuck off the ship. They've been trying to do that for 129 pages so far. So we're about a third of the way through the book. Fungus Among Us. But yeah, as I said, I posted content warnings earlier, but for those of you reading this book, it does contain content that is suitable for readers over the age of 18. Please be advised that this book covers topics at the detail level like the movie Mad Max or Alien. There is no extreme torture, gore, or essay shown on screen, but content warnings do include depictions of imprisonment, medical experimentation, body horror, graphic violence, physical and psychological torture, animal cruelty, starvation, threats of sexual violence, discrimination, and discussions of genocide and colonialism. At this point, the worst parts of the book are behind us, so it'll be kind of gritty, but it's effectively not any worse than what we've read the last chapter. Hi, Nahum, welcome in. That's a lot. Yes, yeah, it is a lot. This book is a critique on the U.S. prison system as it stands, and also fascist social and or science and medical experimentation. So it's pretty relevant right now, unfortunately. I've been working on it since 2018, and I'm very glad that I can finally get to release it. So thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, there will not be any more essay or psychological torture from this point on. The worst is actually in the beginning, and so now we're moving through it. But yeah, if you have any questions about the book, the characters, the content, please let me know. Otherwise, since everybody just kind of jumped into stream, I'll do one more announcement really quick before we get back into it. But for those of you who don't know, I currently have a book that is on BackerKit. It is 100% funded right now. It just needs a couple hundred more to get to its stretch goal, its first stretch goal, which is at $2,000. So if you like political topics but don't necessarily want something as heavy as Fatal Mechanisms, this is definitely the book for you. It's a 2-book series all combined into one book, so feel free to check it out if you're interested. But otherwise, enjoy the rest of this segment. I'm just going to effectively be going until we finish Drema's section, which we're about 3/4 of the way through it, I think. So a couple hours more, but grab a cozy drink, sit back, and I hope you enjoy the book. Mimiomia. The cold press of a gun barrel to his head left him no room to fight back. As his own Arca dismantled him, stripping away his limbs, Sakita faced a simple truth. He had made a calculated risk, and he had failed. The lab door hissed open. The Chancellor limped inside her own frame in disrepair. As she settled onto the floor, the sound of drills echoed as more of his parts were removed. Sakita blinked in the clinical light of the lab. I have no words for you, Sakita, the Chancellor muttered. It's not a surprise, he replied. I'm not sure how I would address myself in this situation. Why? The Chancellor's voice emanated from her body, smooth, a synthesized tone devoid of any mammalian warmth. Her AI did not allow it. My motives are my own. You are mine, the Chancellor replied, the volume of her speech increasing to a replicated, forceful shout. I gave you everything. Explain to me this. Sakita attempted to remain calm. His breathing increased in pace. He hated the feeling of chemicals running through his head, his skin prickling and mouth dry. Though the change was slight, to him it felt all-consuming. Eclipse functions off a set of strict principles. These principles are easy for Zomoranians to understand. Knowledge is gained through scientific means, as ethical or unethical they are by various species' standards. Of course, Drema was abducted, innocent, brought here for experimentation. The survival of the Zons is a noble cause, but your recent actions are reckless. Mouse 9, all those organisms destroyed. You've abandoned Eclipse's standards. How dare you ravage a planet for resources in that way? Sakita shot back. This was to be expected eventually. The Chancellor returned to her feet. This is the problem with you creatures of soft tissue. You are ruled by chemicals and emotion, even with all your modifications. If you were thinking with your AI instead of with your primitive brain, then you'd be able to see how important this is for Eclipse. Of course, perfection. That was the Zomaranian creed. He'd spent his entire life fighting biology, augmenting it toward a state of perfect logic. The Zons, sheathed in machinery, had it easier, second only to Aurora's own ambassadors. And still she was succumbing to the most primitive of failings. Do others know, Sakita asked, about your unsanctioned behavior? Your quest for survival is turning you into an animal, just like all other organic life. I've had enough of you. You were so promising. I should have realized long ago that I should have never put my faith in beings so unreliable. She left him there. They took the hands that had built his entire career, leaving him disarmed and useless. A realization hit him. If the Chancellor's motives were no longer of pure intent, how long had it been that way? How many operations had she slipped behind the backs of her officers? How much did he not know? Corruption's bad, okay? That's all I gotta say. The plant is insane. Only kind of insane. She has logic behind her actions, but it ain't good. When I brought Sakita's offer to Chehaya, their face twisted into a scowl. Never, they said, final and unshakable. Babali just shook his head. With my friends gone silent and the guard's eyes always on me, Sakita's daily procedures felt like a countdown. I'm going to go ahead and wait for ads to end. Plant is desperate. That's what I'll say. Plant gon' die. Plant does not like die, you know? Trying to text my tattoo artist so fast. Okay, sorry, hold on. Almost done with ads. All right, we are free. I had to get creative. I dreaded asking Flyby, but then a better opportunity came along. I spotted Goldfinger one day in the yard. He dealt cards to other inmates, and I ran to him. Hey! His shout drew the guard's attention as he stood, arms wide. I hugged him back. His tight embrace twinged my healing ribs. I'm glad to see you're still alive. Same, I replied. You're out of work camp? Yeah, my time is all done down there. They returned me to the communal cells one floor down from here. What's shaking? Anything exciting happen? Ditto's dead. Goldfinger's face instantly paled. He packed up all his cards and waved the other inmates away. Go on, he barked. Show's over. Get on out of here. One inmate raised his voice in protest. Goldfinger, what about our game? You can gamble all your credits away to me tomorrow. Scram. The inmates grumbled and cleared off, and he waved for me to follow him somewhere a little more private. I saw Flyby out of the corner of my eye, watching us like a bird of prey. As soon as we were out of range of most of those who could listen, Goldfinger spun and grabbed me by the shoulders. What happened? We were trying to bust out, I whispered. During the fire drill, everyone rioted up here. Ditto got shot. Those motherfuckers, Goldfinger spat. Ditto was a really good friend of mine. I could really use your help. With murder? No, I corrected. Something a little less violent. Can you access the storage level below your unit? I explained Sakita's request in whispers. Goldfinger nodded, scanning for eavesdroppers. He grunted in agreement. I can do that for you, yeah. I owe Ditto a solid. Would you like to meet my friends? I asked as I thumbed over my shoulder to the group as they sat where I expected them to be. Nah, he replied casually. You start to get big groups together like that, and the officers will think you're forming a gang. I'll see what I can do to get you what you need, but hey, I'm gonna need something for it. I sighed heavily. Of course, in this place, kindness was just another currency. What is it? Can you give me a few packs of cigarettes? It's been ages since I smoked, and I could use a few. Oh, that was all? I'll see what I can do. You're the best, he said, and presented his fist to me. I cocked my head at it, but he gently took my wrist and bumped my knuckles against his before returning to his table to set up his cards again. It took days, but I finally gathered enough cigarettes. Chehaya traded mints, and Babali found some. When I met Goldfinger again, he stood whistling, his hands in his jumper pockets, feigning innocence. Did you get what I asked? He questioned as I stood near him. I did. Did you? For sure. Here, he said as he stuck his hand out for me to shake. I took it firmly, and he pressed something into my palm. I curled my fist around it and handed him his cigarettes. Yes, he exclaimed, stuffing them into his pockets. It was good doing business with you. Thank you. It's my job, hon. We parted ways, and I never saw him again. Once I understood what Sakita needed, we waited for an Arca to take me for my checkup. In the elevator, I found the slot Sakita mentioned and jammed the chip in before we reached our floor. After a few moments, the Arca replied, Downloading protocols. Estimated wait time, 4 minutes and 47 seconds. It walked me down the hall to the new medical room. Sakita asked me questions about my digestive system that day, nothing invasive, and as soon as we returned to the yard, he grilled me with more sensitive questions. You did it, didn't you? He asked. Yes, I replied. Now what? Now I make eyes. It'll be a little while, but it'll be done, and Chehaya will never have been better. I don't think you understand what you did to them, I huffed. I think you all need to understand that parts are replaceable. I could have taken their head. A week later, the Arca slipped something into my hand, unnoticed by guards. Sakita hadn't worked on it openly, so the Arca must have operated it in secret. I examined the rigid plastic case, flipping it over. 2 smooth, iridescent eyes floated in a pool of fluid in the case, and they rolled to look at me. I shuddered a bit and wandered over to Chehaya. Hey, I said under my breath, I have something for you. What? They asked. Babali, come here. Babali slid in his seat over to me, and I pulled the case from my pocket. Chehaya can't put these in themselves, I explained, so we're going to have to work together. Eyes? Babali stammered. Where the hell did you get those? Hush! I scolded. Let's get them in first, and we'll talk about the details later. Needless to say, it was a struggle. With my slippery gloved fingers, Babali's hooves, and the wet ellipses that we intended to jam into Chehaya's sockets, it took us nearly an hour. Finally, Chehaya closed their new eyes and covered them with their wrists. Ow! They hissed, drawing air through their teeth. This stings! Give it just a second. I hoped that they would do what Sakita had said they would, and not harm Chehaya further. Drema, where did you get these? How do they feel now? I dodged the question. They don't burn anymore, I suppose. Can you open them? Chehaya opened their eyes, blinking into the bright fluorescent lights, and squinted. They blinked a few times more, and the iridescent irises turned in their white settings as if focusing. Then they gasped. They covered their mouth with their forearm and looked around. Holy shit! Don't make a big deal out of it, Babali rasped. Keep your head down. Don't let anyone see those. Chehaya grabbed me by the shoulders and turned me to them. Where did you get these? Sakita, I stated plainly. Chehaya stood and marched directly over to the general, who hung in his usual spot, and I followed shortly behind. I did not want Chehaya to get into a fight and risk losing their eyes all over again. They moved across the yard and slammed their wrist into the metal next to Sakita's head. Oh, he said. Good. You can see well enough to pummel me now. You shut up, or they'll take them from me. Chehaya yelled in the loudest whisper they could muster. Why the hell would you do something like this? It's as I told Drema, Sakita whispered in return. When all of you are whole again, we'll be able to move forward with what you previously engaged in and make our way beyond this sorry stage in our lives. Chehaya chuckled and shook their head back and forth, ready for war. Look, you governmental, boot-licking, dick-sucking dirtbag. You've done a lot of shitty things to me. Your people first royally screwed my friends and family. Secondly, you reduced my partner to a drooling mess. Thirdly, you murdered one of the only people in this world that I have ever loved. Finally, you chopped my fucking hands off and gouged my eyes out. To counter, Cicada mused, I reduced your friend to a level of placidity at which they are not a danger to themselves and others, a reversible state. Soldiers, not I, killed your other friend. And I just gave you better eyes, more functional than you could have ever dreamed. I'm not sure what more you want from me. Chehaya raised an arm to strike him, but hesitated, lips pursed into an uncharacteristic line. Sharply inhaling, they held still as Cicada smiled. I hate you. I hope you know. They growled. Drema, why the hell are you even making deals with him? Because I think he can help us, I whispered. Let me build you anew, Cicada interjected. I'll have to hide the parts, keep your external limbs out of sight of the guards, but when it's time to move, they will be available to you, ready for your full potential. Until then, I'm formulating a plan. Chehaya leaned into his face and hissed so close he flinched. You will never be in charge of this operation. If we do this, I'm calling the shots and you're following orders. Got it? Do you have a plan? Cicada prodded. Not yet. Chehaya held their tongue as they regretted retaliating. But I will. Chehaya's so crispy. They're so fucking fed up. Oh my god, we're playing D&D tonight. No way. Let me go get a Pop-Tart water real quick. Give me just a second. Or actually, I'm going to go get an energy drink. Hold on. I will be right back. I saw. No, great. Yeah. That's amazing. So we need to... Oh yeah, can you ask them to just come like a little bit early or make characters now, if they have the time to do so? Yeah. I will integrate whatever the hell they want to play. I think everybody's like level 8. Level 8? I don't remember. Check your sheet. Check my sheet. Yeah. Good. Yeah, that sounds fun. Cool. We're playing D&D tonight, guys. Crazy. I would be pissed too. Yeah, no, poor fucking Cicada. Part of it is just like he just legit doesn't understand, and then part of it is he needs to learn that he's an asshole. He'll get there. All right, let me take a drinky. Today, I got lime slush, which I think is the seasonal Alani energy drink flavor. Love. Ooh! It is zippy. Crazy. Cicada revealed his plan first. Chehaya hid their eyes from guards, keeping them closed at all times unless Eclipse was far out of sight and out of mind. Cicada started to work on other parts secretly via the Arca. What Cicada worked on, the Chancellor needed enough to grant him a small privilege to optimize speed. He seemed different. Or let's see. This is a little bit of a plot hole here. Give me just a second to add one more clarifying sentence. This is a confusing sentence for absolutely no reason. Okay. The Chancellor's orders were to keep him alive, but he seemed different. Hesitant. Only poking me for minutes at a time instead of keeping me for hours during our research sessions. He seemed to lose all ambition. The guards either didn't care or weren't paid to as long as they assumed he was researching. One day, he whistled across the yard at me, and I rolled my eyes to go see what he wanted. He looked around hesitantly, making sure we were completely alone, and then he whispered, I figured it out. What out? What we need to do. Oh? I huffed and leaned on the wall next to him. Care to share this brilliant scheme? Absolutely not. There are cameras everywhere. If the guards hear us, we're done for. And the cameras read lips. Actually, I don't even need this sentence. Just kidding. Second guessing myself. You can just keep that brilliant plan to yourself, then. The Arca will tell you what I need. Keep your ears open for it. He then refused to speak in other words to me as if I were not or was not there at all. The Arca mentioned access codes and blueprints on different days in secrets to make sure we weren't caught. All right, so access codes and blueprints, but why? I leaned on the wall next to Cicada one day as we looked across the yard. Sakita scoffed under his breath, and I glanced at him. What? I asked. I hate this place. You built it. No, Shiraki engineers built it, and Eclipse decided to make it a prison. I'm a scientist, a cyber biomechanist. I'm no prison warden. Then why did they place you here? Eclipse aims to acquire a vast amount of knowledge to benefit the masses, and what better place to get test subjects that no one will miss than a prison? My family misses me. You're an exception. You're not a criminal. Yes, and you dragged me into this mess regardless. The alternative was your dissection by Shiraki butchers on Komiya. I spun to him and glared into his eyes. You just don't get it, do you? There is no bright side to this entire thing. If I ever make it out of this place, I will wake up in the night paralyzed by Yobe, and the only thing I will see in my frightened mind is your horrible face. Did I cause you much physical pain? I attempted. It's not the pain, it's the terror. Being torn from my home, fearing the unknown. The first nights I lay awake wondering if I die without seeing my family again. I watched your medical staff torture others, fearing I was next. You dismembered my friends. Sakita scrunched his eyebrows and shook his head. Your perspective is based on emotional experiences I cannot process. What, you've never been threatened and tortured? Emotions are difficult for me. Humans process fear and love beyond the brain, but most organic beings process fear and love beyond the brain. But I've lived without most of my body for so long that fear is difficult to recall. Well, you and Eclipse scare everyone, I growled. I took parts away that can be replaced. I attempt as best as I can to keep everyone in this facility alive, unlike my colleagues on Komiya. A prison differs greatly from a research facility. It's not about replacing the parts. It's about the trauma you've caused. Sakita merely blinked, ignoring my point. I trust the Arca has spoken with you. Yes. The particular floor I'm interested in is M3. If you can get those, we can get somewhere. And then what? You come back, talk to me, we speak in code, and I devise a plan. I'm going to try and download your language. Attempt to learn something we can speak in private. The Arca can get me a language module. Oh, actually, just kidding. I don't know why I second-guess myself like this. I'm not sure how I'm going to connect back into the network without Eclipse seeing. I already taught Jahea and Babali. They don't speak it well, but they speak it. I can teach you, I suppose. I frowned. I did not know if I wanted Sakita's treacherous mouth speaking the words of my people. I'm a fast learner. I imagine. I first taught Sakita sentence structure and word placement. He picked it up faster than expected and soon asked for all the words I knew. I fed him the Striolan word, then the trade word, and we continued like that for days. When we weren't working, I spoke with Flyby. I couldn't risk stealing access codes from an officer again. My best chance of getting them while staying anonymous was through him. I found him in the yard, holding court. He stood at the center of a tense circle of inmates, bartering shivs for soap. He eyed me as I approached, predator sensing new prey, and my stomach twisted. Well, 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 look who it is, he cooed, bending his lean body down to look at me. I don't talk to strangers. Flyby, I want to strike a deal with you, I said, crossing my arms. It is something I would like to discuss in private. You have never dealt with me, so you will wait your turn, just like the others, he snapped. I do not drop my clients for nobodies. I waited as they bartered and bickered, Flyby always having the final say. There was no other way. Some were so desperate for cigarettes that they sold out fellow prisoners, trading lives for scraps. When my turn came, Flyby shoved me into a corner with a firm, skeletal hand. What is it you want, small thing? He asked, tapping a toe. Wow, this is a duplicate sentence. Get out of here. I have no things to trade, I said. As soon as the words left my mouth, Flyby turned to walk away. But I can get them. I need to know what you would like in exchange for some services. Flyby rolled his head to the side, and his yellow eyes sized me up. What kind of services? I need a few things, I whispered. Access codes and blueprints to the M3 level of the ship. Why would you need something like that, harmless one? Flyby cooed, amusement on his face. He tilted his head, an uncanny grin filled with sharp teeth flashing for a moment. I'm sure you can guess why. And what would you give me for your freedom? It's a lofty thing to ask for. Name your price. My freedom for yours. I need a message sent to Gasperi. Damhun. Only one in Gasperi, easy to find. Tell him to come for me. He and the others will pay for my release, expecting a greater return. I can do that, I said. Easy. I doubted it would be easy. Deal. Shake on it. I took his slender hand with my small fingers, grinning like he'd tracked me. He rattled his head from side to side. See you soon, stranger. Chehaya sent the letter discreetly, masking its destination and recipient. Eclipse monitored all outgoing mail, forbidding electronic messaging and inspecting paper ones for security risk. Chehaya, with the practiced skill of a smuggler, managed it without detection. I informed Flyby the next day. Now we just had to wait. Genva Flyby Osan Sovon Pe Osan Sango. We move. Sakita's Striolin was nearly as good as mine. It seemed he had sat and, like a machine, memorized every word I had given him while mastering the grammar. Babali and Chehaya could have never kept up with the language spoken at that speed. Are you sure it's going to work? I asked. He still had not told me his plan. Osan Sovom Tohosotsek. Backup generator. The backup generator can be Tese. Unfortunately, there's a layer of coolant around the backup generator. So the blueprints revealed a machine. I did not understand what he meant. First, what's a generator? Secondly, what's coolant? A generator provides power. Coolant prevents overheating. The backup only activates if the main power fails, like last time. If we can say the backup, the whole fin goes down, I said, eyes wide. And we do what we need to do. This coolant, however, is only a problem you can solve. Can we not drain the coolant? I'm assuming it's a liquid? There's no way to drain it. A service worker in a protective suit would normally dive to replace the backup generator, but we don't have those suits. They aren't even kept on board. The coolant will freeze anyone to death, causing fatal chemical burns. Chehaya, Babali, and Ilvara wouldn't survive. And you? My mechanical parts would seize. I would live, but I would be unable to operate the shutoff switch. So they left me. I swallowed thickly and suddenly did not like this plan. And it's the only way. Your resilience will allow you to survive. If we want to get off this damn ship and disappear where they can't chase us, then yes. Flyby waved me over one afternoon. We stepped into a corner of the yard away from prying eyes. He pressed a small metal square and a thick rectangular device into my hand. My correspondent got the message. He's on his way. I'm surprised you had the connections to reach him. I'm lucky to have good friends, I replied. Then our deal is done, and I will be gone soon. You can tell Goldfinger that he will have a job again. You came in here just to make money? It's quick and easy in here. People are desperate to give you credits, and those credits add up. I amassed enough wealth to buy whatever I want when I leave and return home a king. What of you, little one? I suppose, I finally said, I'm going to go home and fight. Cute. Here's hoping you don't die. With that, he walked away. Even though he made my knees shake, I hoped he made it out of this horrible place without paying too high a price. No one, regardless of crime, deserves to be in a place like the Finn. I moved the chips around in my hand and walked back to Sakita, who closed his eyes where he hung. I tapped on the metal wall to get his attention. I've got them. Perfect, he said, not lifting his eyes. Put them in the Arca so I can store them without suspicion. Then tell Chehaya and Babali they're going to be just as instrumental in this as you are. What instructions do I need to give? My Arca will deliver the components. Then I will play my part and restore your friends. Once we are ready, we will acquire Chehaya's large friend from floor P10. While that's happening, you, Babali, and I will head to the generator. From there we fly. You make it sound so easy. Trust me, it will be. The last couple of times turned out otherwise. The last couple of times, you did not have me. Is Drema's language based off of something in our actual world? No, but it is a functional conlang. So I developed a whole conlang for Striolin for this book, which is fun. Their language is based around, like, water and fishing analogies. So, like, their main god, for example, is called the Rebbe Pehem, and Pehem means to fish. So their main principal god is the great fisherman. It's pretty cool. So, yeah, it's a fun conlang. I imagine if you were to speak it, it would sound a lot like Central African languages. Or maybe like Igbo. I love the way that Igbo sounds as a language. It might be tonal, but I haven't really thought about it too much. It's used so briefly in this that, yeah, it was more so I needed to develop it for some functionality, but Chehaya, Babali, and I trembled with anticipation. Today, we would finally escape the fin. We just needed Sakita's signal, the power cut, and then we'd run. Yard time ended. Alarms blared as prisoners returned to their cells. We waited. The prison shuddered. Then, the lights cut. Backup generators hummed, casting eerie red. We sprang into action. Babali turned and hurled a weight through a Shiraki mech, crushing the pilot's skull against the cockpit. Chehaya sprang, wrapping their legs around the Shirak's human counterpart and dragging him down. They seized his gun and tossed it to Babali, who fired. 2 guards fell, holes in their chest. Moments later, the Arca arrived. I grabbed Chehaya's hands from its open chest compartments as the prison above devolved into madness, murder echoing through the upper levels. I fastened Chehaya's new hands to their wrists. They winced as the connections hissed and popped, nerves lighting up. After testing their fingers and rolling their wrists, they grabbed an access card from the dead guard and disappeared into the elevator. And that was not all. I grabbed a new arm for Babali in parts. The Arca torched the last of Sakita's restraints while providing cover with its body. "The shoulder socket first," Sakita ordered, his voice cutting through the noise. I fumbled with the largest piece, trying to align the connectors. "Turn it. The blue contact meets the port. Quickly." I slammed Babali's new shoulder plate into place. Babali roared as the limb whirred, its internal power connecting. As approaching footsteps echoed around us, I attached the forearm and hand, the joints locking with a series of sharp clicks. He flexed the metal fingers, his face contorted in pain and fury. Before long, 2 human guards rushed us. I fired Babali's gun, my shoulder bruising from the recoil. Bullets whizzed past us as Babali, enraged, smashed one guard into the wall and backhanded another. Bone cracked. I lunged at the closest guard still standing, ripping off her helmet and smearing my skin against hers. Foam bubbled at her lips. Her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed. The Arca darted past me somewhere unknown, and I found Sakita on the floor, waiting. "What's happening?" I shouted. "The Arca could not fit all my parts in with the ones created for your friends. It's fetching them. Buy me time." No one else came for a moment. We slumped against the wall, panting, hoping to go unnoticed. Guards rushed past toward the violence upstairs. The Arca returned, a new arm for Sakita, and clamped in its hands. As it helped him reassemble, his limbs sparked in the dark. Soon he stood and stretched his knees. Stripped of his uniform, I saw him for what he truly was. More machine than Zomeranian, his blue skin was visible only at his neck and face, stark against white plating. Even his horns were reinforced with fine gold wiring pulsing and emitting faint light. I can get rid of that. Gold lights traced up white panels that covered his exoskeleton, and a large pulsing core beat like a heart in the center of his chest. Elegant and streamlined, I had to admit that the craftsmanship was beautiful. But at what cost? "This is as good as it's going to get. Let's go." Sakita grabbed one last item from the Arca's chest and sprinted to the elevator. He slammed Flyby's keycard onto the reader, and we descended, guns slung over our shoulders. The elevator stopped somewhere far below, and he unfolded the sleek map that would lead us to victory. A glowing route appeared, guiding us forward. Sakita strode ahead, turning corners with Babali and me close behind. Before long, we rounded another corner where 2 guards stood, rifles primed. Sakita did not hesitate. He fired once, shooting him through the helmet. The other dodged out of the way into an adjacent closet, and Sakita kept firing until the return fire stopped. As the door at the end of the hallway opened, we dashed into a vast chamber of blinking lights. Cylindrical walls lined with electronics stretched skyward, where a platform extended to a shattered terminal in the center. Below, the cylinder extended into a glowing green fluid. I knew what had to be done. "Are you sure you want to do this, Drema?" Babali asked as the door closed behind us. "We'll figure out another I'll do what must be done," I said as I handed him my gun. "Where's the switch, Sakita?" "There," Sakita replied as he pointed. Through the bright fluid, I made out a panel with stripes and a large metal lever. pull it down and you'll see all the lights in this tube go off. Come up as quickly as you can. And if I die, I've done the math. The coolant will burn you, but not fast enough to kill you if you can pull that switch in time. You're the best swimmer among us. You will feel great pain, but you will make it. Babali clasped me on the shoulder with his new arm and looked me in the eyes. This is fucking nuts. This entire place is nuts, I said as I took a deep breath. There was no going back. I dove into the coolant without hesitation, eyes shut to shield them. My face burned as I swam toward the central column, blind. Once I hit something, I opened my outer eyelids, everything blistered. The heavy switch resisted as I yanked it downward, fingers aching, knuckles cracking. The coolant ate through my suit, exposing raw patches where it was weakest. I pulled the lever, but it jammed. Too heavy to move by hand, I swam up, gripped the column, and pushed down with my feet. After more effort than I'd have liked, it finally slammed into place with a click. The lights in the cylinder shut off, and I rushed to the surface. Sakita grabbed my arm, hauling me up with a towel ready, and Anarka beside him, its chest open. I shuddered in pain. The suit's remains itched less, but where it had burned through, my skin was raw. Actually, this doesn't make any sense. Better. Layers of skin were gone from my face, and the cold air stung. Sakita patted me down and ordered the Arca to remove my suit. It unzipped the only intact part, tossed it aside, and hosed me down with something fresh and cool before offering me a new suit. I struggled into it despite the pain. Sakita jabbed something into my neck, and I yelped. All right, we got to take another break. Another breaky. We got to hydrate. Everybody stay hydrated. I'm going to drink more of this lime juice and center myself and eject into hell. I'm fine. The lime one's pretty good. My favorite Alani, though, has got to be the cotton candy one. It's fucking tasty. All right, we're free. All right, cool. I struggled into it despite the pain. Sakita jabbed something into my neck. I yelped. When I turned, he handed the long needle back to his Arca. It's a pain medication, he said. You'll feel better in just a moment. We need to keep your skin covered while it heals. Good work, Drema. Are we just going to stand around here or are we going to move? Babali demanded. Let's go. We've done what we needed to. We dashed down the hall as I limped, leaning on Babali. The suit's interior scraped my skin, reopening wounds. Its moisture eased the pain but couldn't stop the bleeding. I had to keep fighting. Chehaya and a blood-spattered Ilvara met us by the escape ships, illuminated by the Arca's light and raging fires. Prisoners burned, clothes, guard, corpses, paperwork, anything flammable. I ran for Ilvara. I couldn't believe it, but it seemed like we were home free. A secondary explosion from the generator room ripped through the deck. The prison shuddered, throwing me against the wall. Metal groaned overhead, and with a deafening crash, a tangle of conduits and support beams collapsed between us. Wires sparked, and something oily caught fire. The blaze roared up, a wall of flame separating us. Drema! Babali shouted. Don't panic, Sakita hollered back in response. Can you access an escape ship on your side? Yes, Chehaya yelled over the sounds of fire and chaos. Pry your door open. With the backup power off, we'll have to do it manually. Sakita jammed a metal beam between the sliding doors and shoved with all of his strength. His arms hissed under the strain as he braced against the frame. The door budged and I scanned the debris. Babali and Ilvara pried theirs open and dashed inside. With a crunch, ours opened fully. "Drema," Chehaya shouted through the flames. "This one's busted. We need another pod. Sakita, help clear the debris." Sakita stood, sweat on his brow from pulling the door open, and looked between myself and my friends. In a moment, he grabbed me by my suit and yanked me inside the escape ship. "No!" I shouted. "Sakita, put me down. We need to go back for them." "They're dead weight," he spat. "If we spend time clearing the debris, we'll be sitting ducks. They've probably already sent for reinforcements from Komiya who will arrive within the hour. I will not let you rot away in this prison. The other three mean nothing. You're valuable, and if you remain here, they will send someone else to test on you." He shoved me into a chair and keyed in the ship's code. I bolted for the door, but as the ship started, the pod sealed shut, cutting me off. Babali and Chehaya cleared burning debris with their metal limbs, and Chehaya shot me a final look before Sakita detached the ship from the fin. The ship jolted from its dock, and it threw me back onto the floor. I watched the fin float away through the small window in the back. Yeah, rip. Like a fin on the back of a great ship, it cut through space, vertical and thin as it burned. I spun around in a fury. "How could you do that?" I screamed, my throat tight from my heart beating too quickly. "You just left them." "Be quiet," Sakita muttered as he pushed buttons and flipped levers. "They're going to die in there. What if all the other ships are broken? What if—" "I said be quiet," he shouted, his voice sharp but controlled. This was the only chance we had to escape. "Shut your mouth, or I'll shut it for you. I need to focus." I flinched at his shouting and froze as he turned back to the controls. Taking a deep breath, I prayed my friends would clear the debris and escape on another ship. The pod was meant for two, with dual control seats, a closet, and a metal chest on the floor. We couldn't have fit them in here anyway. I stumbled as the ship lurched forward, an engine kicking on. We blasted into the abyss, away from the twin suns and toward nothingness. Sakita leaned from his seat into the other and pulled hard on a wheel in an attempt to get the ship to respond. Nothing seemed to happen, and he slammed his hands on the control panel. Something exploded behind us, sending the ship into a spiral. I grabbed onto the netting as we rolled, cargo flying everywhere. Sakita slammed into the wall, caught a chair, and strapped himself in before yanking a lever to stabilize us. A screen flashed red on the front window, warning of trouble. Through the back window, I saw the fin far behind, its exterior burning as red lights pulsed rhythmically across its hull. I righted myself after getting thrown across the pod and sat in a chair, belting myself in as well in case something else happened. "What's going on?" I demanded. "Well, our elevons are damaged, one engine's blown, and the generator is smashed." "In trade, please? We can't turn. One engine is sending us on an uncontrollable diagonal, and we're going to lose all power in 40 minutes. Which means we're going the wrong way." Sakita fumed and pulled up what looked to be a map. A little blue dot blinked as it moved away from two large white lights. The suns. Sakita pointed at a little red dot. "That's Komiya. This is us. There's no way for us to turn around? Did you not hear what I just said? We're lucky we got this pod to launch at all." I looked back at the fin, which in the distance shot out a burst of fiery light. "Sakita," I called, "the fin. I'm sure the hull is breached. Those damn Osk will tear everything apart, even if it risks their own lives. They're too stupid to understand anything but destruction. If anyone's still in there, they're dead unless they can get to Eclipse's emergency suits. The prisoners are done for." My heart pounded as Yobe crept up my skin. I imagined my friends alone, trapped, their air vanishing from their lungs. I didn't know enough about space to predict their fate, but it couldn't be good. I cried out, head falling into my hands. If we had cleared the debris, they'd be here, adrift in space with us in a cramped pod, but alive. Sakita put his hand over his mouth, calculating, and I wept as we moved away from the light. We were as good as dead, and he knew it too. Nothing's ever easy when it comes to space. Sakita sat for minutes in the ship, saying nothing as we floated forward. After a while, he stood. I should say, actually. Then he stood, rummaging through the closet and donning an Eclipsean uniform. From a storage compartment, he retrieved a handful of something and handed some to me. I turned them over, unsure if they were food. Open one of those for me, he ordered. If you don't say please, I'm not going to do anything. I'm not one of your machines that you can boss around, I retorted. You terrible, petty thing, he spat, returning to his work. He flipped switches, triggering a yellow light and a string of numbers on the screen. He saw I wasn't moving, so he grabbed the object from my hands and opened it himself. If you're hungry, eat. I had never seen him eat before. He chewed a rubbery-looking bar that smelled of meat and fruit with a sour look on his face, then propped his feet near the controls and leaned back. I followed suit, munching on my own bar in silence. It was surprisingly good, so I set the rest aside for later. So now what? I asked. We wait for Eclipse to come and get us. You're just going to walk right back into their hands? There's not much else to do. I've activated the emergency signal. They'll send ships to the fin to recover what's left, catalog the dead, and search for survivors. With the signal on, we'll be found. Otherwise, we drifted into deep space with 13 ration bars, hoping for a miracle. Which would you prefer? We floated for hours like that, not saying anything to each other. Soon, I was so chilly my fingers began to lock up. Sakita did nothing and seemed to be sleeping, eyes closed and breathing steady. My knees started to cramp, and I decided I should get up and walk around to ease the joints. I stood, and immediately Sakita muttered, "Don't touch anything." "Does it matter if I touch anything?" I frowned. "Everything in here is broken anyway." I rummaged through the closet. I found a blanket and wrapped it around my body, though I knew it was futile. I could not generate my own heat, so the blanket would stay cold. "What are you on about?" "I'm just looking." Sakita opened his eyes to look at me. "Are you cold?" "A little." "Give me the blanket." "Why?" "I'll warm it up and then give it to you." I begrudgingly handed over the blanket. He wrapped it around his chest, sitting up in his chair. I stood behind my seat, stretched my legs out, and looked out into space. It was so empty. Nothing for forever. I thought about what Sakita had said before he launched the pod, and wondered if I should ask him to clarify. "What you said when we got onto the ship. About someone else coming and testing on me. Are you really that concerned with my life?" "Not with your life. No. With my research, yes. If the scientists on the fin don't have you, they will have to do tests all over again on another Striolan. That will waste months, thereby buying me time." My face scrunched up in confusion and disgust. "Why would you want that? Why would you want that? Don't you want to cure your precious Chancellor?" "Quite the opposite. Now would you stop asking questions here?" He stuck his arm out with the blanket in his hand. I frowned and wrapped myself up in it, surprised at how quickly his mechanical parts had warmed it. I felt much better, and as the heat radiated through my fingers, they uncurled. Sitting back in the uncomfortable seat, I sighed. I had so many questions I wanted to ask and knew I would not get any answers out of him. The only thing I could do was sleep. Pulling my legs up underneath me, I curled up, closed my eyes, and tried to drift off. I awoke to being thrown across the pod. I hit my head sharply on the edge of Sakita's chair as he started awake, scrambling for his controls. Something flashing on the screen showed us that one of our wings had been damaged. "Did we get hit?" I asked. I'll say I panicked. There's easier ways to say this. This is why we do this, guys. "I'm not sure," Sakita said, looking around outside the ship through the window. As far as I could see, there was no debris floating around. I moved to the back of the ship and peered out the small porthole. My jaw dropped open, and I gestured for the general. Sakita, what is it? Can you come here and look?" A large ship latched onto our wing with a mechanical hook, yanking us backward. A figure emerged from the top, rifle primed and fired. Bullets pinged off our hull before one struck our only working engine. Sirens blared as our ship screeched to a halt. Tethered by cables, the shooter began pulling us toward them. "Damn it!" Sakita hollered when he looked out the window. "Drema, grab your gun." I jumped for it, and Sakita knelt, weapon ready. A metal clamp crushed our hull. Silence. Then footsteps. A torch sliced through the door, molten metal bubbling around the edges. Sakita tensed, finger on the trigger. The door collapsed with a clang, revealing 3 tall, thin figures in suits. Their covered faces and hands hid their features, but they reminded me of Flyby. Do you speak trade? One of them asked, voice muffled by their mask. Sakita's fingers slid across the trigger as he took a few deep breaths. Yes, he finally said. If you come out peacefully, we won't have to shoot you, another said. Lower your guns, Eclipsians, and we'll salvage your... Sakita shot them through the eye, the laser eating the edge of the glass helmet. The others fired back, shattering the pod's screen as I dove behind a metal box. As they stepped inside, Sakita kept shooting but peeked out for a better shot. One pressed a device to the floor that beeped twice before emitting a piercing shriek. I covered my mouth as Sakita convulsed, gritting his teeth in agony and collapsing unconscious when the sound stopped. One man grabbed my arm and yanked me from the ship. I wished they had exposed skin, but their full suits blocked my toxin. When they found Sakita too heavy to carry, they unfastened a net from the pod's wall, wrapped him up, and dragged him. The one holding me threw him over his shoulder as I kicked and fought the whole way. Feisty one, this, one of them cooed. Put me down, I screamed. Let me go or I'll kill you. Great job you've done of that so far, he laughed. They moved us from the pod into their ship, where we both were tossed into metal cages. Their ship was much larger than ours and was filled to the brim with scrap metal and various machines. They closed the door to storage, and I slammed myself against the bars of my cage, attempting to reach Sakita. Sakita, I shouted. Sakita, wake up! I got no response, and I feared he was dead. The ship lurched onward, and unfortunately I could not get a good look at where we were going. The storage room was dark as pitch, save for Sakita's glowing parts, and I curled up on the floor, out of one cage and into another. When the ship finally stopped, the men opened the door and dragged the two of us out. Sakita was still unconscious, and one stranger easily slung me over their shoulder, making resistance futile. They carried us into a vast warehouse with towering ceilings and docked ships. Their cargo floated behind them on a hovering cart as they walked the long dock. Stopping at a creature of flyby's race, they placed their goods on a scale. All right, so we have 150 graves of scrap and 2 live ones. Let me see. A coarse, furry hand lifted Sakita from the net as best as he could. He tore through Sakita's Eclipsian uniform to reveal his chest. Oh, Zomarine, we can auction him off in parts. I'll give you 30% of the auction value. Deal? We want 40, the man who held me spat. 30, or I can boot your ass back out into space. What's this one? The creature blinked at me with his large yellow eyes, and he tilted his head to look me up and down. Do you boys have any idea what the hell this is? No clue, the other said. Well, it's exotic. I'm sure someone will want it. Give me your cards. The two captors held plastic credit cards out to the vendor, and he swiped them. I've loaded you with the credits for your scrap. See you for the auction in... The vendor muttered as he bent to check the time. 30. Get a drink and chill out. Don't be crowding the dock. Next. The vendor tossed Sakita and me into the box with all the scrap parts, and I stood to try and crawl my way out. My skin screamed as sharp metal parts jammed into my back. The vendor reached back with something that looked like a plasma stick, and he jammed me with it. I need a different word here. He whacked me with it, sending a current of pain through my body. I froze there, paralyzed, and after he dealt with a few more customers, he wheeled Sakita and me into the back. With methodical clicks, the vendor detached Sakita's limbs, placing a price tag on each piece. I could only watch, paralyzed, as he was reduced to a torso and head. Next, the vendor's gloved hand stripped my suit away, his touch impersonal as he strapped my naked body to a floating chair. He wheeled us into a back closet, me and Sakita's parts arranged neatly on a pedestal. I sat in the room in silence, and eventually the paralysis wore off, allowing me to turn my head. Sakita! I barked. Sakita, wake up! I could not get through to him for a moment, but after a while he blinked slowly, pulling himself from sleep. He looked around in fright, unsure of where he had awoken. Drema, what's happening? I don't know. You might. Those tall beings took us off their ship and somewhere else. We were sold. Damn it, he swore, licking his dry lips. We're on Gasperi. The Amma run the entire aerospace. They're going to auction us off, Drema. Remember who buys me, and I'll do the same, so we can... One of the walls of the room clattered and folded open, accompanied by the sound of rattling chains. One particularly tall Amma stood in front of an audience of hundreds of people, arms outstretched. Welcome! He bellowed into a device that amplified his voice. Welcome to this hour's auction. We have a lot for you to see today. Vanan, would you bring the first item? An ama in a glittering dress made of trash spun as they pulled what looked to be a metal column adorned with gemstones to the front of the stage. The ama with the booming voice turned, his clothes glittering in the bright light that beamed down onto him. We have today one column from a Shiraki government building. This historic building was demolished to make room for, you guessed it, luxury apartments. Bids start at 500,000 credits. The ama shouted, ascending bids, throwing absurd amounts of credits, or offering absurd amount of credits until the last one. The ama in the dress smiled as applause filled the room, and the item was pushed aside. Another ama whisking it away for the winner. One by one, the stage was cleared, each piece devoured by the ama's insatiable hunger. Actually, I don't need this. Bye. See you later. Finally, only Sakita and I remained. He was wheeled forward like the rest, the host pausing to let the audience take him in. Here, ladies and gentlemen, he boomed, turning to Sakita. I saw his smile, sharp like flybys. Here is a treasure I'd never thought I'd see. We have one Zomaranian for sale, to be sold in parts. These gilded metallic limbs will make great accessories for any home, whether inside or outside. Their durability allows them to get wet without fear of rust, and their lights will last for over a decade before burning out. We'll start with a leg. Can I get 70,000? Let me go ahead and add this to dictionary. Sakita paled as his limbs were auctioned off, but he held his tongue. I could not understand how he remained so calm. Something bubbled inside me, not yobe, but pure rage. Ama bought each limb, eager to get something so beautifully crafted. Finally, the host shouted, we'll offer up the Zomaranian himself. Zomaranians are incredibly intelligent and make great pets. They can help your children with their math homework and will survive if fed nutritional rations. They are not great conversationalists, so you can expect they will be a quiet, entertaining addition to your home. Fuck you, Sakita muttered under his breath. Quiet, kid, the ama said to the side of his mouth. I'm trying to see you do a good home here. Someone stood from the audience holding up a round, long finger. This was the most rotund ama out of the whole bunch, disproportionately round as he was tall. I will pay 3 million credits for him, he said in the silence. The audience mumbled to themselves, but no one countered him. I hear 3 million! Do I hear 3,001,000? The auctioneer stammered, looking around for a contest. Going? Going? Sold! Sakita raised his eyebrows at me and nodded, signaling me to remember. I would not forget that ama. I stared into the bright light shining onto the stage. The ama wore a long golden robe and was dripping in jewelry. He shuffled around with a small Yubulk in his arms, squeezing his way out of the audience. The ama in the dress came for me. My anger exploded. There was absolutely no way that ama was going to sell me like some animal. I leaned forward and bit the ama sharply on the wrist, smearing my skin all over their arm. They scowled in disgust, and then the toxin hit them. They collapsed to the ground, convulsing, and foam ejected from their mouth. I hoped this would scare them enough to release me. No one would want to own me. The host watched his counterpart convulse on the floor, his expression not of horror, but of appraisal. The audience held a collective breath. He let the tension build for a calculated second before turning to them, his voice booming in the quiet. A demonstration, ladies and gentlemen. Unplanned, but what are you gonna do? This creature is not merely an exotic pet, it's a weapon. A statement. The bidding will now start at 5 million credits for this one-of-a-kind, never-before-seen alien. I lunged against my restraints as someone dragged the corpse of the ama I had just killed off the stage. The bids went higher and higher. I struggled. And then an old ama woman with hair like a hive and thin, wrinkled skin stood. I shall pay 10 million credits for her. Sold! The host shouted. No-san, you might want to get some gloves. One of the ama off to the side of the stage wheeled me away, protecting their arms and hands with clothing. They pulled me off into a waiting room where they left me in silence. The room was draped in metal and glitter, so bright it was nearly blinding. The ama who had bought me strode in, her hands sheathed in the furry hide of a dead Yubulk. Her pale face was smeared with some kind of clay to give it a reddened glow, and blue and purple pigments coated the eyelids above her yellow eyes. Her thin lips pursed and wrinkled where they met, and her gowns trailed on the floor as she walked. Two humans shambled behind her, chains around their necks, and they stopped when she did, eyes to the floor. "Do you speak trade?" she asked me. "Yes. If you release me from these restraints, I'll kill you," I spat. "I'd prefer if you did not." She knelt in front of me to meet my eyes. "If you have been captured by the scavengers, it means you were adrift. Lost. You have two options. You can either come home with me or I can toss you out into space to die. Which would you prefer?" "I am not an animal," I said. "I will not be treated like one." The old Amma stood and shook her shoulders to settle some of her jewelry. "You are too pretty to be treated like a slave, so a pet will have to do. Tizza, Colton, undo her restraints from the chair. Put your gloves on first." Then she turned to me. "I would greatly appreciate it if you did not kill my slaves. If you are cooperative, you will have all the food, shelter, and toys you could ever want." A plan began to form in my mind. The other option. I need a better sentence here. Just kidding. Sakita was a monster, but he was a familiar one. His buyer was wealthy and distinctive. If I could find him, I could use him. He knew Eclipse procedures, ships, and weaknesses. He was a key. And if I had to work with my own jailer to unlock a bigger cage, I would. First, I had to survive this Amma. I did not struggle as the humans untied me and clasped metal handcuffs on my wrists. The Amma paid one of the auctioneers with her credit card and took my chain, striding out of the auction hall like she owned every scrap of it. We stepped onto the streets of Gaspiri. The air tasted like rust and decay. Towers of compacted refuse scraped at a dome that held back the void of space. Every surface a collage of repurposed metal and plastic. Amma strutted past in clothes made of salvaged finery while others sat naked in their own filth, their begging cups as empty as their bellies. My owner walked us through the industrial part of the city where food and clothes were sold and to a neighborhood filled with glass palaces. These buildings were constructed from the finest garbage, covered in jewels and anything else that threw rainbows of light. I spotted the wall to Gaspiri, which led out beyond to somewhere else. I thought I spied the top of a tree before the Amma yanked me inside her home. Every surface was covered in something, whether it be junk or actual or items of actual value. Oh my God, Mr. Bubs, he's here. She brought us to a room with seats constructed of Eclipsean airship chairs and motioned for me to sit. She sat across from me on a long couch and commanded her slaves. "Tizza, Colton, bring me some refreshments. You, creature, what can you eat?" "On my home planet, I ate a lot of large insects and plant life." "Can you survive off of Eclipsean rations?" "Yes." "Bring this creature a fistful of rations. Order some in. I don't care where they come from or how much they cost." Her humans, clad in clothing made of old plastic bags, bowed and left us alone in her glittering palace. We've had so many bots in here in the last hour. The bots. They're here. Goodbye, bot. "So," she said, crossing her skeletal leg, the bones pressing against the fabric of her clothes, "I am Empress Irikana, but you may call me Empress. What are you?" I remembered the first day on the Finn that Sakita had asked me the same question. I shifted uncomfortably in my seat and hoped the next person who sat there died. "I'm Striolan," I replied. "Never heard of it, which is exceptionally good for me," she cooed. "Do you have a name?" "Drema." "Well, Drema, I'm going to call you Precious now. Does that suit you?" "If that is what you wish." "Good. You are going to have a good time here, Precious. I know it." Empress is one of my favorite characters, actually. She's fucking disgusting. She's horrifying. I have one drawing of her somewhere, and she's a monster. She's absolutely fucked up. Mr. Bubs has decided he wants story time, too. The dome encasing Gaspiri wasn't glass, but sky panels, like those in the prison, displaying orange skies and pink glittering clouds. I assumed this mimicked their home planet before they left for Gaspiri. The panels shifted with time, darkening at night. While they shone warm and orange, the Amma slept, and so did I. The days bled together, rations and observation. I became a silent fixture on her couch, an ornament she would occasionally coddle for the amusement of her guests. They would arrive, a flock of younger Amma, their eyes lingering on me while they flattered Empress, hoping for favors or cast-off treasures. From my cushions, I watched them, learned their tells, their jealousies, and their greed. I was a pet, a thing. Thankfully, things are easy to ignore. After a week, I worried about Sakita. The heavyset Amma was nowhere in town, and without him, I was stuck in the aerospace and trapped in rations and boredom. One night, Empress woke me early to dress me in her favorite costume pieces, her golden eyes gleaming when she finished. "Don't you just look darling, precious," she cooed. "We have a big day today." I did not say anything. I learned early on that Empress cared little for my opinion and mostly wanted something she could talk at. "Come, precious, I must ready the house." After a short wait, her usual gaggle of friends arrived. The largest took the chair I'd occupied a week ago, leaning to flaunt their figure, muscular for an Amma with dark makeup streaked under their eyes. Another, large but not as massive as Sakita's buyer, took an adjacent seat. The last, a waif, sprawled across a third. Refreshments arrived immediately. "How are you today, Empress?" the muscle-bound Amma asked, sipping on their jigu. "You look absolutely radiant. Have you done something with your hair?" Empress gently caressed the hive of hair, a gesture too careful for it to be her own. A wig, most likely. "I did, thank you." "It's wonderful to see you today," the large Amma added. "It is a pleasure, as always, to be in your presence." "Oh, shut it," the third Amma barked. "You both are such suck-ups. You came to see the pet. Nothing more. At least be honest." Empress's eyes flicked between the three of them, and then a smile crept across her face. "You best listen to Jaga, boys. You're not getting anywhere with flattery." Okay, I'm going to go ahead and wait until the ads are done. I need to see what this creature of a woman looks like. I have it in my sketchbooks, unfortunately, so they're all packed up and in moving boxes, so I can't fish it out, I don't think. But the Amma are based off of I. So imagine this I. Imagine this with a beehive hair wig, blue eyeshadow, false eyelashes, and like clown cream blush. Covered in broken CDs, tinsel, and old jewelry. And she probably smells like cigarettes and the bottom of my grandma's purse. Yeah, she's a creature. Yeah. I love her so much. But yeah, the Amma are interesting. Flyby was the same race as well. So, drugs. Yeah, she's great. I love Empress. She's a lady. She's a lady with ambition. How did they survive? They're actually pretty innovative in terms of building, I think. So the Gasperi Aerospace is made entirely of space junk, but they're pretty smart. Like, Flyby was able to effectively get himself arrested just to make money inside of a prison. So they are smart. Their priorities are all fucked up. "I came with interesting news, Empress," Jaga said as they ate a cake that Empress often enjoyed. I turned my head toward Jaga with interest, opening my mouth. Unfortunately, I've almost eliminated... Fun fact, the reason I'm deleting these sentences is because Drema, for her anatomy, her sound cavity is inside her head. So oftentimes, like, salamanders and lizards will open their mouth, as far as the research that I've done. So if anybody knows lizards better than me, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. But some amphibians open their mouths better, or to better hear their surroundings underwater, especially. So that's how she hears. But I've eliminated most of the details about that in order to save on space in this manuscript. So that's going to be a fun world building thing for me to know, and for you to know, and for no one else to know. "Is that so?" Empress indulged them while lighting a pipe. "What do you wish for this information?" "A day with the pet. With Precious." The entire room fell silent. What an interesting turn of events. "We'll have to see how good your information is. Define a day. I want her as soon as the sun sets, and then until sunset the next day." Empress slowly nodded and puffed smoke out of her pipe, contemplation in her eyes. As I said, the information must be good. Jaga leaned forward out of their seat, their lanky, thin dress revealing the majority of their body as they did so. The other two's ears rotated in interest. It's about... They lowered their voice even more. It's about Nocti. The name Nocti hung in the air, heavy like a threat. The other two Amma shrank back from Jaga, who, despite seemingly being low on the social ladder, attempted to claim a new, dangerous status. Actually, this is also telling information. Bye. Everything here was about power and ownership. I saw it in the way Empress held her pipe and the way her guests clung to her. This wasn't just gossip. It felt like a social challenge, and it could be my opportunity. Empress shoved another ration in my mouth. The room waited in tense silence until she crossed her legs. Tell me. Jaga grinned, head rattling like flybys. So, Nocti obviously has been climbing the ranks, which is a problem for you, Empress. We all know this. You are the most respected Amma that has ever lived, and Nocti is... Well, he doesn't deserve to be where he is. I can't believe he had the gall to leave Gaspiri, amass wealth, the gods know how, and then come waltzing back in like he owns the place, the large Amma added. If I could sample any of the food he eats in a day, I'd die, the muscle-bound Amma muttered. Anyway, Jaga interjected, the thing that Nocti purchased from auction, I hear that he's been messing with it. Messing with it how? Empress prodded. My stomach dropped. I hoped they were not talking about Sakita. They say that he's been tinkering in its brain. It's a Zomaranian? The muscle-bound Amma added. Shut up, Chunny, Jaga screamed. I don't care what it is. Point is, he messed with it, and now it's violently unpredictable. He's thinking about getting rid of it, and that would make your position all the more solid, Empress. He wasted so many credits on it. A slow smile spread across Empress's face. I forced my expression to remain blank, a cold knot tightening in my gut. If Sakita was broken or dead, then my only potential key off this trash heap was gone. That information is worthy of borrowing my pet for a day. Thank you, Jaga. I spent the rest of the day fretting over Sakita. Part of me worried about his well-being, but I found myself mostly concerned with my fate here. No one knew I was here. The first goal was to get out of the Gaspiri bubble and into the woods. If I could determine Sakita's status before then, good. If not, then I was on my own. Nightmares plagued my dreams that night. I dreamt of Eclutania, of my people falling to Eclipsian guns. I saw myself alone, rotting away on a throne of junk, my mouth full of the dry dust of rations. I looked into the eyes of my friends, burnt to a crisp on the fin. When I awoke, Yobe gripped me. My body ached, locked tight, jaw clenched. I had to stay grounded. If I escaped the fin, I could escape here. No Amma carried weapons, and my toxin felled them fast. I would survive. They wouldn't kill me. When the Yobe subsided, Empress came and got me. It was time to spend a day with Jaga and time for me to escape. For hours, Jaga paraded me through Gaspiri like a new prize. They struck human slaves, spat on begging Amma, and kicked a fallen Ebulk. With each casual cruelty, a cold certainty settled in me. This was a person I could kill without a second thought. As we made our way through the trash towers of steel and glass and light, illuminated by street lamps and artificial stars, I longed for home. The Fin was almost better than Gaspiri. At least on the Fin I had friends. Glowing yellow eyes watched me as I walked, head high, covered in garbage. Let them stare. I would be long gone before they could take another look. After a short walk, we entered another neighborhood filled with mansions and palaces. Jaga pranced down the streets with me in tow to a particularly large house made unique by the amount of metal and blinking lights that comprised its exterior. Jaga knocked a series of sharp, impatient raps. They yanked my leash, pulling me so close I could smell their nervous sweat. I choked back a gasp and waited. After just a moment, a human slave opened the door. Once they saw who stood there, they grinned. Nocti will be pleased to see you. Well, let us in already, Jaga demanded. The human led us deeper into the house, walls lined with blinking lights and electronic boards. We wove through the dark maze of flashing colors and beeping sounds. My bare feet clung to the cold metal, Jaga avoiding contact. Soon I would make my move. I only hoped Sakita could come with me. After hallways of light, the human slave brought us to a room with chairs and couches made from airship consoles and smooth plastic, and gestured to the seats. Please, rest yourselves. They flipped a switch, filling the home with an almost musical hum. Jaga tapped their heel impatiently, nearly trembling with anticipation. Machines clicked as wall panels flickered with shifting colors. The human slave stood by the switch, waiting for their master. At length, he entered. The jewelry that dripped from his large form jingled and jangled in grating tones and chimes as he walked, the blinking from the electronics illuminating his metallic glory. His golden eyes blinked in the darkness, reflecting all the light that they could. He paused, glanced me up and down, and then a grin spilled across his face. Half of his teeth were metal. Ah, Jaga, I see you've done as I asked. Yes, Nocti, exactly as you asked. Jaga stood hastily, jerking on my leash a little as they did so. Easy there, Nocti cooed, gliding across the room toward me. Don't jerk it around. Jaga stepped between us, hand out. Not so fast. You're an Amma after my own heart. Nocti held up a shining black card. As promised. 5 million credits. And then everything became clear. So that was it. A simple transaction. Jaga stared at the credit chip, a flicker of fear in their eyes before greed won out. They snatched it from Nocti's fingers and thrust my leash at him. She's all yours. Use it wisely. It'd be a shame if you blew it all on junk. I scoffed. Did you find that funny, pet? Nocti asked me. My face shifted in response, but I said nothing. If Empress had you silent, she wasted you. Jaga, get out of my sight. The human led Jaga out of the house, and Nocti shook his head. They are a fool. Empress paid 10 million credits for you, and I get you for 5 because of some idiot's inability to do math. Do you have a name? Drema, I replied. I'm Nocti. And I'm your god now. Right. This way. Nocti led me to a dimmer room. Bright fabrics draped from the ceiling, pillows covered every surface, and toys lay scattered about. In the corner, curtains concealed large shapes. This is my playroom, Nocti explained. I keep my toys and pets here. I require a lot of heat, otherwise I lock up. Then I shall turn the heat up in this room. I don't play with my pets until the early morning. For now, I must go to auction. Be good, don't break anything, and I'll be back with rations and goodies for you. Without another word, he was gone, and I was left to sit in yet another cage. Guys, she's gonna make it eventually. I also really like Nocti too, though. Nocti is a man trying to live his dreams, and I respect that. I don't know if we have any pictures. Do we have pictures of what Nocti could potentially look like? I don't even know if this is possible. Unfortunately, I can't find pictures of an overweight II, so use your... Oh, well, maybe this guy. This is a lemur, but... Use your imagination. Look, they're so scrunkly, man. They're so gross, dude. Not right now, thank you. Yeah, they're gross. IIs are nasty little dudes. Thank you, Cal. I appreciate that a lot. I really try to get as much character into these people. I want to be able to express their cultures and societies without, like, overloading. So that was really hard. Can you believe that this book lost 40,000 words? Crazy, huh? Let me finish eating my half of my cheese stick so I don't die. Nom, nom, nom. I think Drema can probably eat cheese, not gonna lie. Stretch. Everybody stretch. This has been a long stream. We got about an hour 15 left, but we'll see. It depends on if I can get through the whole thing. I'm really going to try and get through this whole portion, but we're getting very close. And then we'll do the next stream the next time. I'm very confident in this book, though, honestly. I really hope that this thing wins the Waddies, because I think it can actually do it. As soon as the house fell silent, I searched for anything to aid my escape. They hadn't expected someone who knew how to fight for their life. My eyes adjusted quickly as I dug through toys, hoping to fashion a shiv. Nocti's body was mostly covered, so I needed a backup if my toxin failed. I considered the ways to kill him. A stick to the eye, my own skin against his. The thought should have made me sick, but the fin had scoured that part of me away. All that was left was the calculus of survival. I did not feel guilty anymore. Finally, morning came. Nocti returned with numerous rations and scattered them around the room. "I don't have time to play with you tonight, Drema," he said, each word coming out between labored breaths. "But I'm going to give you a good place to sleep tonight. Enjoy your food and the soft bed. Do you mind if I move something in here?" "No," I replied courteously. "Of course not. Thank you for the rations." His eyes lit up at my pleasantries. "I like you. You'll be such a good pet." He barked in another tongue at the human slave, and they dashed out of the room. Before he left, he lingered in the doorway for a moment. "We are going to have so much fun together." And then he was gone. I could not imagine what kind of junk he would want to move it to appease me for the night. The heaters kicked on again, and the room rose to a sweltering temperature. It reminded me of the hottest days on my planet, or home planet, and I quite liked it. I could sleep in comfort. If my escape plan failed, Nocti seemed a better choice of warden than Empress. The human slave delivered something on wheels with a drape over it and shoved it in the corner with the rest of the doodads. Without a word, they left, turning off the lights in my enclosure and locking the doors. Lights on panels on the ceiling glowed and blinked almost like stars, and whatever they had brought glimmered faintly under the drape. I unwrapped one ration bar and munched it down, and then another. The thing in the corner rattled. My curiosity got the best of me. I stood and moved toward the thing under the drape. Just before I pulled the fabric away, the door to my enclosure opened. I froze in the new light from the outside, and the human slave stood awkwardly in the doorway. "Please don't touch that," they said, voice quiet and unsure. "Oh, sorry," I replied. "I was just curious." "It's fine." They moved across the room, closing the door behind them. "All other toys in this room are for you to play with, but this thing is sleeping in here tonight because it's loud. Master Nocti's trying to fix it now that it's broken." "What's under there?" A machine. Master Nocti has a great talent in computer engineering and was looking to make improvements. For now, though, he needs his rest. If you wouldn't mind stepping back so I can take care of my duties for the night, I'm scared that I'll accidentally touch you." "Oh, yes, of course." I stepped out of their way. They were innocent in all of this and did not deserve to die. The human lifted the drape a little and flicked on a switch at the base of the pedestal. The humming sound that came from the pedestal quieted and a few lights turned on. I went to sit on a cushion not too far away but close enough to keep them in my sight. "So," I said, "how long have you been here?" "A few years," they replied. "Nocti got an education on the Great Republic. While he was there, he amassed wealth and decided he wanted to come back home with hired help. He chose me. Do you like it here?" "It's better than being with any other Ama." "Agreed." "You'll be happy here. He's not like the others. He's educated. Bright. Nice. He doesn't ever hurt me." This complicated things. I would feel worse about killing someone who was the shining example of empathy in their race. The item under the drape lurched and jerked, and the humans startled back. "Hey, you fat fuck!" something shouted from under the drape. I jumped back at the sudden noise. I had not expected a voice. The draped thing rattled violently and shook back and forth. "Get me out from under this fucking drape, you giant baby! If I had arms, I would dig your eyes out of your skull, you motherfucker!" "Calm, friend, he's not here," the human interjected, their hands shaking as they backed away. "Just me." "Well, go get him. I want to tell him how worthless his Terran degree is. He should be ashamed of the work he's done." "Quiet, please, quiet," the human begged. "He'll wake and be angry." "Good, wake him up. Please don't make me flip the switch again." My skin prickled as the room fell silent. The thing under the drape breathed heavily, contemplating. "So, He thinks because he gave me the ability to hate him that he can just turn me off whenever he wants. A creation, perhaps. I looked about the room and figured that all the electrical work was Nocti's own. It seemed he had created some kind of android. He's trying to work out the kinks. Will you be quiet? The human begged. Silence again. The human bent down and picked up a ration, or to the floor and picked up a ration bar. Are you hungry? An android wouldn't need food. My eyes darted from the ration bar to the covered cage. Before I could process the thought, the door slammed open, framing Nocti's hulking silhouette. Errol, I thought I told you to shut that thing up. I'm trying, Master. Nocti stormed past the human slave and grabbed the cage, shifting it and throwing whatever was inside it into the bars. Listen here, you little shit, he snapped, his ears twitching in anger. I have been nothing but nice to you. You will shut your trap and let me sleep, or I will sell you to someone who will treat you no better than a Terran bird. Ha! The thing in the cage cackled. The laugh echoed around the room, deranged. Your work is no better than a child's. Nice? Why don't I lay you out and pick at you? I made you. Now shut up, or I'll make you shut up. I fucking dare you. I'll turn on that EMP, I swear I will. You're gonna let everyone know that you're just a little boy who fucked up a mechanical masterpiece. Nocti cried out in a rage and stomped his way back to the door. Errol, come. Don't feed this ungrateful bastard until he changes his attitude. It's fucking hot in here. Turn down the heat, you asshole. The thing in the cage rasped as Nocti slammed the door. The room fell silent again. My eyes adjusted to the dark, and I glanced around, making sure the two of them would not come back. It was not quiet for long. Let me out of here. I swear to every Terran god, I will chew my way out of this damn enclosure and kill you all in your sleep. I had never heard such rage. I shuddered. Getting a closer look was a risk, but guilt washed over me. I could not just leave the poor creature to suffer. Perhaps Nocti was not a saint after all. Gently, I rose, my soft feet traversing across the cushions silently. I neared the cage, cautiously to not startle the prisoner in it, but my foot hit a toy. A musical box chimed out a tone as my toe tapped it, and the thing in the cage hollered out and rocked its enclosure. Back off, they shouted. Whatever you are, get back. I'm here to help you, I said. You could not possibly help me. Are you a new slave? Yes, in a way. Well, get out. You heard him. I'm not to be fed. He doesn't control me. I pulled the drape from the cage, and light spilled into the room. Sakita's torso twinkled, his parts whirring in the darkness. The back of his neck had been shaved, exposing wires jutting from the metal along his spine. His head snapped toward me, his dark hair slick with sweat from the sweltering heat. And our eyes met. Tears tracked paths through the grime on his face. He was crying. His puffy, red-rimmed eyes betrayed his exhaustion. Trapped in a crude metal cage, his limbs were gone. Circuit boards lined the base, wired to what seemed like a kill switch, just like on the Finn's generator. As his vision adjusted, he blinked in disbelief. Sakita, I asked. I could hardly believe it. Sakita, calm, composed, unmoving, unflinching at torture and dissection. General Sakita, the pride and joy of Eclipse. Crying. He let out a shudder and stiffened his lip, raising his chin when he saw me. Drema, is that you? My night vision is shit. It's me. He laughed. I had never heard him laugh like that before, and it sounded like one of relief. Oh, so the tides of fate turn in our favor. How the hell did you get here? He sounded different. Sakita's voice was usually calm and even, but now there was a cadence to it that betrayed something in him. I inspected the cage for a way to open it. I was bought by a different Amma, Empress. Luckily, one of her former friends sold me to Nocti for credits. He is aiming to be the aerospace's wealthiest Amma, it seems. Great. This is perfect. We can get off this trash heap. How? Sakita paused, his eyes darting, calculating. I'm not sure yet. What happened to you? That idiot happened to me, that's what. He went to Terraria, got some basic degree in computer science, and then when he got his grubby little hands on me, he decided to play around. He pulled open my neural framework like it was some child's toy instead of glass, and tried to fuck with my programming. All he did was break shit. What? I edged out. What does your neural framework do? It's the link, he said, his voice strained, between the organic parts of me and the machine. It relays commands. Simple. That's it? That's it! A harsh, unfamiliar laugh escaped him, dripping with sarcasm. Zomoranians edit our very physiology, cut out the useless parts, fear, panic, all the noise that gets in the way of logic. He gestured vaguely with his head at the wires jutting from his spine. He got in there and destroyed everything, ripped out essential parts. Now all that noise is back. My hormones are all over the place, and on top of that, I've been completely dysregulated on effectively every front save sleep. I nodded and sat down on the ground in front of him. Are you hungry? Starving. I reached for a ration bar, then stopped. My hand. My skin. I pulled back and then said slowly, Sakita, I can't feed you. What? Why not? I held up my hands. My skin glimmered in the faint light of the blinking electronics, and he sighed. Right. Great. We can worry about feeding you tomorrow. You just need to be quiet and calm, and Nocti will ease up. Realize he wants to keep you around. If I keep quiet and calm, he'll stick his fingers where they don't belong again. I laughed, though I probably should not have. It was cruel, really, unnecessary. The irony was just too unbearable. What? He demanded. What's so funny? You spent years pulling organs out of innocent creatures and taking body parts, and now here you are, learning the universe's greatest lesson while someone else picks you apart. His face twisted into a scowl, and he blew a stray strand of his now uneven hair out of his face. We can talk about the universal irony of cause and effect once we get out of this place. Do you think Eclipse is going to come for you? Doubtful. Gasperi is neutral territory. Eclipse won't risk a diplomatic innocent for one general, and a traitor at that. My emergency signal died when the Ama scrapped our pod, so they likely assume I'm dead. Okay, so then what? Sakita took a deep breath, making sure the house was truly quiet before continuing. While he was destroying my intricate work, Naki told me he salvages parts outside of the main Gasperi dome. In the woods? Jungle, more like. Apparently there are loads of ships and other abandoned machines for him to pick circuit boards and consoles from scattered among the trees. If we get out there, find a ship, and repair it, we can get off this planet. Even better if we can rig an SOS beacon. I nodded and found the latch on the base of the cage. What happens if I rip this open to get you out of here? One of two things. Either nothing happens, you pop it open, the machine powers down, and we're done. Or, worst case, it sends out an EMP. I'll be unconscious for an hour, and it will hurt like hell. I may lose some memory, but I should wake up. I hope. His eyes followed me as I moved around the cage. Let's orchestrate a plan. Then by the next morning, we're gone. Oh, Sakita. He's crazy, but I love him. Hopefully he's not unlikable, because I recognize he's done a lot of, fucked up shit, but that's kind of the whole point of this book. So hopefully he'll become less unbearable as this section goes on. Cheese. Yeah, I think Drama probably would like mozzarella sticks. I have a string cheese, but I think mozzarella sticks would be great. Yeah, he definitely, and this is just the beginning, too. I mean, he's got a whole section to deal with all of the weird bullshit he did, so I'm curious to see what people think at the end of it. Because mostly, what I want to make sure of is that at the end of this, it does come across that he is empathetic, even though he's done a bunch of fucked up shit for his government. That he does have some redeeming qualities to him, so we'll see. Monochopsis. While Drema slept, Sakita remained caged. The low hum of the machine more noise on top of the storm in his skull. That Ama had destroyed everything. Shattered something vital. Suppressed signals now surged through him, and a strange pressure built behind his eyes. Water, he realized with a jolt. Tears. He hadn't produced them since his first augmentations. He hated it. Each new sensation triggered a memory. The cool metal of the cage brought back the clean chill of his first Eclipse lab, the promises of unlimited resources. The sound of Dremma's breathing conjured the steady rhythm of the machines on the fin. They had promised him freedom there, too. And he had earned it, contributing more to Eclipse's lexicon than anyone. It was all he'd wanted. So why did the memory produce such a response? Had it all been a lie? The Chancellor's logic had been corrupted by her organic desire to survive. Imperfect. Impure. Was that the inevitable fate of all biomechanical life? Was it his fate? A memory surfaced. Dremma on his table without sedation. He had reasoned that any pain would be fleeting, a necessary evil. But the thought now made his throat tighten and his breathing quicken. She said he had hurt her. What was hurt? The concept was a data void, yet thinking of it made his own skin tingle and his eyes burned. What was this malfunction? What was wrong? A word surfaced from his oldest organic memories. Guilt. Was this guilt? He had no time for it. They needed to leave. There was no time to mourn the loss of someone he so idolized, lost to her own organic desire to survive. No time to mourn the loss of his career, something he had enjoyed if enjoyment was something he could have felt. No time to question the doctrine of Eclipse and whether or not their principles were viable. The Chancellor had lost her mind. He had abandoned his post. All that was left was to move forward. Almost there. The plan became obvious. I would free Sakita, then use the generator in his cage to send out a pulse and destroy the electronic locks. The machine could knock him out for for hours, maybe even kill him, but it was our only way out. Once out of Nocti's house, we'd make a break for the town's edge. Carrying Sakita posed a challenge due to his weight. I quickly yanked down the colorful ceiling drapes, fashioning a traditional iho to carry him. My legs had to be strong enough. All right, I'm going to go ahead and wait for more, for ads to pass. That's the tag for the book. This plant's insane! I always love it when I get, author blurbs for the backs of books, because it's like the one that I got for King of Dust from that other author was, Darius is a little bitch, but I love him. It's like those little blurbs are like some of my favorites. Oh, nice. The new Tomb Raider game, Legacy of Atlantis, looks amazing. Oh my god, it looks so good. I'm so ready. Nom 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 nom. String cheese is delicious. All right, here we go. My legs had to be strong enough. All right, I'm going to walk you through disconnecting me from this hellscape, Sakita instructed. We need to get this cage open. This is all I've got, I said, as I retrieved a wooden stick I had found earlier. Sakita craned his head around in the cage looking for something. Okay, the bar at Delta looks the weakest. Delta? This one. Sakita gestured with his neck to a bar that appeared thinner than the rest. If we can pry this bar off, you can pop the door on this thing open. Slide the end of that stick so that one end is on the far side of the bar and behind the weak one. Or this bar and behind the weak one. I did as he asked, sliding the thinner tip behind the weak, thin bar and over another one. No, the other end. Good. Okay, so now wait. Move it up just a touch higher. Perfect. Push like your life depends on it. I threw my weight against the stick. Metal groaned as the wood bowed under the strain. Sakita braced himself, but with one sharp crack, the stick shattered. The bar bent, but it held. Damn it, Sakita cursed. Okay, no problem. This is going to be horribly loud. But take one of those cushions, wrap it around your foot, and kick the bar from the side. I wound the fabric from the ceiling around my foot and the cushion, and when I was ready, I leaned back and kicked at the bar as hard as I could. After 5 or 6 very loud kicks, the bar popped off. Perfect. Now lay this down flat. Put your foot under the top of the cage portion and push until it comes off. With one great effort, I popped the top part of the cage off and onto the ground. Good, this is good. If you can pry off one of the bars, we can use it to defend ourselves. Despite my success at dismantling the cage, the bar would not budge. I don't think that's going to happen. The sharp stick, then, Sakita concluded. Now, here's where things get hairy. Can you drag me over to the door? Sure, I said. Are you sure you're going to be okay? I have to be. He was heavy, unbearably heavy. It took me a minute, but I was able to drag the cumbersome thing. There should be some kind of entrance on the side, a panel, a door, something. I detected fear in Sakita's voice, which diminished my confidence. Found it. I opened the door, and the insides of the device were revealed. The entire thing was a mess of wires and glowing parts. I had no idea what I was looking at. Now, whatever you do, don't electrocute yourself. The last thing we need is roasted brain cells, although that's likely unavoidable for at least one of us. Sakita let out a nervous chuckle. I'm serious. So first thing we're going to try and take out the EMP generator that's in there. You see that switch that's on the front? Yes. Look behind it. There should be wires connecting it to a battery. Just as he said, a wire connected to the switch that the human slave had pressed before. The battery, I suppose, was the small box that the wire connected to. First thing you want to do is pull the battery out so that you don't get zapped. You're looking to remove that little blue brick out of its casing. Be careful. Easy enough? My fingers, though sticky, were able to get the battery from its casing. Nothing seemed to change, but I trusted him. Now the hard part. That was the EMP generator. Next we have to disconnect me. Can you see where he hooked my hard wiring to this stupid box? The entire inside of the box was nothing more than a tangle of wires and mess. There's a lot of wires in here. You're looking for a set of wires that are coupled together. The end of the wire will have a 16-pin connector. I saw it. Okay, there it is. Pull that. Gently. Sakita scrunched his eyes closed, and I pulled the pin. Nothing happened. He let out a sigh of relief. Okay, that was one of them. The next is going to be one very small cable. This connects to my neural framework. Hi, fanboy, how you doing? Welcome in. We're reading one of my books. It does have some content warnings, though I will say we are well past the more severe portions of this book, but I will just drop the content warnings here just in case. It is an adult, like, tech thriller, science fiction thriller, so I guess stuff that we're going to be dealing with mostly is discussions of genocide and colonialism at this point, and some body horror and also imprisonment as well. So it's not any worse than like Mad Max or Alien. So if you're cool, welcome in. I'll also let you know if there are any more intense sections where there's extra content warnings, but we're really past that, to be honest. The prison was the worst part, and they are not in there anymore. But yeah, feel free to enjoy. If you have any questions about the book, I'll do my little spiel at the end of this chapter. But yeah, sit back, grab a fun drinky, and yeah, feel free to ask any questions in the chat. I will love to talk about this stuff. I'm so excited to release this next month. Okay, that was one of them. The next one is going to be a very small cable. This connects to my neural framework. What color is it? I don't know. I didn't see him put it together. He was trying to wire me into his computer so he could reprogram me. That was his theory. Anyway, he's a moron and didn't realize my brain was still organic. I found a cable, but I don't know if it's the cable. Little thin thing about as thick as a fishing line. I've never used your kind of fishing line. Sakita's eyes darted back and forth in the dark. Either one of two things is going to happen. Because he rewired everything at the base of my spine to this mess of technology, either you're going to pull it and all will be well, or it's going to hurt like a bitch. I've never heard you swear so much. Sakita's face twisted into a frown. Just pull the wire. I did as he asked, and he immediately cried out. I would have slapped my hand over his mouth, but I didn't want to kill him. His face contorted in agony, and I hastily fumbled to plug the wire back in. As soon as I did so, his hollering stopped, and a single tear streaked down the side of his face. Holy hell, that hurt! I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Are you sure there isn't another small wire? That one needs to go first. It'll unhook my neural links, so when you pull the rest of them, it won't sting like a bitch. I stuck my head further into the box and... Oh, that tiny wire. I pulled it, and nothing happened. I got it, I said as I pulled my head from the box. Great, unplug the rest and let's get this over with. I pulled out a half a dozen or so wires from Sakita's base. Once that was finished, I sat back to back with him. From there, I wrapped the e-hole around the two of us. In one step, I stood, testing his weight against my legs. He was heavy, and the journey would be slow, but I could carry him. All right, Drema, you ready? Time to go. I'm ready. Remember that battery that you unplugged from the switch? Yes. Plug it back in. I did as he asked and put everything back to the way it was originally. Now, punch it. Are you sure? Won't it? When you do, you're going to leave this house and then head left down the main road. Don't stop going until we get to the edge of the dome. There are two on Gaspiri. The inner one is where they've made their city. The outer one is where the locals used to harvest food, but it's been left abandoned. You'll be able to breathe, I think. Sighing, I flicked the switch. Sakita screamed, neck twitching. I grabbed a cushion, sliding it in between our heads. The door popped open. Swiftly, I carried Sakita through the quiet house. Undoing the front door latch, its click echoing down the hall, we emerged into Gaspiri's streets. Let's see. The daytime streets were mostly empty, save for beggars whose eyes followed me as I trudged past. Sakita hung limp on my back. A few Amas staggered in my direction, but they were too weak or drunk to give chase. I kept my head down and moved toward the edge, my sense of direction failing until I saw a tree and sprinted. Freedom. Beyond the wall, a tree jutted up, partially hidden by the false sky. Past it lay the secondary dome, the city's perimeter, and towering columns of garbage. Vents and sewage pipes spilled into the wasteland beyond. At the alley's end, a service gate stuck out of the wall. I glanced back at Gaspiri, hoping never to return. I pulled at the service door, but it was locked tight, and with Sakita on my back, I felt too weak to open it. My eyes spied a drainage pipe, and I checked my width against it. Sakita added extra size, but we could fit. It smelled like feces and rot, but it was our best bet out. Sorry, Sakita. I slid my shoulder into the pipe, twisting to pull myself through. Sewage clung to my skin and to the trash I wore as I steadied Sakita with one arm and dragged us forward with the other. The Ama thought their city a fortress. I'd escaped worse. On the other side, I looked up. A tree. A real tree. Above the dome revealed space beyond the glass, vast and endless. The Ama had built something artificial yet livable, but as I stared into the void, my heart sank. It was such a long way home. Okay, almost there. Coolio. I'll give my little spiel. You know, despite Drema not knowing anything, Sakita was calm enough to explain what to do. Yeah, he's brokey, his brain brokey, but he's doing okay. So for those of you popping in at this current moment, I'm reading from my newest book called Fatal Mechanisms. It is a science fiction thriller about fascism, prison systems, and what it means to be human and empathetic despite the forward leaps of technology. So it's got themes of transhumanism and war and, you know, how we as people cope, I guess, as technology leaps forward. So there's lots of aliens, lots of crazy stuff going on. And I'm going to be releasing it in full to Wattpad next month on July 1st as I enter the Waddies. So I'm very excited, and I think that this one actually has a pretty good chance of making it through the Waddies judging. So fingers crossed. I hope that it makes it. Otherwise, though, that'll be out soon, and I'll make a page for it on my website. Also, too, if you're interested in helping another one of my books live at the current moment, I don't know why Backer Kit's so angry. Somebody unbacked and now I'm all sad, but we went down under $1,800. So if you guys want to help me get my book to the first stretch goal, you can go ahead and back it on the Backer Kit link that I am dropping into the Twitch chat. And if not, share it with your friends. Oh, I got ebooks that are like $10, but we're about 90% of the way to the first stretch goal of $2,000. So if I can get a couple more people to grab this special edition book, we'll be golden. But in the meantime, if you have any questions about my work, here are the main characters. So this is Sakita. Right now, he's just a torso and a head because his arms and legs have been removed and auctioned off. So somebody somewhere is using his leg as a lamp, which is not a great place to be. And he is an ex-fascist who defected from the fascist military that he used to work for. He used to run a prison and used to do medical experiments in that prison. Now he and Drema are having to work together to get off that prison ship, and now they're stranded on a little trash island floating around in the middle of nowhere. This is Drema, our other main character. She's a pacifist little salamander gal from a jungle planet, and she is just trying to not die. Just trying to not be crusty. I love her so much. She's very cute. So the first portion of the book is from Drema's perspective, and then the second half of the book is from Sagitta's perspective. So we're still in the first Drema half. The VODs will be up on YouTube if you want to go and listen to the first portion of the book, because we're about more than three-fourths of the way through this Drema section. But otherwise, next week we will be reading Sagitta's section on Friday. So I'm going to go ahead and keep going, but if you have any questions about the book or the characters or the world, languages, any of those things, let me know. Marsh covered everything, trees sprawling with thirsty roots. Despite its artificial nature, the plants, tropics, humidity, and heat mirrored my home. Insects hummed and survival seemed doable. I knew nothing of Sakita's plan. I trudged through the marsh, searching for a campsite before nightfall. Once the walls vanished from view, I paused, legs aching. Scanning the horizon, I spotted a fallen tree against another at an angle. When my legs were ready, I stood, relocating Sakita to the trees and laying him against a rock. He seemed unlikely to wake soon. I cleared brush from the felled tree, crafting our shelter as the artificial sun rose. As I stacked branches and the hum of insects buzzed through the air, Sakita stirred. His eyes fluttered open as if he were caught in a dream, and I smiled at him. "Good morning." He squinted against the sun, his dark hair falling around his eyes, and blew a bug that flitted around his sweaty brow away. "It's hot. Are you doing okay?" "I'm fine. What are you building? A shelter. We're going to need somewhere to keep the heat off you." Good idea." "Is there something wrong, General?" I asked. "I just wish that I could do something." I pitied him. Defenseless, useless. An ironic twist. When we first met, he had been so in control and unwavering, hurting me without hesitation for Eclipse. Now we were stranded, and without me, he'd starve. I had a choice to make. On one hand, he hadn't killed many, or so he said. He took my friend's eyes and hands, but returned them eventually. His facility kept the universe's worst criminals from doing real harm. More importantly, he kept me alive. He had blown up his own ship and forsaken his cause to save his research. It must matter. His sacrifice must mean something. On the other hand, he lacked empathy, torturing without thought or care. His face adorned the posters of an authoritarian group bent on erasing people like me. Now, fate had made him a test subject, granting him perspective. Was it my duty to punish him further? I glanced at him while sorting moss on our shelter. He stared into nothing, lost in thought, but the full brunt of the sun hit his face. I moved, so I blocked it with my body, casting him in shadow. "May I move you to the shade?" "I can't move myself, can I?" he snapped. "Is that a yes?" "Of course it's a yes." "See, here's the thing, General," I grunted as I lifted him. "On my planet, we have this thing called consent, and we ask for it, even if it's implied." "Oh, ha ha," he growled. "I know what consent is." "Clearly not, as the number of you bulk that you pulled glands from most likely did not give consent. They lost their consent by being imprisoned. They lost their consent the moment they ambushed innocent mine workers in packs and ate them alive. And that is where your opinion and mine differ." I set him into the shade. "Unfortunately, I didn't have any pockets to take rations with me, so I'll need to hunt for food." "Does anything even live out here?" "I've seen plenty of tracks, and I can hear insects. Are you going to be okay while I track down food?" "I have to be." I nodded. "I'll return shortly. Stay quiet." After a short walk, I stepped around a massive rotting log half submerged in water. The damp earth smelled rich, and I peeled back the bark, revealing a writhing mass of white grubs, each as thick as my forearm. I grabbed two and searched for a way to cook them. Flat stones were scarce, but a stick would do. Finding dry tinder in the swamp took far too long, but I eventually gathered moss and dry wood. Back at camp, I set the grubs down, they weren't going anywhere, and built my tinder nest. "Took you long enough," Sakita muttered. "Do you want to eat or not?" Using a sharp stick I had broken, I banged a notch into another semi-dry piece of wood. I jammed a wooden drill into the notch, twisting back and forth. The damp wood resisted, but after effort, it sparked. With no wind, a few breaths coaxed the fire to life. Flames crackled through the tinder as I fed it dead wood. Easy. I shoved a skewer through the grubs and made a stand for it so I could rotate them over the fire. My stomach grumbled, and I poked my head into the hide. Do you want to sit by the fire for dinner? The sun lowered behind the tree line. I suspected that this portion of our journey would be a long one until we could find our way off the damn aerospace. Sakita had his face turned from me, and when he looked at me, he blinked away, something glimmering at the corners of his eyes. Sure. Yes. You okay? Fine. I lifted him from our shelter and put him next to the fire. He saw the grubs, and his mouth immediately twisted into a violent sneer of disgust. What the hell is that? Grubs. There are loads here, fortunately. Oh, I am not putting that in my mouth. We don't have any rations and none of your needle food. You're going to have to make do. A sigh left his nose, and he closed his eyes. Fine. Let me know when it's done. What's our plan? For now, find a scrapped ship. If we can scavenge for something that can leave the atmosphere, we're going to be in a good spot. And the dome? I break it. What if the ship doesn't have any guns? I don't know. We'll make some. Make some. I'm not an engineer, Sakita. Are you sure I'll be able to handle something like that? I don't know. Why don't we go back to Gasperi, and steal a ship? You're not going to be able to run with me on your back. Okay, that's fine. Any other ideas? I don't know, he shouted. I don't have the slightest clue. All right? I glanced at him in the silence and rotated our grubs over the fire. Golden rays hit his face, and under the surface of the skin, just barely, I could see traces of cybernetic technology his people had installed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you upset. You didn't. He closed his eyes, a frustrated huff grumbling in his throat, and tears sparkling under his eyelashes as he licked his lips. Damn that Amma and his meddling fucking fingers. I rotated the grubs in the fire, watching the skin crisp in the heat. Do you want to talk about what happened? It's a long story. In order to understand what happened, I'd have to explain to you my entire race's history, and it's cumbersome. That's fine. You don't have to explain. A small insect hovered around Sakita's brow, and he blew it away. This is awful. How do you handle the heat? I love the heat. I laughed. Is it not warm on your home planet? Frigid. The equatorial regions sometimes rise enough to allow green vegetation to grow, but the poles are always frozen over. My people evolved to live in ice caves, so the cold is our friend. I'm sorry, this must be torture for you. You know, my life's been on a consistent downward spiral since I met you. If I were superstitious, I would say you were bad luck. But you're not? No. No, Zomaranian is. Our logic rules our lives, not petty gods and religion. A smile spilled across my face. You know, not everything has to be a battle. I promise I'm not sizing you up or judging you. I'm genuinely curious. I'm actually going to just get rid of that whole dialogue there. The fire crackled and popped in the silence, and he groaned. Today's been a struggle. I'm not used to having to grapple with my body rebelling against me like this. Everything used to be controllable and predictable, and this is everything but. I guess I'm just trying to understand what that Amma did. We are born with no parents, Sakita explained, and are raised by individuals whose jobs are to rear the next generation. They made sure I was physically fit enough when I came of age, and I began my mechanization. What does that mean? Long ago, a beautiful god visited our planet. Hold on, I interjected. I turned to the grub again. I thought Zomaranians weren't religious. My ancestors believed she came from the stars. Modern scholars suggest she was no god, but an AI, pure machine and logic. She gifted us technology that freed us from survivalist struggles, launching us into the stars. She sounds wonderful. Her name was Aurora, and she gave my people everything. Early Zomaranian scholars worshipped her, striving to become like her. With advancing technology, we perfected surgery, replacing flesh with machine. She left us blueprints, and we built in her image. Here, look, I can show you exactly what happened, Sakita instructed. I shuffled toward him as he turned his head away from me, revealing the machinery at the base of his skull. A bundle of severed wires frayed out from a port, their ends raw and hastily jammed back into the casing where they didn't belong. Is this where your machine parts connect to your brain? I asked. Exactly. These cables link to an inhibitor that suppresses neural regions. In most organisms, the brain controls survival responses via the automatic nervous system. Your Yobe, is a prime example. One side of the grub started to burn, so I rotated it. Right, your people have something like that too? Every animal does, though it presents differently. Maintaining these systems, organ functions, stress responses, and defense mechanisms demands intense energy. Unlike your body, which wastes energy on such things, we shut down those redundancies. It frees cognitive resources, allowing the brain to reach its full potential. So that part of your brain is turned off? As I listened to him, I pulled my grub from the fire. The flesh peeled away from the body, thick and flaky, the outsides perfectly burnt. It was, partially. Shutting it down entirely means death, so we reduced it to the lowest functional level. This keeps our emotions in check, making us clear-minded and efficient. I started to understand the implications of what he said. I picked at another large flake of meat with my fingers. Does it only impact negative emotions, or is it everything? Sakita's eyes glassed over. Everything, I suppose. When I first received my chip, I don't remember missing the things I felt. I enjoyed things less, certainly, but that also gave me the best fighting chance at an education. Combined with the AI, my brain could suddenly absorb information at speeds I had never felt, and that is what every Zomeranian strives for. Like Aurora, we would carry all the knowledge of the universe. I ripped the rest of the grub from the stick and threw away the legs and other spiny bits. Once I had eaten everything but the head, I flipped the hard exoskeleton around so I could suck out the insides. Sakita's face turned green as he watched me lick out the fatty tissue from the shell. I slid my eyes to meet his. What? He gagged and took a deep breath. That was just a lot to take in. Here, you want yours? He flinched as I held the grub out to him. Do I have to? They're good for you. They'll keep you full. I don't feel fullness. My system alerts me when I need nutrients, but I suspect there's a chance that those functions may not execute properly given what Nocti has done. Well, at least your systems will... You know what? Just eat the bug. I held the skewer up to his face, and his lips tentatively met the flesh of the grub. After he decided that it was not as bad as it seemed, he tore into it like he had not eaten in days. Do you feel hunger? I asked. In a way, he said through a mouthful of food. Are you sure you want me to give you a dissertation? We have all night. Besides, I need to understand you. And why is that? His eyes slid to look at me as he chewed, suspicion on his tongue. In truth, I have to figure out what to do with you. If I can determine that you're not a threat, it gives me more of a reason to keep you alive. He rolled his eyes and took another bite. Through a mouthful of food, he said, Nanobots regulate my hunger. They break nutrients down at a molecular level. What's a nanobot? The explanation would be too complicated. Think of it this way. Your body is made out of cells. Mine is made out of machines. Simple enough for you? Yeah, I guess. I rotated the grub so he could eat the other side. I prefer receiving nutrients through specialized supplements which are processed directly into my system. This, he winced as he chewed through a particularly tough portion of the grub. This is horrendous. I despise it. Would you prefer being a cold and impassive machine over this, though? It sounds like you just need some time to let yourself feel. We're out of time. I need my brain sharp to get us off this planet. I hate improvising, but we have no choice. We'll use whatever scrap we find. Do you regret what you did? I asked, not sure if I wanted the answer. The way you treated those prisoners, the way you treated me, my friends. You realize that's wrong, right? All progress requires data. The acquisition of knowledge is an ethical imperative. There is nothing to regret. See, that's the problem. If I couldn't get through to him, I might have to do the worst. Progress isn't progress if it harms people. Prison doesn't justify playing God. You don't get to decide. All life is sacred, even criminals. And some were innocent. I was innocent. I needed to prevent your escape at the time. I had to convince the Chancellor I wasn't going to turn against her. Here's the deal, General, I said, keeping the stick steady. He took a bite as I continued. When we leave this planet, I'm finding Animus. Eclipse has destroyed worlds, imprisoned innocents, and ruined lives in its mad search for a cure. I won't stand for it. Sorry, hold on. I gotta make sure. Oh yeah, we're okay. Never mind. The original goal of Eclipse was scientific expansion, the advancement of species as a whole. But that's not what it's doing, is it? It started pure, but is now corrupted. The Chancellor made that call. Eclipse doesn't choose which species deserve life. I was never really involved with the colonization portion of our mission, at least not for a long while. Doesn't matter. Admit Eclipse is wrong, and I tell Animus you saved me. I tell others, I should say, sorry. Or, I paused, pulling legs from the grub as he finished. Or, I tell them exactly what you are, and they will execute you on sight. Sakita stared into the fire, brow furrowed and silent. His mechanical chest rose and fell in steady breaths. After a long pause, he blinked and said, I suppose for my own preservation I must denounce Eclipse. It's not enough to denounce Eclipse. You must fight it. If Animus wins, they won't see the man who stopped a dictator, only a torturer and an architect of their suffering. I don't know how. His voice cracked in pure despair. You're asking me to be something I was not built to be. You hold me to an impossible standard. It's not my job to kill you here, Sakita. Even if I did not need you, I would not kill you. You must grow a moral backbone if you want to fight this system. He said nothing and turned his face away from the grub. I don't think I can stomach any more of that, thank you. I watched him stare into the darkness as he wrestled with something he couldn't quantify. For the first time, he looked conflicted and guilty. I finished the last of the food and tossed the stick into the fire. Do you need sleep? Not a lot of it. If you want, I can stay awake for a little longer and watch the fire. You should rest. Thanks, I said and stood, my legs sore. Holler after a few hours and I'll switch places with you. I don't take orders from you, prisoner, Sakita said, the corner of his mouth twitching into a poor imitation of a smirk. Was that a joke? I suppose it was. You better watch out or everyone is going to think you've totally lost it. Better crazy than a fool. I'm going to go ahead and take a break for ads. Sakita made a haha dad joke. He's learning. Our dumb baby's growing up. He's just a dumb baby. Bad dad joke in two ways. Yeah, he figured he did it. He did both. Nailed it. Oh god, is the UK being run over by octopus? Or wait, or are they running out of octopus? What is happening? Oh, I see. Yep, they're protecting lobsters actually. I read this article. The article title was Emergency Bylaw Approved After Octopus Surge, and I just imagined 40 bazillion octopuses. So we do have a bunch of octopuses, but the law was not passed to slaughter the octopuses, but to protect lobsters, because apparently they are impacted by the bazillion octopuses. So, octopus army. They're here. The cephalopocalypse is upon us. All right. Here we go. Morning came abruptly as the artificial sun lit the Kasperi dome. I shielded my eyes, having taken over the watch from Sakita, who'd slept fitfully, muttering and flinching. As the sun rose, he blinked awake, momentarily disoriented. He twitched and blinked his right eye as if something were stuck in it. Are you awake? I asked as I watched the fire smolder out. I've got something in my eye, he grumbled. I'm sorry, I can't. My skin. I know, he replied as his eyes teared up. This is fucking torture. I blurted out a laugh, and he scowled. Sorry, I apologized. His face fell. No, you have the right to laugh. He looked away, toward the smoldering fire. I've been thinking about what you said. Oh? I never accounted for this. He gestured vaguely to his head. The trauma. To my subjects. The Zomarinian Ethics Board would have flagged it as unethical. Rel likely discarded the data to avoid opposition. I operated under the assumption that all of my actions were approved by the board. It was wrong, and an error in my methodology. I nodded slowly, wondering where this conversation was going. And? And? There's an and? Of course, just because you know it was wrong doesn't do anything to fix it. I guess I don't know what comes next. I would recommend trying to figure that out if you want to live beyond getting off Gasperi. If we can even get out of here. Anything brilliant come to you in the night? Despite the emotional interference, I ran the numbers. The probability of finding a functional dome-breaching ship in this scrapyard is 0.0000022%. A statistical impossibility. He shifted on my back. Or actually, just kidding. Breaching the dome would kill everything on the surface. So we're trapped. No. We can simply can't look for a ship here. He paused. We have to go back into town. The docking bay will have operational vessels. We fight our way to one, hijack it, and use its systems to force an exit. One major problem with that plan, Sakita? Yes, I can't fly a ship. I guess I'm going to have to teach you. I nodded and kicked dirt over the fire, snuffing it out. If it's the only way, it's the only way. We should take advantage of the day. Once I grabbed the Eho off the ground, I strapped it to my back again and then knelt back to back with Sakita. You ready? I'd rather die than waste away on this trash heap. Good, that's the kind of thing I like to hear. In one solid push, I lifted him from the ground. My feet sank into the mud with his added weight, but they were ready for him today. I looked back toward the wall to the city. Back through the pipe it was. What are you doing? Sakita asked. Hold your breath. I leaned forward into the drainage pipe and began to pull us through. Sakita gagged as we went, and I felt him squirm on my back. Oh, why? By Aurora! Oh, hush, it isn't that bad. You have a less developed sense of smell than me. Count yourself lucky. This is atrocious. Do you remember the way back to the hangar? No, do you? I think so. We moved through the streets, our silence swallowed by the city. Wind skittered trash across the empty plazas, and the shadow of the dome overhead felt like a lid on a jar. Every darkened window watched us. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. Bye. Sakita was a heavy weight, but his eyes were sharp, scanning rooftops as I hurried toward the auction house. At the entrance, I tugged the door, but it rattled. Locked. It's their off hours, Sakita muttered. Of course, the doors are locked. They don't want anyone stealing anything. If I can break you out of that cage, I can get us through this door. I leaned back, put all my weight onto my back foot, and kicked at the door. Hopefully, the glass would shatter under my weight. Actually, I don't even need that sentence. Bye. My foot bounced off the surface. Not enough. I leaned back and drove my foot into the other door right beside the lock. The reinforced glass shuddered but held. I tried again, aiming higher, but my foot just bounced off the surface with a dull thud. Stop, Sakita said, his voice in my ear. You're dispersing force. We need to concentrate it. With our combined mass, we must weigh, 160 kilos? A shoulder ram aimed right at the magnetic lock should be sufficient to break the mechanism, not the glass. Got it. Make sure you put the meaty part of your shoulder forward. We don't want you dislocating anything. I lunged back and bolted for the door. My shoulder smashed through the glass, sending us both tumbling inside, despite Sakita's calculations. Shards cut my feet, but there was no time for pain. Alarms blared, and lights flashed. Move quickly, Sakita ordered. They'll come running. I bolted through the auction house. Before long, I retraced my steps back to the room where they presented us to the hungry audience. From there, into the back. By the time I had reached the area that connected to the scrapyard, guards had come. 2 small Ama with clubs fanned out while a larger one hefted an industrial arc welder, its nozzle humming. Beside them, an Ama dressed head to toe in armor blocked the way forward. Hey, friends, the one with the handheld machine shouted. Looks like we found our missing pets. Scan them. I want confirmation before we file that recovery claim, another said. Double payout. The first club caught me high on the shoulder, and the impact sent a shock down my spine. I stumbled, Sakita's weight nearly toppling us. Drema, their knees! Go for their knees! Sakita yelled. Hit him with the chair! Sorry, I'm okay. I ignored him and jabbed my stick into the first Amma's exposed forearm. They recoiled with a howl, but another circled behind me. The lightning gun fired, its beams searing the air. I couldn't dodge it in time, and twisted, taking the arc across my chest to shield Sakita. My muscles seized, the world turning to white noise as I fought to stay upright. Again, the gunner shouted, weapon whining as it recharged. Through the haze, I saw the armored Amma lunge. I dropped to one knee, letting them stumble over me, and drove my elbow back into their gut. As they gasped, I slammed my palm against their unarmored attack. The poison would be fast. They staggered away, choking. The gunner, Drema, now! Sakita urged. The lightning gun fired wildly, striking one of its own allies. In the confusion, I charged. I slapped the gun aside with my stick and grabbed the Amma's face with my free hand. They shrieked, clawing at my arm as the toxin did its work. One other had already fled. The room was suddenly quiet, save for our ragged breathing. Drema, the gun! Grab it! Sakita panted, out of breath. I tumbled to a knee and shook for a moment, my legs weak from being hit and carrying Sakita's weight. Give me a moment. We don't have a moment. His urgency spurred me, and I pushed on. Grabbing the gun, I stepped over the fallen Amma and through the storage room, past where I'd been strapped to a chair. A short walk led to the collections bay, where we had been sold. There, Sakita nodded in a direction I could not discern. The pillow that had been wedged in between us held fast as we moved. The ship with the blue fins is a Class B gunner that'll be equipped with weapons and a communication device. It's perfect for what we need. I lugged Sakita and the gun across the bay, only to be stopped by the armored Amma and a new friend. We're not letting you leave, they said. You're worth way too much money, the other agreed. I'm sorry, I said quietly, raising the gun. The beam shot out of the front of the gun and Sakita hollered, Not at the ship, Drema! The lightning bolt arced between the two Amma, rooting them to the spot in shock. A stray electrical burst struck the ship, marring its shining surface. I sucker-punched both Amma as I passed, smearing poison on the one without a helmet, and then ran to the ship. Sakita pointed to a panel with yellow stripes. Put your hand on it to open the ship. I did, and the vessel's back opened, lowering a ramp. As I boarded, the two Amma staggered to their feet. I hit a matching panel inside to close the ship, and then slammed a red button with a lock symbol to keep them out. Can you get up to the front? This is an Eclipsean ship. With any luck, I can still use the override codes to turn it on. I crouched at the co-pilot's seat, unwrapping Sakita from the e-hole. Once he was situated in the seat, and I had tossed the contaminated pillow to the back, I buckled Sakita's safety belt. Are you sure we're going to be okay? I asked. We have to be, he replied coolly, though his eyebrows twitched in anticipation. Are you a fast learner? I guess, Sakita, but just trust me. He cleared his throat as the Amma I had shot banged on the outside of the ship. I wedged our lightning gun securely beside the seat and buckled myself in. Sakita licked his lips. Initiate startup. Lights across the console glimmered as the ship lit up. Its engines had not yet ignited, but at the very least we had power. The inside of the ship had been partially gutted to make room for Amma scavenging supplies, but otherwise it was the spitting image of an Eclipsean ship. Override code 2245X, Sakita stated. Emergency startup. Credentials not found. Access locked, the ship replied. Oh, of course. Sakita muttered. Drema, open the panel below the console. Find the primary power conduit. Red wire. I scrambled to obey. You must manually reroute the ignition sequence. Disconnect the blue and green wires from the terminal lock and cross-connect them to bypass the security check. My hand shook as I followed his instructions. A spark jumped, and the console lights flickered to life. Startup initiated, the ship announced. Ship's designation is Nova, Class B gunner. Sakita let out a sharp, breathless laugh. I can't believe that worked. Nova, activate exterior speakers. Exterior speakers activated. Drema, if you would kindly push and hold that button there, the blue one that says COM on it. I looked around and remembered that I could barely read trade. When I spotted a blue button, I asked, This one? Yes. I held the button down and Sakita cleared his throat again. Citizens of Gasperi, open your bay doors. My name is General Sakita Gatafi, commander of the Finn and lead scientist for Eclipse. If you do not let us leave, I shall contact the Chancellor. Eclipse will come and tear apart this entire trash heap looking for me. The words boomed around the outside of the ship, and I waited in anticipation as the Ama blocking the cockpit looked at each other nervously. "Prove it!" one shouted. "Drema, would you kindly release the comm and put your finger on the trigger there?" "No, no, 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 no!" The other Ama shouted and waved their arms back and forth. "Don't shoot! We'll open the doors!" "Thank you for your cooperation." The Ama darted off, and I released the control. A huge grin spilled across Sakita's face, and he laughed, watching them scramble. "Nova, deactivate exterior speakers, please." "Exterior speakers deactivated." Something rumbled in the bay, and the doors across from us began to open, leading out into the inky void of space. "I'm going to talk you through this," Sakita instructed. "You only need to get us clear of the bay. The autopilot can handle the rest." I stared at the sea of the glowing buttons and swallowed. Ditto's autopilot he had coded. It would guide us to freedom. I've never even seen a cockpit before. Irrelevant. The back switch with the arrow is ignition. Push it. I did, and the engines roared to life. "Now, the throttle on your left. Ease it forwards to the first notch, gently." The ship lurched, drifting sideways. I grabbed the control yoke, overcorrecting. We scraped against a cargo container with a screech of metal. "Nose up! Use the yoke. Pull it back slightly," Sakita snapped. "More throttle. We need speed to clear the magnetic field at the doors. Punch to 4. I shoved the throttle forward. The acceleration slammed me back into my seat. The bay doors approached, a rectangle of black space rushing toward us. I fought to keep the nose level, my knuckles white on the yoke. We shot through the opening. The ship shuddered as it hit open space. Kasperi fell away behind us as we gained speed. "Perfect! Drema, you're a natural!" Sakita looked around the console for more controls. "Okay, so move the first lever from the function it's on to idle. Bring our acceleration to 0. That'll keep us still while we figure out what to do." We drifted forward, and the acceleration was brought down. As the acceleration was brought down, we slowed to a smooth stop. I gasped for air, my hands still locked around the controls. "I did it! I flew a ship!" "Good work," he praised. "That was very smooth. You'd be a great pilot." "You think so?" "Well, we didn't hit anyone, and didn't immediately nosedive into their ship, so I'd say you're off to a good start." "So what now?" "We need to find a place to touch down where Eclipse won't find us. From there, we can track down Animus, if that's where you wish to go." "You're going to help me get there." "You've kept me alive, so I see no other option. I have no arms, no legs, and no allies, so my best bet is to stick with you." "Thanks, Sakita. Thank you." He gazed into space as if he were somewhere far away. He was quiet for a long time, watching the star chart. "You could have left me in that pipe, or in the cell. My calculations suggest that it was the logical choice. I wouldn't have been able to get off Kasperi. Looks like we need each other. You have to promise me something." He turned to me, curiosity in his eyes. "What?" "When we find Animus, I need you to help them bring Eclipse to its knees. They need to be stopped, and I know you will be essential in that process." "They'll hate me, Drema. Better hated than a villain." He nodded slowly and looked out into the unknown. "We have a chance to hide out on one of the Terran colonies. The Great Republic is our safest bet. No one will care about us there. Nova." The ship chimed to let Sakita know it was listening. "Navigate us to New Haven, the Great Republic." "New Haven. You will arrive in 12 hours, 36 minutes. Sakita relaxed into his chair as the ship's levers began to move on their own. We rotated in space and shot forward into the nothingness as the vessel rose to speed. The front window of the cockpit fogged, becoming entirely opaque and displaying instead a map of our destination. "You should sleep, Drema," Sakita said. "You've done a lot of hard work today. I'll wake you once we're closer to arriving." "I hope they have heaters where we're going. We'll find you a heated suit as soon as we arrive." "I'm sorry, Drema." "For what?" "For hurting you. For the others." Gravel garbled his usually calm tone, stripped of its precision. "I know words are insufficient, but they're all I have." He fell silent, and I waited. "Tell me," he finally said, turning his face toward me. "Tell me what I must do to right this horrible mess I've helped create." All right, that's it. That's part 1. That's the whole part 1 of the whole last book. 5 hours and 47 minutes. Which means the audiobook would be about 12 hours, give or take. So hopefully you all enjoyed the first part so far. I really appreciate everybody listening. It helps me to go through this aloud one more time before I submit it so that it's absolutely perfect before I do. So, you all rock. I am definitely stoked. Yep. I don't know. I'm really proud of this thing. I'm sad that this didn't get picked up by an agent. You know, I think it could have made it. But I'm also kind of glad that I didn't let this thing go because if an um if an engine or if an agent, wow, I'm okay. My brain is soup now. If an agent had picked it up and made me cut a bunch of words or change the story, like I think I would have been genuinely sad. So I'm glad I get to kind of leave this alone. It might not get like instant viral success, but I have a really good feeling. I think that this one's gonna do good with I don't know, with the Waddies maybe. But yeah, feel free to let me know your thoughts in the Discord. I'm always curious to hear opinions. Um, obviously if it's got spoilers, you can spoil it, but people can come and listen to this first part of this book as much as they want. I'll tag everybody. But getting some feedback on thoughts on characters, if there are any things that you guys are finding that it's probably like are problematic for whatever reason, that are too slow, that you didn't like, those kinds of things, or things that you really, really liked. That kind of feedback is super helpful. So dropping that in the critique corner would really help me just get some I guess some sounding feedback on where we're at. But otherwise, the next time that this is supposed to happen is going to be, let me see, next events is going to be next Friday on the 19th. So we're going to be reading the second part of Fatal Mechanism. So hopefully you guys will all pop in again on Friday. So thanks again. I'll be back on Monday working on more commissions. But I hope everybody has a nice time this weekend. Stay cool out there. It's hot as balls here in the US, so that ain't great. And I look forward to seeing everybody next time. Bye bye.